Keeps control for Thompson. Pass receiving's wide open underneath in the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side. Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath. Then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Semp for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
All right, welcome everybody. This is yourliveevent.com. This is Brent Dicklong with Brady Siebels, and we are broadcasting to you from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational. The Invitational starting this morning at 9:30. We concluded last evening's rounds after the quarterfinals right around 8:45, and now we're re-racked here for our 9:30 start at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational, broadcasting from our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. I'd just like to thank all of our feature sponsors today bringing you this broadcast. We have the Ivory Insurance pre-tournament show starting momentarily, and then we have the Bank North scoreboard, our scoreboard from Bank North, our Olson Accounting hourly and half-hour, bottom-of-the-hour recaps, our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth, our HTC Connection of the Day, Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, and our Agassi Egg Precision Move of the Day. And just like to thank those feature sponsors for bringing you the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament and sponsoring the high school athletics broadcast here on yourliveevent.com. We'll step away, come back for our Ivory Insurance pre-tournament show just moments away.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks, your neighborhood hangout for good times and good company. From live music to karaoke to weekend events and more, there's always something happening. Make sure to check out their awesome picture wall full of local sports memories. Located at 904 Main Street. Visit Headlocks on Facebook for more info. Headlocks of Carrington. Call 307-0432. Building the future of our community, one truckload at a time. Heartland Ready Mix provides quality ready mix to Carrington, Devils Lake, and the surrounding areas. From residential projects to large commercial builds, their ready mix concrete is trusted by contractors and homeowners alike. From foundations to driveways and everything in between, they provide the concrete solutions you need to get the job done right. Local and family-owned, free estimates. Heartland Ready Mix. They're here for all your concrete needs.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
I was visiting with Ben at the Hillsboro Body Shop, and we discussed, well, a lot of things. And then we were discussing, when do you think about the body shop? Most times it's after your vehicle gets damaged from an accident, hitting a deer, hailstorms, scratches, dents, windshield cracks. Ben says, beep. I say, when you need the repairs to your vehicle as you're thinking of the Hillsboro Body Shop, call Ben, 701-636-4981.
Keep yourself healthy as we head into the colder weather. Hillsboro Drug and Gift is your locally owned full-service pharmacy with prescription and over-the-counter medications, cough and cold medications, and more. Don't forget, you can now text Hillsboro Drug anytime for your prescription refills, 701-636-5231. Hillsboro Drug also offers free delivery in Hillsboro and Halstead. And there's always something new at Hillsboro Drug with a great selection of seasonal items, gifts, and cards for all occasions. They're always happy to help you, and they thank you for your business at Hillsboro Drug and Gift.
Go. All right, we are back at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament here with our Ivory Insurance pre-tournament show on your live event. Get the insurance protection you want with the customer service you deserve at Ivory Insurance. They cover it all from home, auto, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IRInsurance.com to get a free quote. This is your IRI Insurance pre-tournament show on YourLiveEvent.com. And we are in the day number 2 of the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. As we said earlier, finished up our quarterfinal rounds, moving into the semifinals. And just looking over at your Bank North scoreboard, the updates for the Bank North scoreboard, your top 5 teams. Lisbon sits in first place with 122 points. Mandan in second with 111. Lemoore with 77.5 points. Bismarck with 77 points in fourth place. And then there's a tie down for fifth with EEK and Oaks, both knotted up at 74 points apiece. Those are your top 5 teams as it stands going into day number 2 after our quarterfinal rounds at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament. And as we turn from the quarterfinals, now we'll start in the consolation rounds. We'll have our third rounds of consolations and then move into our semifinals over here with Brady Siebels. Brady, kind of taking a look at some of the matchups today, maybe that you're looking for in the semifinals, or maybe some of the team races or individual races that you're looking for as we enter into our semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great day number 1 of wrestling. Lisbon doing Lisbon things here that they would hope to do at their home tournament right now with the 11-point team score lead. 8 wrestlers in the semifinals, opportunity for them to really bank a lot of points here, especially in this semifinal round, coming to try to lock up that championship once again in their home tournament. And should be some really, really good semifinal matches. Of course, the big one here, if it holds to chalk, right, one of the top Class A versus top Class B in 139 pounds with Colton Grable of Valley City against Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley. That one should be a fun. However, they still got to win a match earlier today. They got to win the semifinals. And knowing what I know with Coach Rob Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley, he'll make sure that Sawyer is not overlooking his opponent here in Cruz Ranke, especially a Lisbon Bronco opponent. You always have to try to take them seriously. And then it really is a matter of that wrestleback rounds here to try to get there. Obviously, Lisbon will be pacing the field, but see how high you can get. See if you can get in that top 5, get in that top 3 when it comes to the end of the day. This is really where it counts, right? Be there, try to just survive and advance each and every single round that you can here at the Lisbon tournament.
Yeah, we've heard in previous comments from several of the coaches that those teams that are in the hunt for that tournament title, they say these tournaments are lost or won in those wrestleback rounds. Really trying to keep those wrestlers in that grind through the wrestlebacks and then make it into those placing rounds. And as we head into the semifinals, you had mentioned the 139-pound matchup there between Sawyer Owens and Cruz Ranke at 139 in the semifinals. I have a couple others that I think may be of interest at 127 pounds. You have Logan Potts-Lemoore taking on Lindstrom of Devil's Lake. And at 145, you have number 3, Garber takes on number 5, Greenlee. So number 3 in a Class B, ranked number 3 Class B, is Nick Garber. He'll take on number 5, Greenlee. Garber coming down from 152 pounds, wrestling today at 145. And then at 152 pounds, you have number 5, Miles Thiel, just taking on number 4, Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos at 152. Another matchup to watch out for. Those two have met up 3 times previous to this, and had, first met up at the Wapton Dan Unruh tournament earlier in the season, then at the Letterman's tournament, and then the duel. And right now, Eng leads that series, head-to-head series, 2-1 over Miles Thiel, just at 152. So the number 5 Class B taking on the number 4 Class B in the semifinals. And then at 172 pounds, we have Tanner Mengi, number 7 Class B at 189. He's down here today at 172 pounds, and he's taking on the number 3 on the Class A side, Nate Saylor of Bismarck St. Mary's. And then at 285, we have Seth Irie taking on Nate Ziegler of the Border West Buccaneers. So those are just some of the matchups to watch out for as we go through or enter into our semifinal rounds. And they are just making a few announcements inside here. We'll likely have to step away and turn to the national anthem as we'll start day number 2 here at the 2025 Storhaug's tournament. We are in the IRI Insurance pre-tournament show. We'll step away, take over from our sponsors, and then come back, close it out with the pre-tournament show, and then get back into the rapid fire call of our tournament here over on mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium, mats number 3 and 4 over in the north gymnasium. So all that ahead on yourliveevent.com.
Hillsboro Dairy, with delivery of fresh dairy products and more to your home door. I've had Hillsboro Dairy delivering cold, fresh dairy products and other items to my door for years. 3 main reasons why. It's the convenience, the products are fresh, and the delivery service from the Udder Guy. Nobody does it like the Udder Guy. Every week, we get the CT. Please call him at 701-436-5877. Delivery right to your door from Hillsboro Dairy. The Hillsboro Vets Club thanks you for your support of their activities and events. Stop in and to check out their new menu. Enjoy the Vets Club appetizers every Wednesday from 5 till 7. And as I've said many times, they have the best roasted chicken around. Enjoy roasted chicken every Saturday from 5:30 till 7:30. Get there early because sometimes it's gone early because it is the best roasted chicken. Fries and coleslaw also available with this meal every Saturday. Dine in or take out. The Hillsboro Vets Club. Hi, this is Jim, and with Bernie Berkemeyer, we're inviting you on a holiday vacations tour. Join us in enchanting Ireland June 25th to July 4th. Experience the ancient history, natural beauty, and the warm hospitality of Ireland. We travel across this beautiful country visiting places like the Kilkenny Castle and the breathtaking cliffs of Moll. Visit holidayvacations.com, keyword RJ for more information, or call 888-557-1020 for a free brochure.
Hey, welcome back to yourliveevent.com. We are at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament, and we're about 5 minutes away from going live on the mat side of mats 1 and 2 in the main gymnasium and mats 3, number 4 over in the north gymnasium. And looking at the Lisbon Broncos coming into day number 2, Broncos sitting with 8 wrestlers in the semifinals. They have semifinalists for the Broncos at 121 pounds with Grayson Lyons, 127 Noah Anderson, 139 Cruz Ranke, 145 Griffin Greenlee, 152 Ryan Eng, 160 Eli Lyons, 215 Brock Lyons, and 285 Aiden Hinkle. So the Lions boys for the Broncos running the board, making it into the semifinals. And Broncos still alive in the consolation rounds. We have 107 is Micah Fromke, 114 Nias Lyons, 133 Gavin Robertson, 172 Riley Lucina, and 189 Zach Ward. So those are your Broncos in the semifinals, and those still down in that third round consolation matches. Broncos entering this tournament might be the first time they've entered a tournament with a full lineup, and they currently sit in that top 5 spot on the Bank North scoreboard, sitting in first place with 122 points. And going over here to Brady. Brady has a quick rundown for us for a couple of the other teams here that Your Live Event covers. So I'll turn this over to Brady.
Yeah, we'll go over some of the YLE schools that we cover. Hillsboro Central Valley and Coach Rob Owens. We'll get you those in just a moment. We'll pause for our national anthem. Then we'll get you a rundown when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
At Ironhide, we like to have our sales guys cater to the owners of the businesses or the customers that they're trying to help out to actually find a solution to their problem. We understand that customers have a job to do, and we strive to keep that job going without interruption.
We've invested so heavily in this facility, but bigger than that, in the people.
The Kindred School District looks to collaboratively cultivate an environment that challenges learners to reach their full potential in a student-centered, community-supported environment while building authentic relationships that promotes active engagement in learning, literacy, and life. Kindred Public Schools' mission is to educate, prepare, and maximize student potential. Kindred Public School District, student-centered, community-supported. For more info about upcoming school events and news, go online to kindred.k12.us.
Yeah.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com, our final segment of our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show. We'll get you a rundown on some of the other YLE schools with wrestlers competing for the boroughs of Hillsborough, Central Valley. They came in today. They brought 4 to this tournament. They've got 3 wrestlers still alive. All 3 of those wrestlers in the semifinal round with Justin Terrell at 121, Sawyer Owens at 139, and Braden Chenault at 189 pounds. Another YLE school includes Kindred. They've got a couple in the semifinals, as they have 145-pounder Brock Johnson in the semifinals, as well as 152-pounder Miles Thilgis and 172-pounder Tanner Mengi. All those 3 wrestling in the semifinals for the Kindred Vikings, as we get some of our matches underway right now. For Central Cass, Derek Jorson at 107 in the semifinals, as is a number of Squirrel wrestlers in the placing or in the wrestleback round, still trying to get into the placing round. 1 semifinalist for Central Cass here, as we'll get a quick fall here on mat number 2, as Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos, the first period pinfall victory over Bodie Ritter of Bismarck St. Mary's. So Fromke will continue to advance here at the 107-pound weight class.
All right, that wraps up our Irie Insurance pre-tournament show on YourLiveEvent.com as we are into action. Just to give you the layout, we have mats 1 and 2 here in the main gymnasium, and mats number 3 and 4 over in the North Gymnasium. Brady and I will keep you updated rapid fire back and forth on mats 1 and 2, and then bring it over to mats 3 and 4 with those updates as we get them here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Also, another YLE school includes the Carrington Cardinals, 107-pounder Sky Kramlich. He's in the semifinals for the Carrington Cardinals, as is 145-pounder Nick Garber. So 2 in the semifinals for the Carrington Cardinals as well. Keep you updated through that. We'll also keep you abreast of that and keep you timing-wise of when that semifinal round begins here this morning on YourLiveEvent.com. Now on mat number 2, it's Colton Grimm of Bismarck St. Mary's. He's going up against Mayport CG's Kipton Om. That is on mat number 2, 114-pound consolation round. Mat number 3 has Rich Kramlich of the Carrington Cardinals, trailing Nash Nitsky of Ellendale Edgeley Calm 3-0 as they wrestle in the first period. Over on mat number 4, Simon Trapp of Valley City. He trails Warren Byer of Bismarck St. Mary's. He leads Warren Byer of Bismarck St. Mary's 3-0, does Simon Trapp for the Highliners.
Yeah, back number 1, Noah Galbraith of Ellendale Edgeley Calm taking on Sutton Stearns of the Oaks Tornadoes. Stearns up 3-0. Just a reminder for these wrestleback or consolation rounds, the first period is a 2-minute period. That's a change from previous years, and that was always an important first takedown with that minute first period in the consolation rounds. But now we got 2 minutes to wrestle it out in that first period. And currently at mat number 1, they're in the first period with 15 seconds. 6-0 lead for Stearns from Oaks.
So in this next round of wrestlebacks, these are if you win, you continue and advance into the tournament. You lose, and your tournament is done for the wrestlers in this round. They're going to have to win 2 matches this morning to try to get into the placing rounds. At least 2 would get them into the 7th place match. See if they can win a few more to try to see as high as they can place as they place 1 through 8 here at the Storhaug Invite in Lisbon.
Yeah, that next round, to get into the placing rounds, they call that the blood round. So, no, too many tournaments that have a round called the blood round and have blood time in their sport, but we do in the, I guess we do in wrestling. So mat number 1, Noah Galbraith. Sutton Stearns still 6-0 at the start of the second period. Minute 50. Wrestlers up on their feet. Stearns works over the top, front headlock. Galbraith has the arm, trapped the leg on Stearns, who's trying to turn the corner. Stearns with the ankle caught on the near side. They're down on their knees on mat number 1.
Starting in the second period, Grimm of St. Mary's, he's got a 3-0 lead against Kipton of Mayport CG. In on a shot attempt. Grimm sprawled out, looking for a front headlock. Back up to his feet. Grimm seeing if he can get a throw here. And they'll break apart to stay neutral. 25 seconds gone in the period. Grimm with a 3-0 lead.
And Noel Galbraith scored the takedown on that scramble with Sutton Stearns. Now Stearns working reversal. Right now they're both in the north-south and in the leg pass position, working on each other's ankles and legs. But Galbraith still in control on top, or in the top position. 6-3 is your score on mat number 1.
Shot attempt by looking to tie the score. He's got a single leg, now into a double leg, runs out of bounds. No change, they'll stay neutral. 1:10 seconds remaining in period number 2.
And Stearns able to lock an arm and leg, kind of a Peterson roll situation. Has the reversal and near fall on mat number 1. That score 11-3 in the second period, 30 seconds remaining.
Restart back to the center. Shot attempt here, Grimm reaching at the near leg of with a reshot, sprawled out. Grimm reaching at that far leg. Though will turn it into a headlock right to the back. Kipton the 3-point takedown to tie it up. He's now going to look for the pinfall. 45 seconds to try to get it. Grimm going to have to try to fight off of his back. Lifting the head up, trying to get both shoulders. For sure is going to have 4 points of near fall, but he wants to get the pinfall victory. Looking at Coach Mueller, getting the instructions on how to try to get that pinfall. He'll put the arm across the head, now lock the grip of the arms and try to get the pinfall. Grimm still trying to bridge, fight off of his back, trying to stay alive. Has 15 seconds to last, cannot do it. And Kipton of Mayport CG with the pinfall victory at 114 pounds over Colton Grimm. Will advance into the next round, into the blood rounds of the wrestlebacks here at 114 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 107-pound consolation round match between Stearns and Galbraith. 11-3, no near fall awarded on that tilt. Little roll through by Sutton Stearns. Galbraith in the bottom position of that situation, scramble. Stearns working the backhand, now turns the corner. Maintains control on top. Galbraith stands up, clears the hands, hips away, and 1-point escape. Now steps around behind for a 3-point takedown. And now our score is 11-7. 4-point difference here in the third period. Noel and Galbraith of Ellendale Edgeley Colm mounting a comeback in this third period. Down to 1:15 remaining on the clock.
Mat number 2 sees Kindred's Gavin Swenson going up against Lemore's Joseph Potts. And Potts with the takedown 30 seconds in. Take the first points of the matchup to lead 3-0. Here, this is 121 pounds. Potts now going to try to work tough on top here. Over on mat number 3, Nolan Menji of Kindred. He's taking on Carter Coughlin of Valley City. That is 114 pounds. Over on mat number 3, there in the Armory.
Yeah, final 30 seconds. Sutton Stearns gets the reversal. 15-7, 8-point difference now. Over here on mat number 1, Stearns in that top position. Has the deep way stride. Now a sit out by Galbraith. He's able to clear the hips. Stearns going to try to back him out. They're going to scramble, but Galbraith running out of time as they go out of bounds back to the center for the restart with 13 seconds remaining. 15-7 lead for Sutton Stearns of Oaks.
Update there from the Armory. Nash Nitschke of Ellendale Edgeley Colm does pick up the pinfall victory over Carrington's Ridge Cramlich. So Carrington's Cramlich will see his tournament conclude here in the wrestleback round. As it's now 4-2 in favor of Potts. Final 10 seconds of the period. Potts looking to try to set up, looking for a headlock. Swenson grabbing at the leg. Throw attempt. They run out of time, and they'll go back to the center. They'll get a start to start period number 2 as Joseph Potts has a 4-2 lead going into the second period.
And your winner is Sutton Stearns over on mat number 1. He'll advance, stay in the consolation rounds. Now your matchup on mat number 1 at 114 pounds. We have Grayson Lion, or Nias Lions for the Broncos taking on Hudson Droll of Mandan. This is a 114-pound consolation round match on mat number 1.
Over on mat number 4, Simon Trapp of Valley City does pick up the victory over William Byer of Bismarck St. Mary's. So Trapp will advance at 107 pounds. It's now 7-2 as Joseph Potts will get the takedown on mat number 2, extend his lead to 5-0. Trying to crowd Swenson, stay in the top control. We'll get a stalemate and a restart back to the center with 1:25 to go.
And we're still scoreless on mat number 1 between Nias Lyons and Hudson Droll. Droll on a single leg shot on Lyons, has him cracked down to his hip, turns the corner for a 3-point takedown. Now our chain wrestles up to half. Nelson Lyons is going to try to counter that, peels the half, posts the outside leg, but broke back down by Hudson Droll. Mandan Droll with the 3-0 lead with 1:15 remaining in the first period on mat 1.
Potts reaching through, has the arm of Swenson, going to try to do something with it with a minute to go now in the second period. He's got a 5-point lead at 7-2. And we'll get a stalemate and go back to the center. 49 seconds to go in period number 2.
And mat number 3, Carter Coughlin and Noel Mengi still scoreless. That's in the first period. Not sure if the track wrestling is updating on that match or what's going on. Looks like 1:39 remaining between Mengi and Carter Coughlin on mat number 3.
Bonds got dinged for a caution. That's okay. It's his first one. You get 2 free. Third one is a point. Still has a 5-point lead. Roll attempt here by Swenson. Able to clear the hips, put in the crossface. Potts reaching through, grabbing at the near ankle. No points awarded. Swenson will hook the near leg. Going to try to get that leg free. See if he can get 2 points for the reversal. Potts, though, grabbing at that near ankle. Trying to hold on to it, stay in top control. Final 10 seconds of period number 2. Re-switch here, sit out by Potts. Looking to remain in control. Final couple ticks of the clock. He'll grab the near arm and ride it out. So all that, no change. Potts still remained in top control and will retain a 7-2 lead. Going into period number 3, Swenson chooses neutral to start our third period.
We're 7-0 score over on mat number 1 between Hudson Droll and Nias Lyons. Droll starting in top position, scores a 1-point escape, now 8-0. That's at the beginning of the second period.
Swenson with a throw right to the back. He gets a 3-point takedown, a 4-point near fall. It's a 7-point move, and now Gavin Swenson turns a 5-point deficit into a 2-point lead. Trying to lock up the cradle, see if he can get the arms locked now with the lead for the first time. Potts trying to stack Swenson up. He's got a headlock finish. Swenson, though, kept the cradle and then able to just roll through. And now near fall points upcoming once again for Gavin Swenson. Going to try to extend his lead. He leads by 2, but it will be a 6-point lead. Still keeps the hands locked, so same move official holding the count of 4. A little bit high is Swenson. Potts going to try to free the arm. There's the 4-point near fall. It's a 2-point escape. And now Potts going to have some near fall points. Swenson able to get himself back to his belly, but it is a 4-point near fall. And we're all tied 13-13 with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, great exchange over there on mat number 2. Mat number 1, Hudson Droll is up 14-0. 14-0, working on a technical decision. They're on the center edge of the mat right now. 13-0, Hudson Droll over Nias Lyons. Back to the center for a restart in the second period, 36 seconds remaining.
Swenson retakes the lead, sit out into a switch and a 2-point reversal. Give him a 15-13 lead. Final 20 seconds. Swenson just going to try to hold it out, ride it out here. Potts was looking for a stand-up. Swenson, though, will bring him back down, bring him to his side. Just going to try to hold him there. He's content to just ride out the final 5 ticks of the clock. Last chance for Potts here, trying to do something, unable to. And Gavin Swenson will pick up the 15-13 victory to advance at 121 pounds.
And Hudson Droll on mat number 1, working for the fall at the end of the second period. He's up over Saturday Night Ride. Official down there takes a look. And with 2 seconds remaining, Hudson Droll, your winner by fall over Nias Lyons on mat number 1 at 114 pounds.
Tyler Burchell of Breckenridge Wahpeton, a freshman at 14-14. He will go up against Kindred's Jager Jordheim, an 8th grader at 5-5 on the season. This 127 pounds.
Yeah, matchup over at mat number 3 in the second period between Carter Coughlin of Valley City and Nola Mengi of Kindred. That's still scoreless. at the end of the second period on mat number 3. And mat number 4, Chase Coughlin of Valley City has the 3-0 lead over Cole Pittman of the Border West Buccaneers. That's in the first period with 1:30. Coughlin in the top position on mat 4.
Shot attempt here and a takedown for Burchell. He'll take the first points of the match, 3-0 against Jager Jordheim of Kindred. Kindred coming in here to after day 1, 7th place at 66.5 points. We talked with Coach Justin Lehman last night. One of the things he pointed out, Kindred now able to really put in a full roster, maybe the first time for a lot of these wrestlers where they are going to pay attention to the team race, try to see how high they can get in that team standing, see if maybe they can vault it, try to potentially get in the top 5 here this Saturday. Jordheim, though, trails 3-0 as we wrestle. Final 40 seconds of period number 1. Deep waist here for Burchell, but Jordheim able to get his arms back free, was looking for a stand-up attempt, but able to break him down is Burchell and belly him out. Now is going to put in a leg ride with 30 seconds to go in the period.
And mat number 1, Max Volks of Devils Lake has the 3-0 lead over Braden McLean of the Border West Buccaneers. Volk in the top position. They work the far edge of the mat. They're out back to the center for a restart over on mat number 1 with 47 seconds remaining in the first period. Volk of Devils Lake has the 3-0 lead.
Burchell, 2-on-1 wrist control. Final 5 seconds of the period. Going to see if he can get a quick turn before the end. Gets a count of 1. Jordheim, though, able to belly himself back out. Doesn't give up any near fall points. But Tyler Burchell of Breckenridge Wahpeton will take a 3-0 lead into the second period.
And mat number 3 still scoreless in the third period between Nolan Mengi and Carter Coughlin. And it looks like Mengi for Kindred Vikings in the top position on mat number 3, but that match still scoreless. And then mat number 4, Chase Coughlin of Valley City has a 7-2 lead over Cole Pittman of Border West Buccaneers. That's at the start of the second period. Chase Coughlin has the 5-point lead on mat 4.
So Jordheim will start in the down position to begin period number 2, as Burchell chose the top position to start. Puts the leg in, has Jordheim bellied out. Now going to try and move in the top position. Rolling out the wrist. Jordheim able to get himself back to his knees. But Burchell grabbing at that near ankle and bellies Jordheim back out. Puts in the power half, out to the side, going to try to run with it. Jordheim, though, able to break the grip. And Burchell right back in it on a crossface into a Butcher, looking to spin behind the head, trying to get some near fall points. Not quite there, now just trying to arch Jordheim back. But Jordheim back to his belly, and now Burchell will shoot that power half once again and look to run out with it in the side.
And mat number 1 still 3-0 lead for Max Volk. He's in the bottom position. A couple mat return attempts now. Braden McLean's able to take Volk back down to the mat. McLean sticks in a leg ride on the near side, works up over the top in that head cradle position. He'll try to roll Volk back over his body, but Volk working some hand fighting underneath there, able to break the grip. That's still 3-0 lead for Max Volk on mat number 1, second period, minute 20 on the clock.
Burchell with the turn and the pin. Tyler Burchell of Breckenridge Wahpeton will pick up the second period pinfall over Jager Jordheim at 127 pounds to advance. They're at into the next round of Wrestlebacks. Coming up, it is Keen Steffens of Border West, an 8th grader at 0-1. He will go up against Simon Schneider of Central Cass, a junior at 3-20 on the season. That's coming up here on mat number 2.
And mat number 1 had a restart back to the center of the mat as wrestlers went off the center edge on that restart. Volk trying to get to his feet, but McLean goes back to that into the inside leg ride and the head cradle over the top. He'll try to force that and roll Volk back over his body, but right now Volk doing a good job of defending here on mat 1.
Schneider with a duck under, able to bring him back down to his belly, and so Simon Schneider will get the first points of the matchup for the Central Cass Squirrels. Grabbing at the near wrist, trying to get a breakdown, has Steffens bellied out. See what he can do from the top position. Out to the side, going to try to shoot a half, but Steffens able to peel. Now Schneider reaching through, was looking for a cradle. Steffens will put it into a headlock. No change. sit out by Steffens, and he'll get the escape point, make it now 3-1. Halfway gone in the first period.
Yeah, a result from that Mat 3 match between Coughlin and Mengi. That was Coughlin of Valley City, the 7th grader, over Nolan Mengi of the Kindred Vikings by a score of 6-0. Result over there from Mat number 3.
Shot attempt by Steffen. Schneider, though, able to defend, and then they'll bring themselves back to the center of the mat. Clock still ticking now with 35 seconds to go in the first period.
And Mat number 1, Max Volk, Braden McLean, now 5-2's your score at the start of the third period. 2 points awarded to McLean at the end of the second. They started a neutral position. McLean down by 3 points. Takedown will tie this one up on Mat number 1.
Schneider, single leg, transitions it into a double, ducks the head, and gets the takedown. Up his lead now, make it 6-1 with 16 seconds to go in period number 1.
And Max Volk denies McLean that takedown. Now 8-2's your scored. Volk building up a lead, 6-point lead. He's in control in the top position. Works up underneath, trying to dig or bring the wrist across the belly on the underside. Works a chicken wing tilt as now they're just rolling out to the edge of the mat on Mat number 1.
Schneider with a breakdown off of the whistle. Steffens, though, knee slide, roll, going to try to get some points before the end of the period. Schneider, though, able to follow him. They will give a 1 point for a loss of control. So Keen Steffens will trim his deficit now to 4 at 6-2 as we go to period number 2. Steffens wins the toss. He will defer, and Schneider will elect to start in the neutral position to begin our second period on Mat number 2.
And we're still in action over on Mat number 1. 6-2 is the score. Or excuse me, 8-2 is the score on Mat number 1. They're in the third period with 41 seconds remaining. Wrestlers finally called out by the official. Back to the center for a restart. McLean takes his time to get back to the middle. He's down by 6 points with 41 seconds remaining in the third period.
Still 6-2 in favor of Simon Schneider over on mat number 4. Tucker Hennessy of Border West, he has a 3-0 lead over Caber Bryce Volk of Devil's Lake. Mat number 3, Keegan Rorich of Lynn HMB and Jackson Wilson of Carrington. They are tied at 6 apiece as they head into the third period over there on mat number 3 in the Armory, as we've got blood time here on mat number 2 with Schneider still leading 6-0 as they wrestle in period number 2.
And 8 seconds remaining, third period. 8-2 is your score. Max Volk in the top position. They had a potentially dangerous call by the official with those 8 seconds remaining. McLean back to the center for the restart. He's down by, actually it was a 1 point awarded to Braden McLean on a technical violation. 8-3 is your score. He's down by 5 seconds. He'll try to Granby out. Volk steps back around in the scramble, and time runs out here for Max Volk. I should say for Brady McLean, as Max Volk wins by an 8-3 decision. And he advances to the blood round here on mat number 1 at 121 pounds for Devil's Lake.
Hennessy picks up the pinfall victory for Border West there on mat number 4. Now on mat number 4, it's Andre Von Eden of Lemoore taking on Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. That over in the Armory on mat number 4. Back to wrestling here on mat number 2. Schneider with a 6-2 lead as they wrestle. Minute and 15 to go in period number 2. Feeling out here, hand fighting, head position. Seeing if something can materialize and they can try to set something up here. Now a minute to go in the second period. Schneider still with the 6-2 lead as we wrestle on mat number 2. Shot attempt here by Steffen. Schneider with the sprawl. Pushing down on the head, also reaching through. Trying to see if he can get a turn or get the spin, try to tack on to his lead. Steffen, see if he can cut it down to just a 1 point matchup here with 35 seconds to go in the period. Schneider with a cross face, reaching through, grabbing at the near leg, bringing Steffens down to his belly. Gonna run with it, cross face into a butcher, and the 3 point takedown, make it 9-2 with near fall points upcoming. As Simon Schneider gonna look for the fall, has 15 seconds to try to get it here in period number 2.
And mat number 1, your matchup here with Oaks, Old Load, and Shefke taking on Porter Clem of the Border West Buccaneers on mat number 1. That's 3-0 lead for Shefke.
Schneider gets the fall in 3 minutes and 53 seconds. So Simon Schneider of Central Cass will advance at 127 pounds.
And mat number 3, 127-pound matchup in the first period. Remington Burnside and Northern Cass takes on Gabe Dumas of Grafton. Both 7th graders battling it out, stay in this tournament at 127 pounds on mat number 3. Mat number 4, 133, is Andre Van Eden of Lemoore taking on Cameron Kittleson of Kindred. Kittleson, the 7th grader, has the 6'2 lead over Van Eden, a freshman from Lemoore, at 133 pounds on mat 4.
Mat number 2, Jordan Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton. He'll go up against Jackson Ness of Northern Cass. Kappas, a freshman at 9 and 18. Ness, a 7th grader at 4 and 14 for the Northern Cass Jaguars. Ness front headlock. Kappas able to get his head back free. They'll break apart. Stay neutral. Shot attempt here by Ness. Double leg, trying to suck it in. And able to duck the head, gets the takedown. So Jackson Ness of Northern Cass will pick up the first points of the matchup. He'll lead 3-0, 30 seconds in. They go out of bounds. We'll get a restart back in the center.
And mat number 1, 133 consolation round match between Jude Lange, Bismarck St. Mary's, an 8th grader, 6-16 record, taking on Quincy Corbin of the Valley City, a senior, 8-12. That's currently scoreless. They're at the far edge of the mat, working a little bit of hand fighting, trying to get through that head-hands defense over here on mat number 1 with a minute 15 remaining in the first period.
Over on mat number 3, Northern Cass's Remington Burnside. He trails 7-0 over Gabriel Dumas of Grafton as they wrestle in period number 1. They're in the armory. Kappas able to get back up to his feet, gets the escape point, make it 3-1. In on a shot attempt, 3 points. And just like that, Jordan Kappas will take a 4-3 lead. Minute gone in period number 1. Kappas out to the side, runs a half. Gonna try to belly Ness out. Ness back to his knees, post the near leg. Kappas, though, able to bring him back down, belly him out. Now gonna run with it. Try to get out to the side, see if he can get the turn. There's the turn. Ness gonna have to try to fight off of his back. Cannot do it. Jordan Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton with the first period pinfall to advance here at 133 pounds.
And mat number 1, that's Jude Lange taking on Quincy Corbin. 3-2 your score. Corbin, nice little hip heist roll through over the top on Jude Lang and scores a 2-point reversal. They're called off the edge of the mat. 15 seconds remaining. We'll go back to the restart. So 3-2 your score. 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Jude Lang starts in the bottom position.
Over on mat number 3, it's Crew Walski of Carrington. He's going up against Ethan Tazrak of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. And Tamol Walters of Mandan wrestling on mat number 2 against Isaac Navarro of Grafton. This 139-pound matchup.
And mat number 4, 139, is Teague Knockboer, Border West Buccaneers, taking on Nye Kerr of Northern Cass. That's scoreless in the first period. And mat number 1, we're 3-2 at the end of the first period going into the second. And looks like Quincy Corbin will choose neutral. He's down by 1 point on mat number 1.
Walters with a turn and a tilt, able to keep the foot in bounds. Gets a count of 4, so it's a 7-point move for Tamol Walters as he will take a 7-0 lead as they wrestle. 41 seconds gone in the first period. We'll get a restart back in the center.
And now with the minute 35 remaining, still 3-2 your score. Corbin chose the neutral position to start our second period. Wrestler still holding the center of the mat. Now Corbin goes in on Russian tie, shoots for high crotch. Langing is going to step around behind him for the 3-point takedown. 6-2 is the score now on mat 1.
A reversal here by Navarro, make it now 7-2. Walters back up to his feet and will get a potentially dangerous call. Restart back in the center, 51 seconds gone in period number 1. Walters with a 7-2 lead. He'll start in the down position there on mat number 2.
And Corbin able to hip ice back around, pulls out that same move that he used in the first period, up over the top on Jude Langing, working for the fall for the Highliners. 6-4 is the score, but Corbin works for the fall over here on mat number 1.
Walters with a caution. They'll readjust the hand placement on the starting line, and now we'll get the whistle. Walters sit out off the whistle into a stand-up attempt, trying to peel the hands. Navarro, body lock, now we'll put in a leg, loses the grip. Walters able to face him. In on a front headlock attempt. Into a throw. Gonna try to arch it back. Navarro holding on. Navarro still with control. No points awarded. Final 25 seconds of the period. Walters trying to get that throw locked up. Bit of a scramble here with 15 seconds to go. Walters still with a 7-2 lead.
Line gang over on mat number 2, or excuse me, on mat number 1. He ties it up 8-8 at the end of the second period. So Line gang able to hit Pius back through, returns the favor on the reversal. He ties it up at 8 apiece on mat number 1.
Walters able to get the reversal before the end of the period, so he'll take a 9-2 lead going into period number 2. There on mat number 2, he wins the toss. Excuse me, they'll retoss it here. Now he wins the toss. He'll defer, and Navarro will choose the down position to start our second period.
And mat number 4 update, 139 pounds between Nyker and Teague Knockboer, Border West Buccaneers. 7-0 is that score in the second period. Mat number 3 update, 145, Grayson Matson taking on teammate Leo Lallam of Lemoore. 3-0 lead for Lallam on mat number 3 at 145 pounds. And now 11-8 your score. Jude Langang with the takedown. He has the 3-point lead with a minute 15 remaining in the third period.
Blood time, they'll get that cleaned up and restart us back here in the center of the mat. Walters in top position with a 7-point lead. There's a wrestle on mat number 2. Navarro, though, up to his feet. Stand-up attempt. Walters looking for a mat return. Able to do so. Brings Navarro back down to his side. See what he can do in the top position. Keeps that wrist locked up. Going to try to set something up here in the top position.
And we're 11-8 on mat number 1. Still 3-point lead now for Jude Langang. He has the leg caught, trying to stretch out the arm and walk it out and expose those shoulders of Quincy Corbin. Corbin just trying to peel that wrist off around the chin. But Langang in control at this point with 25 seconds remaining in the third period with the 3-point lead on mat 1.
Navarro back up to his feet, but then a mat return by Walters. He'll stay in top control, still with a 7-point lead.
And mat number 4, 145-pound consolation round match between Zane Lyons of Lisbon Broncos taking on Brecken Bitts of Mandan. That's scoreless in the first period on mat number 4. And then Leo Lallam, Grayson Matson matchup on mat number 3, 145 pounds. Lallam still with the 1-point lead, 3-2.
So Walters will stay in the top position here as he leads 9-2 as we hit the 10 o'clock hour. Take a break, come back with more. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
All right, mat number 1, Cameron Caft and Robert Rodriguez of Grafton out there on mat number 1. That's 145-pound consolation match. Rodriguez, the blast double, will score the 3 points. Hit that blast double in 8 seconds into the first period here on mat number 1.
Walters leads 9-3. Here, final 10 seconds of period number 2. As they'll wrestle in the neutral position. Final couple of ticks of the clock. Shot attempt by Navarro. Walters with a sprawl, and that'll do it for the second period. Tamoa Walters of Mandan will take a 6-point lead into the final 2 minutes. He has choice. He'll choose neutral.
And we're still 3-0. Now 3-1 the escape over by Cameron Kraft at Devil's Lake. He's down by 2 points, minute 21 remaining. Wrestlers on the center edge of the mat. Up on their feet, little head tap by Robert Rodriguez. He had the nice blast double to open up that first period. He maintains a 2-point lead on mat 1.
Still neutral position. Navarro got to try to hit something here. He's got a 6-point deficit. Shot attempt. Walters with the sprawl. Popping down at the head. Going to try to stay in neutral position here. Walters puts in a cross face. Reaching at the near ankle. Going to try to spin behind, see if he can tack on to his lead.
Here Cameron Caft of Devil's Lake scores the takedown, now up by 1. He's up 4-3. Nice mat return by Cameron Caft. Takes Rodriguez back down the mat there in the first period, 45 seconds remaining. Kraft goes half Nelson. And that's countered by Rodriguez. Rodriguez works hand control, posts the outside leg, but returned back by Cameron Kraft. Still 4-3 the score, 30 seconds remaining.
Navarro back in on a shot attempt, single leg. Reaching through, Navarro pops the head out in between. We'll get another stalemate back to the center with now 46 seconds to go in period number 3.
Our final 10 seconds tick off the clock in the first period. 4-3 is the score. Cameron Kraft will go into this second period up by 1, and a stall warning given to Robert Rodriguez of Grafton. So Rodriguez picks up the stall. He's down by 1 point going into the second period.
Walters with the shot attempt. They go out of bounds and back to the center, 34 seconds. As Walters, a senior for the Braves at 13-13. Going to try to hold on and pick up the victory to advance at 139 pounds.
Our start of the second period, wrestlers in the neutral position, minute 50 on the clock. Little ankle pick shot by Rodriguez. He goes down low on Kraft and catches him flat-footed. Kraft is able to throw in a whizzer here. Rodriguez is going to try to close this one out on the takedown. And 3 points awarded now for Robert Rodriguez. He's up by 2, 6-4. Kraft up quickly up to his feet, working a little bit of hand fighting on mat 1.
Walters able to pick up the victory, a final 9-3. Tamal Walters of Mandan over Isaac Navarro of Grafton to advance at 139 pounds.
And Rodriguez picks up 2 near fall. Still not awarded by the referee, has to break that hold. Official satisfied now, 2 points to Rodriguez. 8-4 is your score. He's building this 4-point lead. That's in the second period with a minute on the clock. They go out of bounds, back to the center for a restart.
Alex Dahman of Bismarck St. Mary's on the mat on mat number 2, a freshman at 15-5. He's going up against Kellen Ottson of Kindred, an 8th grader, at 3-4. In on a front headlock. Ottson, though, able to get his head back free. They'll stay neutral. 15 seconds gone in period number 1. Back to a collar and elbow tie. Front headlock once again by Dahman. Snap down. See what he can do with it. Going to try to spin behind. Grabbing at the far leg. Now we'll go to the near leg. Ottson grabbing at the near leg. Underneath with a single leg. We'll get a stalemate and go back to the center. No change. Neutral, scoreless, with a minute and 27 seconds to go in the first period.
8-6 our score as Cameron Kraft with the reversal. He now is within 2 points of Robert Rodriguez. Rodriguez in the bottom position on the restart as they go off the far edge of the mat. 24 seconds remain, second period. 2-point lead for Robert Rodriguez of Grafton.
Front headlock once again. Pushing down on the head is Dahman of Bismarck St. Mary's. Had Ottson down to a knee. Now we'll bring him back down to the knee. Gonna spin behind. Ottson grabbing at the near leg and arm. There's the takedown. Sit out into a stand-up for Ottson. So it's a 3-point takedown for Dahman. It's a 1-point escape for Ottson. It's 3-1 with 45 seconds to go in the period.
And now at the end of the second period, we're 8-6 over on mat number 1. Wrestlers choose the neutral position to start our third period. Cameron Kraft down by 2 points for Devil's Lake. Wrestlers now just dancing around that center circle, working hand control, working through the head hands defense on mat 1.
Over on mat 4 in the third period, Zane Lyons has a 5-4 lead over Brecken Blitz of Mandan. Mat number 3, Aiden Thummel has a 4-3 lead over Billy Hughes there on mat number 3 in the consolation. I will keep you updated on those matches here in the Armory throughout the day. Cow catcher attempt by Dahman. Ottson, though, able to defend. Reshot into a double, but they run out of time. And they'll go to the second period. Dahman with the 3-1 lead.
And Cameron Kraft was able to get on top of Robert Rodriguez and closed out the match with the win by fall over here on mat number 1. So Kraft will advance into the consolation rounds at 145 pounds with that win by fall over Robert Rodriguez of Grafton.
Ottson, single leg attempt here to begin period number 2. Still neutrals. They started neutral to begin this period.
Mat number 4 update. Now Zane Lyons has the 5-point lead. He's up 9-4 over Brecken Bits of Mandan.
Takedown here for Dahmen. That'll extend his lead now, make it 6-1 here with 80 seconds to go in period number 2.
And mat number 3, 152-pound consolation round match. Aiden Thummel of Central Cass up 4-3 over Billy Hughes of Valley City at the start of the second period.
Final Zane Lads will pick up a 9-5 victory for the Lisbon Broncos over on mat number 4 to advance. Dahmen still with a 6-1 lead halfway through the match as he'll now wrestle in the top position. See if he can get something here on top.
And mat 1, 159 or 152-pound Devils Lakes. Nate Steinhaus, a sophomore. 12-4. Reese Klein, the 8th grader from Oaks. 3-0 lead for Nate Steinhaus in this first period with 57 seconds remaining. Back to the center for the restart. Off the whistle, switch attempt by Reese Klein. Nate Steinhaus rides him back around. He's in control in the top position in the center of the mat on mat 1.
Odson briefly got up to his feet, but it was a mat return for Dahmen. He'll remain in top control. Now final 15 seconds of period number 2. Found the head down, put in the half, see if he can get a quick turn, build onto his lead before the end of the period. Loses it, he'll just back away, remain in top control, right out the final couple ticks of the clock. And Alex Dahmen will take a 6-1 lead into period number 3.
And just to give forewarning, we will step away for a break at the conclusion of this match over on mat number 2. So if you looking to get up and go get some snacks from the cupboard or take a break there, we will step away for a word from our sponsors after the conclusion of the match on mat number 2.
So Otton will start in the top position. Dahmen able to spin behind, will get the reversal. It's 2 more points. Up his lead now 8-1 as Dahmen will look to ride on top. 2 takedowns for Dahmen and now a 2-point reversal. 1 escape for Otson. Dahmen now with the turn right to the back, going to look for the pinfall. Otson going to have to try to fight off of his back. Plenty of time for Dahmen. He's got a minute and a half, and there it is. Alex Dahmen with the pinfall victory for Bismarck St. Mary's over Keelan Otson of Kindred. Dahmen advances in the wrestleback round. As we hit the 10 o'clock hour, we'll take that break. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
Make your stop before or after the game at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota. Stop out throughout the week for mouth-watering lunch specials weekdays and mark Friday nights down on the calendar for prime rib, ribeye steak, or some walleye at the Knickerbocker. For more information or to find out about daily specials, give the Knickerbocker a like on Facebook by searching the Knickerbocker. Great food and good people. You can find it all at the Knickerbocker in Hickson, North Dakota.
Lakes Community Co-op delivers more than just propane into a tank. They deliver a commitment to customer safety with professional, knowledgeable service. Lakes Community Co-op propane customers can relax because having a monitored tank allows Lakes Community Co-op to know tank levels and therefore make timely deliveries. This takes away all your worries. Call 1-888-935-2281 for propane from Lakes Community Co-op. For more information, visit lakescommunitycoop.com.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good students from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful, innovative opportunities for students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District, from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbon.k12.nd.us.
Central Valley Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you are in the sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Tyson Sumby, a senior at Central Valley High School. My favorite thing about Central Valley High School is the community, because we are well put together. Find your favorites at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from the Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Hi, I'm Preston Ettinger with Lux Wealth Advisors in Mayville. At Lux Wealth Advisors, we believe financial planning is about more than numbers. It's about your future. We provide small town service with big company resources.
Hi, my name is Hunter Torgerson at Lux Wealth Advisors. As your neighbors, we understand the unique challenges you face.
Whether you're saving for your child's education, planning for retirement, or starting a business, we're here to help every step of the way.
With personalized strategies tailored just for you, we help turn your financial dreams into achievable goals. Lux Wealth Advisors, your trusted partner for a brighter financial future.
Stop on out to Watts Ace Hardware in Castleton and gear up with name brands from Steel, Milwaukee, Ego, and Craftsman Power Tools. Plus, Watts Ace Hardware has a key cutting and paint mixing section for your own do-it-yourself projects. From their grill selection with Traeger, Blackstone, Weber, and the Big Green Egg to their customer laser engraving center, Watts Ace Hardware is a place you need to check out. Stop in at 1610 Governor's Drive in Castleton for Watts Ace Hardware.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. We'll take a look at our Bank North scoreboard. Again, you can visit them online at banknorth.bank. Lisbon still the top team in the team standings, 125 points. Mandan in second at 122. Bismarck St. Mary's third at 82. Lemoore in fourth at 78.5. And Oaks rounds out the top five at 77. That's a look at your Bank North scoreboard. Again, online at banknorth.bank. We'll get you our hourly recap here from Olson Accounting. Give them or visit them their website today at colsoncpa.com for Olson Accounting. Right now I'm at number one, Riley Lucina for the Lisbon Broncos. He's got a 3-0 lead over Trevor Mathias of Valley City. They wrestle in period number one. Mat number two has Aiden Werner of Pembina County North. He's going up against Brighton Logan of Border West. Logan with a 6-2 lead there as they wrestle the start of period number two. Over in the Armory on mat number three, it is Henry Lettenmeyer of Lemoore just picking up the victory there. So now McCoy Ferguson of Central Cass is going up against Jens Tweet of Mayport CG there at 215 pounds. And on mat number four at 189 pounds, Alexander Murphy of Border West has a 3-2 lead over Jacob Heinrichs of Carrington there on mat number four. That is your recap from Olson Accounting. If you need help with monthly accounting or payroll, let Cindy and her staff give you a hand. Rely on their friendly team of professionals at Olson Accounting for all your tax and accounting needs. Go to olsoncpa.com.
Yeah, mat number one, 3-1 lead for Riley Lucina, Lisbon Broncos, the 8th grader, 20-10 record here in the wrestle background. He starts the second period in the bottom position on mat one.
Logan with a 6-2 lead, trying to get a turn here, trying to stack up. As there goes, actually that's Werner defensively getting the reversal, stacking Logan up, and Aiden Werner of Pembina County North, he'll pick up the pinfall and the victory here at 172 pounds.
Yeah, mat number one, wrestlers off the edge of the mat. Little stand-up attempt by Lucina, but they go off the edge. Once again, stand up by Lucina, trying to clear, didn't clear the hands. Mat return over by Matthias. Lucina has a 2-point lead, but he's in the bottom position trying to hit this stand up. Now hit by us back around. Matthias drops down to the leg on Lucina on mat 1.
Mat number 2, it's a 189-pound matchup here as we have for the Oaks Tornadoes. That is Carter Potasic, a senior at 13 and 10. He's going up against Briley Marr of Central Cass, a freshman at 4 and 10.
And mat number 3, Charles Jorgensen here at 285-pound consolation round match, taking on Braden Shimnewski of Oaks. That's scoreless in the first period, or just at the start of the first period on mat number 1 or mat number 3.
Potasic with the cow catcher or to the back and the pinfall victory. Carter Potasic of Oaks, he'll advance at 189 pounds with a 31-second pinfall victory over Central Cass's Briley Marr.
And Lucina for the Broncos with the reversal, now up 5-1 on Matthias of Valley City. Has the chin drop. He's going to try to drag him over. Scoops around the neck and the chin. Matthias still trying to defend it, not giving up near fall. But Lucina in the chin drop position on mat number 1.
189-pound consolation match on mat number 4. It's J.J. Haygood of Oaks wrestling Zachary Ward of Lisbon. That's just getting started in the first period. Also in the first period at 285 pounds, Braden Simonowski of Oaks is going up against Charles Jorgensen of Carrington. Both those matches in the first period over there in the Armory. Mat number 2, Kindred's Kaysen Newdell, an 8th grader at 1 and 6 on the season. He's going up against Linton HMB's Skylar Hoff-Wald, a freshman at 3 and 13. They're a heavyweight matchup on mat number 2.
And Matthias with the stand up here at the end of the second period. Not able to clear the hands as time expires. Lucina will take the 5-1 lead into the third period on mat number 1 at 172 pounds.
Duck under here by Newdell. Going to try to pick up the takedown. Going to try to lift, mat return, and get it as Kaysen Newdell will get the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Shoots the half. Now looking to get out to the side and run with it. Around the head. Back exposed. Going to look for the pinfall victory. Newdell now reverse half finish. Going to try to get the pinfall in advance here at 285 pounds. Hoff-Wald trying to fight off of his back, trying to bridge, trying to keep that shoulder off of the mat. Newdell plenty of time to try to settle in. He's got 50 seconds to try to get the pinfall victory. Looking at his coaches, they're giving him instructions. There's the pinfall. Kaysen Newdell for the Kindred Vikings, the pinfall victory, 1 minute and 14 seconds over Skylar Hoff-Wald. Newdell will advance at 285.
And mat number 4, Lisbon's Zach Ward out there wrestling J.J. Haygood. Haygood takes the 3-0 lead at the end of the third period, or end of the first period, at 189 pounds on mat number 4. Lucina and Matthias over on mat number 1. That's in the third period. Under a minute remaining, Lucina has the 4-point lead. He's up 5-1. Wrestlers in the neutral position. Collar tie by Lucina. Drops down to the ankle. Now back up to his feet. Another level change by Lucina as they're locked in the collar tie on the mat number 1. Now Lucina drags down. Matthias goes front headlock, spins around behind, 3-point takedown. 8-1's your score. 31 seconds remaining.
We'll get our 4th round of consolations, the blood rounds. The winner of this will advance into the placing rounds. Can do no worse than the 7th and 8th place matchups. Winners are these matches contested of winners of the morning, as well as facing off against the losers of the quarterfinal round last night. As right now we have Owen Braun of Bismarck St. Mary's, an 8th grader at 15 and 17. He's going up against Micah Fromke of Lisbon, a freshman at 17 and 10. Here a consolation round matchup at 107 pounds.
Yeah, the first blood round match over on mat number 2. Mat number 1 at the end of the third period. Lucina for the Broncos wins by 7. 8-1 score over Trevor Matthias of Valley City on mat number 1.
Mat number 3 sees, mat number 4. J.J. Haygood has a 3-0 lead against Zachary Wald of Lisbon. There as they wrestle in period number 2. Mat number 3, another blood round matchup at 107. Bristol Swanson of Kindred going up against Sutton Stearns of Oaks. They're on mat number 3 at 107 pounds.
And mat number 1, 172-pound consolation round match. This is still a third round consolation over on mat number 1. Luke Peterson of Mayport CG, a sophomore, taking on Levi Thorpe of the Oaks Tornadoes, a freshman. That matchup just underway, 3-0 lead within the first 15 seconds here on mat number 1.
As Fromke, a quick 7-0 lead, he's going to tack onto it with a cradle. Got a count of 2, so 2 near fall points. So give Fromke now a 9-0 lead. He'll look to ride out the final 5 seconds. Put in a crossface, also hook and ankle, reach through and ride out the time. So Micah Fromke with a 9-0 lead as we go to period number 2.
And your final result over on mat number 1, Levi Thorpe of Oaks over Luke Peterson of Mayport CG by foul in the first period at 172 pounds. That was still a third round consolation match on mat number 1.
Halfway through period number 1, Bristol Swanson has a 3-0 lead against Sutton Stearns there on mat number 3. Mat number 4, Wald and Haygood, they're tied at 3 apiece as we go into the period number 3. Neutral position, snap down, front headlock here for Fromke. Going to try to tack on to his lead. But Braun able to get his head back free. He'll reshot into a single leg. Try to pop the head out, now back to his single. Looking to crowd, see if he can get onto the scoreboard for the first time today. Does so, pops the head, gets the takedown. Owen Braun cuts into the deficit. He trails 9-3. 40 seconds gone in the period.
And mat number 1, 285-pound matchup, third round consolation match between Joshua Cavern and Mayport CG, Rye Fear of Illendale Edgeley Calm. And Vernon for Mayport CG has the 3-0 lead. He's in the top position, has a crossface, goes to the leg Turk on the far side. But 3-0 lead for Joshua Cavernan of Mayport CG on mat 1 in the first period.
Fromke gets a reversal as they go out of bounds, so he'll get those 2 points back and now make it an 11-3 lead. There as we wrestle, 1 minute and 2 seconds to go back in the second period. Stand-up attempt. On with a single leg. And a mat return by Fromke. He'll stay in top control. Crowd him, put in the cradle. Gonna try to stay in bounds. See if he can get it. Loses the grip. Scramble. Fromke gonna try to hold on to it. See if he can position this, and he'll stay in top control. We'll put on a leg on the near side as well. 30 seconds to go in the second period.
And mat number 1, Joshua Vernon wins by foul over Guy Fear, and he will advance into the blood round at 285 pounds on mat number 1.
Fromke, modified half Nelson here. Still has the leg hook, still remains in top control. Gonna try to hold on there. 10 seconds to go in the period. Gonna try to keep that 8-point lead, but Braun able to pop the head. Gets the reversal, make it 11-5. Final couple ticks of the clock, and we'll go to the third period. Micah Fromke of Lisbon, an 11-5 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
And mat number 4, Zach Ward for the Broncos grabs the lead up 6-3. It was tied up 3-3 in this third period, but now with another takedown, Ward up by 3 points over on mat number 4. That's towards the end of the third period at 189 pounds. And here on mat number 114 pound, this is blood round match winner. This advances into the placing rounds. Carter Coughlin takes on Ben Wagner. Wagner for the Oaks Tornadoes up 3-0 on mat number 1. I think Wagner at 107 pounds. At 114. I want to say that he was upset in the quarterfinals. Just take a look at that bracket. But Wagner was the number 2 seed. He was upset by Ryland Samuelson of Devil's Lake. So he's back here in this blood round match, trying to make it into the placing rounds over on mat 1.
That mat on mat number 4 goes final. So now on mat number 4, Kirby Freeman will take on Brody Gueston of Northern Cass. Freeman from Carrington. Ward does pick up a pinfall victory there on mat number 4. So Ward for Lisbon will advance at 189 pounds. Brody Gueston has a 3-0 lead over Kirby Freeman on mat number 4 as they wrestle in the first period. As scramble here between Braun and Fromke. Fromke seeing if he can face. Instead, Braun with the crossface. Near fall points upcoming. Braun looking to cut into the deficit. See if he can get the pinfall victory here at 107 pounds. Fromke, though, able to get himself back to a belly. It is a 4-point near fall. Make it 11-5 as the coach is telling him to cut him, give him the escape point. Fromke reaching at the far arm and now will give up the escape point. It's now 12-2. Braun needs another takedown in the final 20 seconds. There's the shot attempt for Braun. Fromke with a sprawl. Spin behind, get the takedown. Micah Fromke will get the 3 points there. Extend the lead now 15-9, and he'll just look to ride it out. Final couple ticks of the clock. And Micah Fromke will pick up the victory and advance into the placing rounds at 107 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 1, good matchup here for Drew Carr of Carrington Cardinals. A senior at 26-8 takes on Gavin Swenson of the Kindred Vikings at 121 pounds. This is another blood round match, another upset here as Carr at 121 pounds. He was the number 1 seed in the tournament. He was upset by Giardini of Mandan in the quarterfinals. He's here in the blood rounds. He has to take on Swenson, make it into the placing rounds on mat number 1.
Update on mat number 3. Kindred's Bristol Swanson has an 11-6 lead over Sutton Stearns as they wrestle. Final 20 seconds. He now ups it to 15-6 as Swanson just looks to ride out the final couple of seconds and pick up the victory there at 107 pounds in the blood rounds.
An update from mat number 4 between Zach Ward of the Broncos and J.J. Haygood of Oaks. It was Ward winner by fall at 189.
As the quick pinfall here, as it will be Alex Michokas of Mandan, the pinfall victory over Simon Trapp of Valley City there in the first period.
And mat number 1, Drew Carr, works on some more near fall. He has a 6-0 lead over Gavin Swenson in the first period. Now a 10-0 lead, minute 12 remaining in the first period. Carr up big over Swenson in the first on mat 1.
Mat number 2, Wesley Fisk of Devil's Lake, a junior at 13-8. He'll go up against Hudson Droll of Mandan, a freshman at 20-11. This matchup here at 114 pounds in the blood round.
And mat number 3, 114-pound blood round match between Gavin Root of Kindred and Kipton Am of Mayport CG. That's underway in the first period on mat 3. Mat 4, this is still a third-round consolation at 215 pounds between Brody Geston of Northern Cass, the senior, again, and Kirby Freeman from Carrington. 10-2 lead for Geston, trying to make it into the blood round on mat number 4.
Neutral position, no change here for Fisk and Droll as they wrestle center of the mat on mat number 2. Just trying to feel each other out, see if a shot attempt arises here as they go 40 seconds gone in the period.
And here's Drew Carr with the 14-0 lead. He's going to try to work for the fall, and he gets it at the end of the first period for the Carrington Cardinals on mat number 1. He makes it into the placing rounds. Top 8 here at the Storhaug on mat number 1.
Fisk and Droll still scoreless as we hit the bottom of the hour here at the 2025 Storhaug Invite. We'll take a break, come back with more on YourLiveEvent.com.
That winter weather have you feeling Make it less with the help of Mayport Hardware. They've got all the tools, tips, and tricks to make the most of your winter safety, projects, and fun. When the temps get too harsh to be outdoors, Mayport Hardware's games and toys can keep your family's spirits up. There's all kinds of ways to turn the of winter into yeah! Make memories this year with the help of Mayport Hardware, Trail County's Hardware Hank on Main Street in Mayville.
I will be your guiding light, 'cause you
At Stock Growers Bank in Lisbon, let them turn your dreams into reality and help watch them grow. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith will give you a tailored solution to fit your unique requests. From farming, buying a new home, or investing in your future, he has you covered. Stock Growers Bank celebrating 125 years of banking in your local communities. For more information, call Wyatt at 701-683-5000. Stock Growers Bank, where your success is their top priority. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, the half or the whole beef from Mueller Beef, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or whole from Mueller Beef out of Hillsboro.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
This is Jamie from Park Company Realtors, and I'd like to take a moment to show you around a new development in Kindred, Norman Acres. With a country-like feel, Norman Acres gives you the opportunity to have your own fully outfitted shop or outbuilding just steps away. Residential lot sizes vary between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre in size, and all lots for residences and shops have no special assessments. Give yourself the space to grow. Pick your spot and plant your roots in Norman Acres of Kindred.
The Northern Kansas School District believes that every learner can change the world. That's why they provide a world-class education. Northern Kansas will commit to purposely build trust, develop authentic relationships, and engage in innovative practices which will empower learners to be choice-ready. Northern Kansas is dedicated and passionate about relationships, teaching and learning, self-reflection, acknowledging greatness, and support of the community. For more information, go online to northernkansasschool.org. That's northernkansasschool.org. Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized and every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com. That's colsoncpa.com, or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Hillsboro, North Dakota invites you to experience the love of God. Our Savior supports all youth with academics, athletics, music, art, dance, and drama, and offer meaningful opportunities for people of all ages. Join us for worship at 8:30 or 10:30 each Sunday morning, in person or watch on television, HTC Channel 34, or online, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, or at oslchillsboro.com.
At Polar Communications, innovation is in our DNA. We're pioneers, always looking ahead to what's next to ensure our communities thrive. We were the first in the state to offer gig services, and we didn't stop there. We continue to lead the way in delivering high-quality, reliable technology to your doorstep. A better experience starts here.
Polk Norman Monoman Public Health is here to keep you safe and healthy.
We offer all types of birth control here in our office, including condoms, pills, patches, rings, Depo shots, IUDs, Nexpanons, and emergency contraceptive. STI screening is recommended every 6 to 12 months and with each new partner. All of this at little or no cost to you and always confidential.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as we get you our Olson Accounting update. Jaron Nelson of Oak just picks up the pinfall victory over Chase Coughlin there at 121 pounds. Right now on mat number 2 at 127 pounds, Brogan Erickson is going up against Simon Schneider. Erickson from Mayport CG, Snyder from Central Cass here at 127 pounds, as Erickson will pick up the takedown in period number 1. Mat number 3, Kindred's Gavin Rude will pick up the 17-6 victory over Kipton on there at 114 pounds. And at 107, Nash Nitsky on mat number 4 is trailing John Logering of Lemoore, 6-0 there on mat number 4 at 107 pounds. Now on mat number 3, it is Gallagher Wheeler of Central Cass going up against Carson Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's. That is your update from Olson Accounting. See olsoncpa.com.
And mat number 127 pound, that's Brock Martigue of Border West Buccaneers. Tyler Burchill, Breckwop Storm. Martigue on a single leg shot, headed with high crotch, and turns the corner, picks up his 3-point takedown on mat number 1. He has the 3-0 lead. We're at 127 pounds with a minute 15 remaining in the first period.
Erickson picks up the pinfall victory, so Brogan Erickson, he'll advance to the placing rounds at 127 pounds here today. Again, we'll keep the full coverage here. Semifinals have not yet begun, though, around this round of WrestleX. Then likely to get the semi-final rounds here. We'll keep all that coverage for you here today on yourliveevent.com. 127 pounds on mat number 2, Gabriel Dumas of the Grafton Spoilers. He's a 7th grader at 16 and 17. He's going up against Riggin Sand of Ellendale Edgley Colm, an 8th grader at 8 and 7 on the year.
And we are in the first period, 43 seconds back to the restart on mat number 127 pounds. Off the whistle, our score is 4-3. Tyler Burchill in the bottom position. Brock Martigue riding on top, goes double boot ride up over the hips, breaks Burchill down, belly down on the mat. Now goes crossface over the top on mat number 1.
Still wrestle neutral position here on mat number 2. 45 seconds gone in the period, 127 pounds. Update mat number 3, Mossett of St. Mary's now has a 5-0 lead in period number 1 against Central Cass's Gallagher Wheeler. Logering still with a 6-0 lead over Nitschke on mat number 4. Shot attempt here, Dumas looking to finish with it, trying to pick up the first points of the matchup, reaching at the near ankle. Able to limp arm out, get the takedown. So Gabriel Dumas will take the first points. He'll lead 3-0 as we wrestle with 45 seconds to go in period number 1.
Yeah, we are we're going into the second period now on mat number 1. 4-3 is the score between Brock Martigue and Tyler Burchill. Burchill in the top position chops the arm in that chicken wing ride. Matt returned back down. That's a minute 40 remaining in the second period. Martigue has the 4-3 lead. Now Martigue stands up, returned back down to the mat by Burchill.
Stand up here attempt by Sand, going to try to get his first points of the matchup. Dumas trying to mat return, trips, brings him down, but then a sit out into a switch and the reversal. 2 points for Sand, cuts his deficit now to 3-2.
These matches currently on all mats are blood round matches. Winners of these will enter into the placing rounds. They'll place in the top 8 at the 2025 Storhaug tournament. And over on mat number 3, that score is 13-3 between Gallagher Wheeler of Central Cass and Carson Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's. Mossett up by 10 on mat number 3 in the second period. Mat number 4 update. Nash Nitschke, Ellendale Edgley Colm takes on John Logering. Logering up 6-0 on mat 4 at 107 pounds.
Sand able to ride out the period, so he'll go into period number 2 with a 1-point deficit. He'll start in the down position to begin period number 3. Update there as Mossett of St. Mary's will get the tech fall victory at 16-0. There on mat number 3, over on the Armory. Mat number 4 now has Jackson Wilson of Carrington, a 7th grader. He'll go up against Pembina County North's freshman Oakley Brown. They're on mat number 4. Mat number 3, Loden Skefty of Oaks will take on Oscar Martinez of Pembina County North. That another 127-pound matchup. Sand with the escape, but then Dumas will get the takedown, so it's now 6-3 in favor of Grafton's Gabriel Dumas as we wrestle 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in period number 2.
And we're going into the third period now. 12-3 is your score over here on mat number 1. Brock Martigue, Border West Buccaneers, built up his 9-point lead, and they will start in the neutral position on mat 1.
Dumas still with a 6-3 lead as we'll get a timeout here, stoppage for readjust the headgear for Sand. He trails by 3. There's 49 seconds to go in period number 2. Mat number 4, Brown with a 6-0 lead over Carrington's Jackson Wilson. There's they wrestle in the first period. Halfway gone in period number 1 on mat number 3. Skefty and Martinez still scoreless.
And we're at a minute 30 remaining on mat number 1. 12-3 is the score. Brock Martigue over Tyler Burchill. Burchill in on a high crotch. He's going to in a scramble position. He's going to try to turn the corner. Picks up the takedown. 12-6 the score. He's down by 6 points on mat number 1 when the third period, minute 11. Now Burchill's going to turn the corner again, try to get around behind Martigue and score another takedown. Closing the gap here on mat number 1. Still hasn't turned the corner. He's out in the front position of the situation.
Sand will just get another headgear from a teammate. Now in on a stand-up and the escape. So Sand now down by 2 once again at 6-4. 30 seconds to go in period number 2. Neutral position, collar elbow tie-ups. Here's the clock ticking now under 20.
Martigue now trying to turn the corner. He kind of went in that forklift position. He's going to post his outside leg and try to turn around, but Burchill scrambles back up over the top. They're down to 30 seconds. Burchill running out of time. He has 30 to try to tie this up. He can either tie it or win it with a takedown and near fall or a pinfall. But this is the situation on mat number 1. 13-6 your score. They're in the neutral position. Burchill's going to go for it all right away. He's trying to hip ice through. He's got Martigue tied up on mat number 1.
Start of period number 3. Dumas with a 6-4 lead over Sand as we wrestle in the final 2 minutes. They'll start neutral position. Shot fakes by each wrestler. They'll stay neutral, center of the mat on that Bronco logo.
And Tyler Burchill runs out of time. Just couldn't quite get his hips underneath him to finish off that throw against Brock Martigue. And Martigue picked up the 3-point takedown at the end of the period. 16-6 your final score. Brock Martigue advances into the placing rounds on mat number 1.
Sand with a single leg into a double. Get the takedown. Give him the first lead of the match for him. He's now got a 7-6 lead over Gabriel Dumas. As now Dumas needs at least an escape here. Final minute and 10 seconds of the matchup.
And mat number 133-pound consolation room match between Gavin Robertson, the junior for the Broncos, 15-6. Tucker Hennessy, Border West Buccaneers, a freshman at 11-12. Once again, the winners of these matches will advance into the placing rounds, placing the top 8 at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament.
Dumas with a sit out. He needs an escape point. He trails by 1. Sand, though, able to stay close, follow. He'll stay in top control. Dumas once again with the sit-out position. But again, Sand will follow, and he will stay in top control with 35 seconds to go in the period. Sand going to try to ride it out and pick up the victory here on mat number 2.
And Hennessy catches Robertson in a headlock. Robertson's trying to roll through and reverse this, but Hennessy will have the takedown, and this thing is tight on Gavin Robertson. Robertson in some trouble here with Tucker Hennessy on mat number 1.
Sand will get called.
And that's it. The official calls the pin on mat 1.
Sand gets called for stalling. That's his first 17 seconds. Dumas needs an escape point here. Final 15 seconds to try to force overtime. Sand with the breakdown. Gets Dumas bellied out. He's content to just try to stay it right there. Sit out attempt by Dumas. Last gap's going to try for a roll. Nothing doing. And Regan Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Colm with the comeback victory to advance into the placing rounds here at 127 pounds.
A new matchup over on mat number 1 between Zane Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes and Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgeley Colm at 139 pounds. That match just underway. Allender with the quick takedown goes to work on top underneath the arms of Tazarek.
After two periods over in the Armory on mat number 4, Oakley Brown has a 9-1 lead for Pembina County North over Carrington's Jackson Wilson. Halfway through the third period, Oscar Martinez with a 5-0 lead over Loden Skefty of Oaks there on mat number 3. Yeah. Mat number 2, Breckenridge Wahpeton for the Storm. It's Jordan Kappas, a freshman at 10-18 on the season. He's going up against Hunter Zachmeyer of Mandan, a freshman at 12-6.
Allender has the 3-0 lead with that first takedown. Goes to work underneath with this chicken wing tilt. It's going to roll through on the edge of the mat and score some near fall with under a minute remaining in the first period over on mat number 1. And I wonder for the Tornadoes was a number 4 seed coming into the tournament. He was upset by Jace Duffy of Lemoore down here in the blood round, trying to make it into the top 8.
So Zach Meyer with the takedown. He'll take a 3-0 lead. He's got the cradle locked up, going to try to do something with it. We'll get a whistle, and we'll get blood time. Blood time here for Kappas with halfway gone in the period. Hunter Zach Meyer of Mandan, a 3-0 lead.
We're back to the center of the mat for a restart with 25 seconds remaining. 7-0's your score over here on mat number 1. Allender in the top position. Tazarek off the whistle, a little bit of sit out, trying to come back around. Allender chops the arm on the near side. Now goes far side. Going back to that 2-on-1 ride and try to work this tilt over on mat number 1. And Allender now ducks the head low over the side, the far side, doing some hand fighting with Tazarek as they go into the second period. 7-0 lead for Zane Allender on mat number 1.
So in blood time, we'll cut it as, again, it is Hunter Zachmeyer of Mandan, a 3-0 lead against Jordan Kappas of Border West.
So mat number 4 update, Oakley Brown has the 9-1 lead over Jackson Wilson of Carrington on mat 4, 121 pounds.
Mat 3, 133 pounds, Jude Langing of Bismarck St. Mary's. He'll go up against Logan Nielsen of Mayport CG. That 133-pound matchup on mat number 3. Back to wrestling on mat number 2. Zach Meyer with a breakdown. Final 40 seconds of the first period.
And Allender trying to turn the corner on Tazarek. Tazarek has that head trapped between his leg. Now Tazarek's going to go try to hit that funk roll. Grabs over the top of the ankle. But Allender with those long arms reaches over, secures a crossface. Still no call by the official over here on mat number 1, but now a 2-point reversal goes to Allender.
Zach Meyer reaching through at the arm, going to try to do something with it. Final 10 seconds of the first period. Looking for a tilt, see if he can get some points before the end. Able to belly himself out, though, is Kappas. Final couple ticks of the clock. Zach Meyer will just ride it out and take a 3-0 lead into period number 2.
And a stalemate called in that position on mat number 1 between Tazarek and Allender. They go back to the center for a restart. Zane Allender is up 10-0, 45 seconds remaining in our second period. Wrestlers in the center of the mat, referee's position with Tazarek base up. Allender works over the top.
Kappas defers. Zach Meyer will choose the down position to begin period number 2. Zach Meyer with a 3-0 lead. There's a wrestle at 133 pounds.
And mat number 3, update 133 pounds. They're tied up in the first period, 6-6. Got a good one going over there in the armory. We're tied up in the first period, 6-6 between Line Gang of Bismarck St. Mary's and Logan Nielsen of Mayport CG. And then mat number 4, 133-pound action. Cameron Kittleson, the 7th grader from Kindred, wrestles Mitchell Gerhardt at Devil's Lake. 3-0 lead for Gerhardt on mat number 4.
Minute 15. Kappas still riding on top, trying to get a turn. Puts in the power half. Loses the grip. And now Zach Meyer trying to work himself back up to a base. Kappas looking to put a leg in. Zach Meyer stand-up attempt. Reaching at the near arm. Looking for the reversal. See if he can pop the head out. Trying to stack him up. Potential defensive pin here.
Here on mat number 1, Tazarek has Allender locked up in a cradle. Allender's in trouble. He has the 10-0 lead. This cradle is tight here by Ethan Tazarek. Allender trying to bridge out of it. Tazarek has the cradle locked up tight. He's going to go up on his knees. Allender still trying to get base down, doing some hand fighting on mat number 1.
Zach Meyer extends his lead on the reversal. It's 5-0, looking for a tilt, see if he can get some near fall points. But Kappas will get himself back to the belly. Zach Meyer with a 5-0 lead. Final 15 seconds of the period.
Yeah, I wonder using that experience and not quitting on the on that cradle by Tazarek, able to fight the hands and get out of it. Now Tazarek has Allender locked in a cradle again, picks up a swipe from the official, on mat number 1. He's trying to mount a comeback. He's down by 4. 10-4 is your score. Under a minute remaining on mat number 1 in the third period.
End of the period. Kappas with choice. He'll choose the neutral position, trailing by 5.
Zarek has the cradle locked back up again, steps around to the far side. He's going to try to rock back with this. Ounder makes himself a little bit longer, stretches out the body, goes to the hand fight position on mat number 1.
Body lock here for Zach Meyer. He leads now 8-0. As we wrestle final 90 seconds of the matchup here at 133 pounds.
And Ounder now out of danger. He was able to isolate that wrist and arm and pulled it over his head. And will ride this one out in the bottom position. And he will take the win by decision, 10-4 over Ethan Tazarek, and advance into the top 8 at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament.
Zach Meyer still in top control, reaching through. Gonna try to set something up here. Under a minute now to go. It's now an 8-0 lead. Hunter Zach Meyer of Mandan. Update over in the Armory. Noah Swenson will pick up the victory at 145 pounds for the Kindred Vikings. Now on mat number 3. Alex Dahman of Bismarck St. Mary's. He's going up against Jager Sand of Ellendale Edgeley. Calling that 145-pound matchup. On mat number 4 in the second period, Mitchell Gerhardt of Devil's Lake, a 6-1 lead over Kindred's Cameron Kittleson.
And mat number 1, Bennett Grimm for Bismarck St. Mary's picks up the takedown on Zane Lyons. He's up 3-0 with a minute 40 remaining in the first period. Grimm in the top position, now works the armbar on Lyons. Lyons has that head down on the mat. Grimm catches the wrist. He walks this one over, trying to make a quick pin on mat number 1, and there it is by the official. So Bennett Grimm wins by fall over Zane Lyons. He'll advance into the top 8 on mat number 1.
Zach Meyer with a turn right to the back. Final 5 seconds. He'll hold it there, see if he can get the pinfall before the end of the period. He does. Hunter Zach Meyer will get the pinfall victory in 5:57 for the Mandan Braves to advance into the placing rounds at 133.
And mat number 1, Maddox Mock of Mayport CG, the sophomore, 20-14. Out here wrestling Cameron Kraft of Devil's Lake, the freshman. That's a 145-pound matchup on mat number 1 in the consolation round. Winner advances to the top 8.
Mat number 2, Gage Gruba of Lisbon going up against Noah Martell of Bismarck St. Mary's. Gruba, a freshman at 8-6. Martell for the Saints, a senior at 16-18.
That match update on was from mat number 3 between Nielsen of Mayport CG and Line Gang of Bismarck St. Mary's. That was tied up at 6 apiece in the first period, but Nielsen from Mayport CG wins by fall in a minute 27. On that was over on mat number 3. Result for mat number 3 at 133 pounds.
Out of bounds, they go get a restart in the center. 30 seconds gone between Gruba and Martell at 139 pounds.
And Maddox Mock, Mayport CG wins by fall. He put the half Nelson on Kraft and turns him over, and he advances to the top 8 for Mayport CG on mat number 1 at 145.
Martell with the takedown. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Gruba back up to his feet, looking for the mat return. Out of bounds they go. No change. Minute and 6 seconds remaining.
And mat number 4 update between Kittleson and Gerhardt at Devil's Lake. Kittleson, the 7th grader for Kindred's, down by 3 points in the third period. Kittleson could tie this up with the takedown. Wrestlers in the neutral position on mat number 4. 8-5 is your score.
Martell with a mat return, able to belly Gruba out. Now going to look to do something with it. Puts in the chicken wing, reaching through, see if he can run with it. Looking for the pinfall. Gruba going to have to try to bridge off of his back. Official counting for sure 4 near fall points. As Martell now going to try to readjust. Gruba trying to roll through. See if he can get something as high bridge by Gruba right to the back of Martell. And now Gruba in the pinning position as he's going to look for the pinfall to advance here at 139. Now Martell's going to have to try to fight off of his back. Final 15 seconds of the period. Gage Gruba for Lisbon gets the pinfall. Gage Gruba was down on his back, trailing in the first period, a high bridge right to the back, and he will pick up the pinfall. Gage Gruba for the Lisbon Broncos will advance into placing rounds at 139 pounds.
Yeah, Maddox Shockman out at 152 pounds for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Takes the single leg shot. The wrestler is out of bounds. He's wrestling Colin Fleck, an 8th grader, Bismarck St. Mary's. That's scoreless in our first period. Shockman out here in a new singlet for the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. That is scoreless in the first period.
As we hit the 11 o'clock hour, we'll take a break. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
Whether you're local or driving through Carrington, make sure to stop into the Prairie Inn restaurant. They have the best breakfast and coffee, but they also have some of the best dinner and supper entrees too. The Prairie Inn is your breakfast, dinner, and supper headquarters. Stop in and you can sink your teeth into some tasty sandwiches and soups. Take a trip through the Express Line salad bar with hot entree and, of course, the delicious pies and desserts. Located right by the roundabout in Carrington. Call 701-652-3976.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
River's Edge Insurance Agency, Halstead, 218-456-2172.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon, North Dakota is Southeastern North Dakota's premier building supply headquarters. They have it all from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell and have over 110 combined years of experience. With their large inventory to sell from and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Visit with Ryan Opdahl, your local Farmers Union Insurance agent in Hillsboro.
Here's a message from Tim Cassette, Golden Harvest Seed Sales in the Hillsboro area. When it comes to your operations needs, they want to hear from you, which is why they're committed to listening first. From farmer-focused R&D teams to their Gold Series soybeans and game-changing corn products to the insights shared through the Illuminate digital platform, everything offered is an answer to what they learned from you. For Golden Harvest corn and soybean seed, visit with Tim Cassette Seed Sales Hillsboro, 701-430-0877.
Your unlimited or pay-per-wash membership can be used at any Tommy's Express location nationwide. Your vehicle is recognized at any app lane you visit. Our license plate recognition system ensures that you are on your way to washing in seconds. Check ahead before your next business trip, road trip, or snowbird journey to your winter home and find a location at your destination or along the way. We can't wait to give you the same world-class wash experience across the country.
Your family farm has been adapting to challenges in the field for generations. Taupe Insurance is here to help you weather the storm when those challenges arise. Visit with Taupe Insurance today about a quote or review of your policies. Taupe Insurance offers coverage on your farm's assets, crop, and hail insurance, plus home and auto, commercial, and life insurance. Stop in for a visit today at their office in Castleton or give Taupe Insurance a call at 701-347-4045.
You know, parenting is hard for all of us. And so providing those little resources that we can share for those conversations that are hard to have and to kind of be that icebreaker for both professionals, parents, and then open up that conversation to the more engaging conversation that's needing to be had.
Being a parent myself, oftentimes it's the simple things that make a difference.
As a busy parent myself, just engaging with your kids, making it an everyday thing so they know that you're there, they can always come to you when those difficult situations do arise.
Contact Trail District Health Unit in Hillsborough for more information.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customers satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Right Implement in Hillsborough, 701-636-5692. For shop and field service, farm equipment sales, repair on all equipment, in the field, on the farm, and in the shop with Right Implement in Hillsborough, 701-636-5692. Check out Right Implement for farm equipment, repair and service of equipment and all trucks on Caledonia Avenue in Hillsborough. Right Implement, 701-636-5692.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. We are broadcasting high above the gymnasium here in Lisbon in the mats 1 and 2 in the Crow's Nest here, up the ladder on the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. Stock Growers Bank is your small town bank and big time partner. With the Stock Growers mobile app, experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender. Take a look at our Olson Accounting recap here on YourLiveEvent.com as we just passed the 11 o'clock hour. Mat number 1 sees Zaid Hare of Oaks wrestling against Carson Von Epps of Breckenridge Wahpeton. They're scoreless in the first period. Mat number 2 sees Leo Lallam of Lemoore trailing Grafton Shaden Thomas 9-2 there in the third period. Final couple of ticks of the clock, so Shaden Thomas will pick up the victory there on mat number 2 at 145 pounds. Max Carbonneau of Carrington will go up against Liam Wervin of Pembina County North there. That's on mat number 3 at 160 pounds. And Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton is going up against Nate Steinhaus of Devil's Lake. Kappas with a 9-1 lead. That is your recap here on Olson Accounting. Go to colsoncpa.com. Looking at our Bank North scoreboard, the Lisbon Broncos still with the top spot in the team standing race. They have 135 points. Mandan in second with 116 points. Then Bismarck St. Mary's third at 89.5, tied with Oaks. They're at 89.5 points. And Lemoore rounds out the top 5 at 84.5. Kindred just 1 point behind them at 83.5 points. That's a look at your scoreboard from Bank North. Bank North has been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. To see what values-based banking can do for you, visit banknorth.bank today. Bank North, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
Okay, back here on mat number 1, at 160 pounds in this consolation round. Wrestlers once again on these mats If they win, they advance into the top 8 and into those placing rounds. And 160 pounds, Zade Heyer has the 3-0 lead over Carson Van Epps and Breck Wap. They're going into the second period with Heyer leading 3-0 on mat number 1.
Mat number 4, Lemore's Henry Lettenmeyer will take on Easton Encinas of Devil's Lake there. That's a 172-pound matchup over in the Armory at 172 pounds. Mat number 2, 160-pound matchup. Tyson Clabo of Valley City. He is a sophomore at 12-17 on the season. He's going up against Border West's Ben Peterson, a senior at 15-11. Clabo with a 3-0 lead. There as they wrestle in the final 30 seconds of the first period.
And now a 6-0 lead as Zade Heyer secures another takedown over Carson Van Epps of Breck Wap. That's in that second period, minute 28 remaining. Heyer has the armbar locked up, walks it around the head of Van Epps, working for the fall. This one's tight, and the slap by the mat by the official, and a win by fall for Zade Heyer of the Oaks Tornadoes, advancing to the top 8 at the Storhaug.
Final couple ticks of the clock here. Scramble drill, still neutral position, no points awarded. It will stay the same score at 3-0. Clabo with the lead there on mat number 2.
And wrestlers checking in over here on mat number 1.
Get an update to the scoreboard as they will give that escape point. They'll put the escape point on the board for Ben Peterson. So it is, in fact, a 3-1 lead for Tyson Clabo as they'll start neutral position to begin period number 2.
And mat number 1, 160-pound consolation round match between Mandanzi and Eisenbeiss, a sophomore, 8-8 record. Takes on Kindred's Fisher Johnson, a sophomore at 20-11. Johnson tried to turn the corner on a goal behind, but Eisenbeiss back up to his feet. Goes head-to-head, now working some collar ties on mat number 1.
90 seconds to go in period number 2. Still the same score. Clabo with a 3-1 lead over on mat number 3. Max Jernland of Ellendale Edgeley-Colm, he's got a 3-0 lead against, make it now a 7-0 lead over Pembina County North's Aiden Werner. There's they wrestle in the first period on mat number 3.
And a little scramble ensued on that takedown by Johnson. He came out on top with the 3-0 lead on mat number 1. With a minute 2 remaining, working the head and arm, or should say working the arm lever. And now Eisenbeiss steps up, clears the hip. He goes into a high crotch shot right away off the stand-up. Sprawl by Johnson. Johnson's going to try to turn the corner and get a 6-1 lead, but currently 3-1, working the edge of the mat on mat 1.
Still neutral position. Mat return, Peterson. Scramble here on mat number 1, 40 seconds gone. Clabo reaching at the leg, still no points awarded. Peterson see if he can drive through, does so, and now gets the 3-point takedown. So Ben Peterson for Border West, he'll take the first lead for himself on the matchup as he now leads 4-3. Clock ticking now, under 30 seconds to go in the second period.
In mat number 1, now a 6-1 score for Fisher Johnson as he does turn the corner and scores another takedown. He's up by 5 points at the end of this first period, 15 seconds remaining on mat number 1. In the top position, works the arm lever once again, puts that forward in the back of the tricep, trying to stretch out the arm and wrist, or with the wrist lock on mat 1.
Second period will come to a close. Peterson will take a 4-3 lead over Tyson Clabo of Valley City into the final 2 minutes, as Clabo will start in the down position, trailing by 1 here at 160 pounds.
And now we're going into the second period. Fisher Johnson in the bottom position, hits the stand-up off the whistle. Eisenbeiss trying to return him back down the mat. Johnson back in the tripod, now stands up trying to clear the hands on mat 1.
Peterson with a turn right to the back. Ben Peterson of Border West going to look for the pinfall victory. Try to advance him into the placing rounds. Clabo going to have to try to fight off of his back. Peterson plenty of time to settle in, 80 seconds to try to get the pinfall. And try to readjust the weight, see if he can get that second shoulder on the mat and pick up the victory there on mat number 2. Trying to walk it back, there it is. Ben Peterson, the pinfall victory for Border West here in the third period over Tyson Clabo of Valley City. Peterson will wrestle in the placing rounds at 160 pounds.
And mat number 1, Fisher Johnson has the cradle locked up on Ian Eisenbeis of Mandan. He'll try to run this over, a little inside cradle. Puts the head in the hole, runs over, tries to run over Eisenbeis. Eisenbeis still able to, or has enough strength to keep belly down. And now breaks the hold on mat 1. 8-1's your score. 40 seconds remaining on mat number 1 between Eisenbeis and Johnson.
Oaks versus Oaks here on mat number 2 at 172 pounds. Levi Thorpe for Oaks, a freshman at 4-6. He's going up against Jacob Potasic for the Tornadoes, a freshman at 8-9. Potasic is in the green ankle band. Thorpe is in the red ankle band, as that is Potasic sprawled out, spin behind, and the takedown. So that will be 3 points for Jacob Potasic of the Oaks Tornadoes.
And a score update on mat number 1 at the end of the second period. Johnson with another takedown has 11-2 lead on mat number 1 at the end of the second. Mats number 3 and 4, Lemoore Lobos have a couple wrestlers trying to go back-to-back with wins over there. Jake Kramer has 11-0 lead over Zach Ward, and on mat 4, Henry Letmeyer's tied up with Easton Encinas of Devil's Lake. That match on mat number 4 in the second period. Looks like they're on blood time.
Potasic with a cradle. Thorpe trying to roll through it, get himself back to his base, but Potasic will keep a hold of that cradle. See if he can lock it in, arch it back, and get some near fall points. Thorpe, though, able to break the grip. Potasic will just regain control. They're in the top position, puts in a leg a little bit high, slips a little bit, and try to put the leg back in. Also puts in a half. See if he can walk that back, get some near fall points. Back exposed. Official Trevor Kittleson counting near fall points as Jacob Potasic now going to try to look for the pinfall. Thorpe going to have to try to fight off of his back. Now Potasic will readjust, put in a cross face. See if maybe put in the legs. But Thorpe able to get himself back to his belly. Will belly himself out. There's the 4-point near fall. So Jacob Potasic will up his lead now 7-0. Final 5 seconds of the period. Potasic will just look to ride it out. And he'll take that 7-0 lead into period number 2 against teammate Levi Thorpe on mat number 2.
And mat number 1 now 15-5's your score. Fisher Johnson continuing to build his lead in the third period. He has the 10-point lead in the top position. Works up over the top, now spins around behind. Eisenbeis warned for stalling again. 1 point over to Johnson. Eisenbeis just hanging onto the hand in the wrist of Johnson. They're working this near edge of the mat on mat 1. And back to the center for a restart on mat 1.
Thorpe will start in the the top position, and then Potasic gets the escape point. So up his lead now, give him an 8-0 lead. There as we wrestle, 30 seconds gone in the second period. Collar and elbow tie-ups. They'll circle themselves back to the center of the Bronco logo. Front headlock here by Potasic. Looking for a snap down. Shot attempt here by Thorpe. Potasic with a sprawl.
And a win by fall for Fisher Johnson. Eisenbeis had stood up. Johnson went right into a nice little chain wrestling on the takedown. Went inside cradle, threw Eisenbeis over to his back, and won by fall at the end of the third period on mat number 1.
Potasic spin behind. Give him 3 points for the takedown. Up his lead now 11-0. 50 seconds to go in period number 2 for Jacob Potasic, looking to pick up the victory against teammate Levi Thorpe at 172 pounds.
Mat 3 update, 189 pounds. It was Jake Kramer winner by tech foul over Zach Ward of the Broncos. Teammate Henry Lettenmeyer over on mat number 4 trying to pick up a win. He's up 3-2 on Easton Encinas of Devil's Lake in the third period with 1:40 remaining. That's at 172 pounds on mat 4.
Potasic looking for the cradle once again. Thorpe, though, to break the hands. Final 20 seconds. Head lever attempt by Potasic. Holds on to the arm. Going to drape it around the back. See if he can do something here. Short time. Out in front. Trying to throw it. Loses the hand. Final 5 seconds of the clock. Potasic in on a front headlock. He'll just hold it right there. Ride out the time and go to period number 3. Jacob Potasic with an 11-0 lead over Levi Thorpe as we go to the final 2 minutes.
In mat number 1, Carter Potasic has the 3-1 lead on Luke Walski of Northern Cass. So Oaks with 3 wrestlers out here on the main gymnasium holding down the mats. Another 3-point takedown for Ptacek, up 6-1 with a minute remaining in the first period. He goes, tries to dig out the hammerlock on Walski. Walski belly down, kind of laying on a hip on mat number 1.
Over in the Armory on mat number 4, Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. He's going up against Alexander Murphy of Border West. That's a 189-pound matchup. At 215 pounds on mat number 3 in the second period, Chase Marsh of Breckenridge Wahpeton, a 4-0 lead over Central Cass's McCoy Ferguson. Thorpe with a takedown, make it now 11-3. 75 seconds to go in the third period.
And that's a 1-point escape over on mat number 1 for Luke Walski at the start of, or I should say on the restart. 6-2 is your score with 20 seconds remaining in the first period. Walski underneath, Ptacek snaps him down into the front headlock position on mat 1. And a little drag, kind of a little shuck drag combination by Ptacek, turns the corner up 9-2 at the end of the first period.
Final 40 seconds. Thorpe still in top control, but he trails by 8 against Jacob Ptacek. Got to try to do something in the top position. Ptacek with a stand-up. He'll get the escape point. 12-3 now the lead for Jacob Ptacek. Shot attempt by Ptacek and give him 3 more points. Make it now 15-3. Final 20 seconds of the matchup. Shoots a half. Runs with it, looking for the pinfall victory. Thorpe going to have to try to fight off of his back. Cannot do so. Jacob Ptacek for the Oaks Tornadoes. The pinfall at 172 pounds to advance into the placing rounds. There for the Oaks Tornadoes.
And we are into the second period over on mat number 1. Carter Ptacek has the 9-2 lead over Luke Walski for the Oaks Tornadoes. Walski in the top position. Ptacek belly down. Walski has the arm chopped. Now reaches underneath, trying to go to that ball and chain tilt. Is able to secure the wrist on Ptacek. He'll go ahead, attack the elbow. Ptacek feels that coming on, doesn't want to give it up. He's trying to scramble out of it, and he does. Rolls through, and Carter Ptacek with the 1-point escape on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Cody Goebel of Mandan, a freshman 11-8 on the season. He's going up against Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's, a senior at 13-9. This a 285-pound matchup.
And mat number 4, 215-pound matchup. Max Klein of the Oaks Tornadoes takes on Brody Geston of Northern Cass. That is scoreless in the first period over on mat number 4.
Richter with the takedown. He'll lead 3-0. Minute gone. Sit out attempt by Goebel, but able to follow is Richter. He'll stay in top control. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go.
And mat number 3, 215-pound consolation blood round match is Chase Marsh. Breck Wap has a 6-3 lead over McCoy Ferguson of Central Cass in the third period. Under 45 seconds remaining on that match on mat number 3.
Richter looking to set something up here. Has the arm, drapes it around the back. Going to reach through, try to grab the hand of Goebel and try to get a turn. Instead, he'll go back to the side. Now going to readjust it, try to get the pinfall victory there. Now has the arm locked in, reaching through. So you can set something up with it, looking for the throw. Cow catcher. There's the turn to the back, and there's the pinfall. Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's, the pinfall victory. Minute 37 seconds over Kobe Goebel of Mandan. Richter for the Saints will advance to the placing rounds at 189 pounds.
And a score of 13-2, third period, minute 40 on the clock between Walski and Ptacek. Walski in on a high crotch, tries to turn the corner, hit that peek out, but not able to get it. Ptacek up over the top for another 3-point takedown. 16-2 is your score on mat number 1 there in the third period with a minute 27 on the clock. Ptacek now lets Walski up. He's going to try to get this technical decision and end this match over on mat number 1. And mat number 3, 215-pound consolation round match. Benicio Sauceda of Grafton, the junior, 2-1, takes on Tucker Jones of Lemoore, junior, 4-3. That match underway on mat number 3.
Owen Hunt with the pinfall victory over Kaysen New Dell in 9 seconds for the Valley City Highliners. As an update from the scorers table here, announced the semifinal rounds. Those matches will be on mats number 1 and 2 here in the main gymnasium. Over in the Armory on 3 and 4, those will be another round of consolation matchups here. So, just to update here, you will see all the semifinals right here on mats 1 and 2 here on yourliveevent.com as our first semifinalists about to take the mat here momentarily. Here at on mat number 2, as it will be Derek Jorgensen of Central Cass, a sophomore at 29 and 7. He's going up against Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks, a 7th grader at 26 and 6. This is our first semifinal matchup here at 107.
Yeah, mat number 1, Battle of Valley City. The Highlanders with Aiden Bulow taking on Dylan Hunt. That is scoreless in the first period. Wrestlers on their feet, working through the head, hands, defense position. On mat number 1, another nice double leg shot. And wrestlers roll back around. No takedown awarded on mat 1.
So in the semifinals, you can do no worse than 6th place, as Jorgensen with the takedown to take the first points of the matchup. Cannot do worse than 6th place. The winners of the semifinals, of course, will go into the championship matches. The losers of the semifinals will then face the winners of the 5th round consolation matches that are going on in the Armory. The winners of to try to wrestle or decide who will wrestle for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. Out of bounds they go as neutral position. So give the 1 point to Dahlstrom. They'll restart in the neutral position. Make it 3-1, a minute and 9 seconds to go in the first period.
Yeah, map 3 update, 215 pounds. Tucker Jones for Lemoore has the 3-0 lead over Benicio Salcida of Grafton. That's your update from mat number 3 in the first period with 30 seconds remaining.
Semifinals going with the 2 officials set up. Trevor Kittleson, the main official, then the assistant official as well, watching, just making sure nothing is missed. Scramble, throw attempts here. They'll both go out of bounds, and so we'll stay neutral. 48 seconds to go in period number 1.
And we are a 3-0 score. Dylan Hunt for Valley City, the senior at 13 and 8. Is up 3-0 going into the second period over his teammate Adam Bulow on mat number 1. Bulow will be in the bottom position to start our second period.
Shot attempt by Dahlstrom. Sprawl Jorgensen, scramble. It's still neutral. No points have been awarded. Leg and then a half Nelson as Jorgensen able to get the takedown to the back, so it's a 2-point takedown, a 4-point near fall, then a 2-point reversal. So if you're Jorgensen, you'll take that, as that will extend the lead now to 10-3 for Derek Jorgensen of Central Cass. Final couple ticks of the clock, end of the first period. Jorgensen will take a 10-3 lead into period number 2 on mat number 2. They're 107-pound semifinal.
And mat number 4, 107-pound consolation round match over there. Bristol Swanson takes on Micah Fromke of the Broncos. That's scoreless in the first period over on mat number 4. Winner of that advances into the consolation semifinals over in those consolation rounds. The non-winners go down into wrestle for 7th and 8th place at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament.
Jorgensen with a takedown right to the back, shoots the half, going to look for the pinfall. Dahlstrom having to bridge fight off of his back. Jorgensen trying to settle in, see if he can get the pinfall and advance to the championship match. There it is. Derek Jorgensen of Central Cass, the pinfall victory in 2 minutes and 24 seconds for the Central Cass Squirrels. We've got our first finalist in Derek Jorgensen at 107 pounds.
And now a near fall awarded to Dylan Hunt. He has the 5-0 lead with those 2 near fall over here on mat number 1. That's in the second period with 20 seconds remaining. He's still in the top position, has the arm chopped on the left side, tries to work underneath and secure the wrist, but not able to do it as Bulow sits out on the edge of the mat, stands up, lat drop by Dylan Hunt, and ends it in the second period for the Valley City Highlanders. Dylan Hunt with the win by fall on mat number 1.
Derek Jorgensen advances to the championship match. Who is he going to face? We'll find out right now on mat number 2. It's Cash Gerhardt of Linton HMB, a freshman at 34 and 7. He'll go up against Sky Kramlich of Carrington, a sophomore, at 26 and 7. This is the second semifinal at 107 pounds.
And out here at 285-pound consolation round match. These wrestlers still in the blood round on mat number 1, trying to make it into the top 8. And Anders Hovness of Northern Cass comes out firing, picks up the 3-point takedown on Joshua Caverna to Mayport CG. Hovness has the 3-0 lead, has the crossface screwdriver locked up, turns the corner, screws those shoulders into the mat. He's working for the fall over here on mat number 1 for the Northern Cass Jaguars.
Still scoreless on mat number 2.
And that's the win by fall for Anders Hovness of Northern Cass. He advances into the top 8 on mat number 1.
Gerhardt on a single leg takedown, whizzer position, limp arm out, get it free and get the takedown. So Cash Gerhardt of Linton HMB, the first points of the matchup, a minute 15 in. He'll take a 3-0 lead over Sky Kamlich of Carrington, as now Gerhardt going to work on top.
Yeah,
puts in a leg, puts in a half, see if he can run with it.
Mat number 4 update between Bristol Swanson and Kindred, and Micah Fromke. Swanson now has the 5-3 lead in the second period. Minute 20 on the clock. Swanson in the top position on mat number 4 with the 2-point lead.
Out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart back in the center here at 107 pounds.
And another Kindred Viking out of the mat, this time at 114 pounds in the consolation round match. Gavin Rude trying to make it into the consolation semifinals. He takes on Hudson Droll of Mandan. That match just underway on mat number 3 at 114 pounds.
30 seconds, we'll get a restart in the center. Bottom man set now, top man on. Sit out attempt off the whistle for Kramlich. Gerhardt, though, able to follow.
Your semifinal matchup here at 114 pounds on mat number 1 is Ellendale Edgley Calms Walker Miller, the number 1 seed in the tournament, ranked number 4 in Class B, takes on number 5 seed, and that is Hunter McGrain of Mandan. So that matchup underway, and we do have McGrain with the takedown in near fall. He's up a 5-0 lead for Hunter McGrain, coming from that number 5 seed, trying to make it in the championship on mat number 1.
End of the period. 3-0, they'll talk, and no points awarded, so it'll stay 3-0. Gerhardt with the lead over Kramlich as we go to the second period. Gerhardt wins the flip. He'll defer. Kramlich will choose the down position to begin our second period.
And mat 4 update between Swanson of Kindred and Micah Fromke of the Lisbon Broncos. They're at the end of the third period, or end of the second period. Swanson still has the 2-point lead, up 5-3 over Fromke on mat 4.
Gerhardt with a breakdown. Locks in a wing. Kramlich able to get back up to his base. 20 seconds gone in the period. Stand-up attempt here for Kramlich on all fours. Now Gerhardt able to work him back down and bring him to a belly. 30 seconds gone in the period. This 107-pound semifinal. Winner will face Derek Jorison in the championship match here later on tonight.
And mat number 1, McGrain in the top position, has the crossface locked up on Miller, trying to secure a cradle. Miller catches McGrain a little bit out of position, caught him high, is trying to walk back around and score a reversal at the end of the period. Still 5-0 lead for Hunter McGrain of Mandan, coming out of the number 5 seed here on mat number 1.
Get a restart here at 107 pounds, a minute 10 seconds to go. Off the whistle. Gerhardt 2-on-1, wrist control. Also trying to see if he can hook an ankle. Sit out attempt by Kramlich into a stand-up, up to his feet. Gerhardt going to look for a mat return. We'll get a stalling warning here on Gerhardt. Has to make a choice, and instead we'll just give up the escape point, 3-1, with now a stalling warning for Cash Gerhardt.
And
Snap down attempt by Kramlich. Front headlock by Gerhardt. Kramlich looking to spin. Gets the head out back free. Now he's in the top control. Still neutral position. Kramlich grabbing at the near ankle. Gerhardt holding on to the near leg. Still neutral. 10 seconds to go in the period.
And McGrain over here on mat number 1 catches Miller in a scramble, throws him to his back in the second period. Minute 15 on the clock. And he will have 4 near fall. Builds up now a 13-0 lead over here on mat number 1 for Hunter McGrain of Mandan over Walker Miller.
Kramlich able to hook the ankle, so he'll get the takedown before the end of the period. So now Sky Kramlich will take the lead for the first time in the matchup at 4-3 as we go into the final period. They're on mat number 2 at 107 pounds.
And over here on mat number 1, that's a tech fall by Hunter McGrain of Mandan over Walker Miller on mat number 1. McGrain from Mandan into the championships match at 114 pounds.
Sit out attempt off the whistle for Gerhardt, up to his feet. And Kramlich will give up the escape point, and we're tied up 4 apiece here, a minute 50 in the third period.
Yeah, mat number 4 update, 107-pound, that consolation round match. It was Bristol Swanson, a Kindred over Micah Fromke by decision, 7-3. Swanson into the consolation semifinal matches. He'll place in the top 6. Fromke wrestling for 7th and 8th place at 107 pounds for the Broncos.
Kramlich shot attempt, reshot here by Gerhardt, ball by Kramlich. Reshot now by Gerhardt. Still neutral position, a minute 15 to go in a tie matchup here in the 107-pound semifinals. Kramlich front headlock position. They wrestle edge of the mat. No change, still neutral.
And over here, mat number 1, your semifinal matchup at 121 pounds. We have Bismarck St. Mary's Dylan Mossett has the 3-0 lead over Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley Junior, 28-4 record. Mossett comes in at the number 3 seed, Terrell number 2 seed. Mossett ranked number 3 in Class A, Terrell number 6 at 121 pounds. And now near fall coming for Mossett, trying to close this one out in the first period. He's up over the top of Terrell. Terrell back to his base for near fall for Mossett over here at 121 pounds on mat 1.
As we'll get a stop as they'll readjust the clock. Clock did not start on the whistle, so they'll put 40 seconds on the clock. They'll just run it down. So final 40 seconds, still tied 4-4 between Cash Gerhardt and Sky Kramlich. Takedown might do it here in the second semifinal at 107.
So we're 9-0. More near fall awarded on the edge of the mat over on mat number 1. So Dylan Mossett up 9-0 over Justin Terrell with 35 seconds remaining in this first period. Terrell off the whistle, tries to hit an inside switch on Mossett. Mossett comes back to the crossface on mat 1.
Gerhardt with the takedown. Final 10 seconds. He'll take a 7-4 lead. Gerhardt up to his feet. Kramlich going to go to the near leg. He's fine, just staying right there. Final couple ticks of the clock. We'll get a whistle, a potentially dangerous called. Here's the leg twisted, an awkward angle there for Gerhardt. We'll get a restart, 1 second remaining. And so Sky Kramlich just look to ride out the final second. Whistle, and there it is as Sky Kramlich will pick up the 7-4 victory over Cash Gerhardt for the Carrington Cardinals. He'll wrestle in the 107-pound championship matchup.
Here at 121 pounds between Dylan Mossett and Justin Terrell of Hillsborough Central Valley. Still 9-0 your score. Had a little bit of a scramble. Looked like Terrell was going to pick up a reversal. But Mossett ended up coming out on top. Throws in the double boots. Now up over the hips as Terrell broke down on the mat. Terrell trying to get back up to his base, and you have those hips underneath him on mat number 1.
114-pound semifinal on mat number 2. It's Joey Heed of Lemoore, a junior at 15-5. He'll go up against Ryland Samuelson of Devils Lake, a sophomore at 14-8.
Terrell returning state place winner for Hillsborough Central Valley. Mossett for Bismarck St. Mary's returning state qualifier. Mossett has a half Nelson sunk in up over the top, and he's able to get Terrell over to his back. Goes chest on chest, makes the tee on top, and working for the fall on mat number 1. And will advance with the win by fall for Dylan Mossett into the championship match at 121 pounds for Bismarck St. Mary's.
Still neutral, no change. Hyde looking to set something up here. They'll break apart. Face each other, still neutral position. Under a minute now to go in the period. Hyde reaching at the head. Samuelson, though, able to get it back free. They stay neutral. They'll circle themselves back towards the center of the mat.
In semifinal matchup between Noah Anderson, Lisbon Broncos, Kellen Benecki of Mandan Anderson, returning state place winner, seeded number 1 in the tournament. Benecki, another man-down wrestler coming through at the number 5 seed. Honorable mention ranking in the Class A's at 127. So this match just underway on mat number 1 with a minute 40 remaining in the first period. And Anderson went down to a single leg. Benecki backs him back up. Wrestlers on their feet, back towards the center of the mat.
Over on mat number 3 in the Armory in the consolation round, Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals. He's got a 6-0 lead over Devils Lake's Max Volk. That wrestles a minute and a half to go in the third period. End of the period on mat number 1. Hyde and Samuelson scoreless as we go to the second period. Hyde wins choice, he'll defer, and Samuelson will take the down position.
And Benecki and Anderson were on the edge of the mat. No takedown awarded. Not sure what happened over there. They said they were just off the mat or what was going on. But no takedown awarded as Benecki looked like he was setting up a throw and slipped. Anderson landed on top of him, but no points awarded. Minute 5 remaining. Anderson changes levels down to a single leg shot. Benecki backs up. Roast wrestlers on their feet, center of the mat.
Hyde with a mat return. Samuelson working himself back to a base. Hyde back up to his feet on all fours, looking for the stand-up, trying to roll through. Hyde able to follow, stay close, and remain in top control. Deep waist through. Looking for a stack up here. Near fall points upcoming. As official Trevor Kittleson did get to a count of 2. So it's a 2-point near fall. Samuelson then back up to his feet for the escape point, make it 2-1.
And we are scoreless in the first period over on mat number 1 between Anderson and Benecki. Wrestlers still on their feet. Benecki drops down, tries to hit a knee pick on Anderson, and now pushes Anderson towards the edge of the mat. Spins around Anderson back to his feet. No points awarded. Down to 10 seconds in the first period on mat 1. And wrestlers' final seconds off the clock in mat number 1. Going into the second, we're scoreless between Anderson of the Broncos and Benecki of the Mandan Braves.
Front headlock here for Samuelson as they wrestle edge of the mat. Hyde able to get back up to his feet. They'll go out of bounds and they'll stay neutral, no change. Joey Hyde for Lemoore, a 2-1 lead with 43 seconds to go in the second period.
You know, off the whistle, Anderson trying to stand up, inside leg stand up on Benecki. Benecki takes him back down to the mat. Now Anderson back to his feet. Catches Benecki a little bit high, but Benecki up over the top with a crossface, keeping Anderson bottled up at this point in the second period. Still scoreless on mat 1.
Shot attempt here, Samuelson, double leg for the takedown. So Ryland Samuelson will take the lead. Final 15 seconds of the second period. First time he's led today, a 4-2 lead for the Devils Lake sophomore. As Hyde, scramble position, seeing if he can get some points before the end of the period. Front headlock into a roll and a tilt attempt here by Samuelson. Scramble, and we'll get a 4-point near fall in that for Samuelson. And so that will extend his lead. Ryland Samuelson for Devils Lake now with an 8-2 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
And Anderson scores the 1-point escape. Benecki with another ankle pick, kind of another knee pick on Anderson. Must see an opening there. He's tried that twice. This time back to Anderson all the way off the mat for the restart. Still 1-0 your score, under a minute remaining in the second period with 50 seconds remaining.
So we'll start neutral to begin our final period here on mat number 2. Samuelson with an 8-2 lead. Here's we wrestle on mat number 2. Shot attempt here. Hyde, Samuelson with a sprawl. Hyde looking to work it back up, single leg into a double, looking for a headlock was Hyde. Samuelson pops the head. Scramble, and it will result in a 3-point takedown here for Samuelson into a turn. 3 points for the near fall. Up the lead now, make it 14-2 for Ryland Samuelson of Devils Lake. A 12-point lead. We'll get a whistle, and we'll get blood time. Blood time here for Joey Hyde. He trails 14-2 as they wrestle in the third period.
And Benecki out on a single leg shot as time expires. No takedown. Anderson just able to get the ankle of Benecki and stop that takedown, or stop Benecki from scoring. He's going to choose the bottom position. Benecki's been able to get to the legs of Anderson a couple of times now. So now we're 1-0, started the third period. Benecki in the bottom position on mat number 1.
Updates from the Armory. Mat number 321 pounds, Oakley Brown of Pembina County North, a 4-3 lead over Oaks' Jaron Nelson. On mat number 4, Oaks' Ben Wagner trails Carson Mossert of St. Mary's 9-7.
And mat number 1, Anderson and Benecki. Anderson in the top position, has the back ankle spanked on Benecki. Benecki trying to clear that. Anderson kind of in that bow and arrow position over the top. He's going to take the ankle, turns Benecki over. Benecki scrambling through. What a bow and arrow attempt by Anderson. Now goes crossface on Benecki. He's keeping a lot of pressure on top here in mat number 1.
Escape point for Hyde. He trails 14-3. Got to get something here. We'll get a whistle and get a penalty point here issued to Samuelson. So give him the lead back 15-3. Stalling warning, out of bounds they go. No change, 31 seconds to go.
And mat number 1, Benecki still broke down. Now gets back up to his base. He's been struggling to scoot those hips underneath him. Anderson had kept a lot of pressure. Benecki up to his feet. Anderson has to return him, takes him to the edge. And keeps those toes in bounce, trying to run some time off the clock, down to 37 seconds. And wrestlers called out for a restart on mat number 1. Anderson up 1-0.
Samuelson with a shot attempt, the takedown right to the back, and it will be a tech fall. 22-3 is your final for Ryland Samuelson. He'll pick up the victory. He'll advance to the championship match at 114 pounds.
And off the restart, final 30 seconds between Benecki and Anderson. Benecki stands up. Anderson works underneath the arms. Benecki sits out, grabs the head of Anderson. Anderson's going to try to catch him. They're in a scramble here. Benecki's going to try to turn the corner on Anderson. Anderson has a half Nelson and the leg caught on the near side. Final 15 seconds. Anderson takes Benecki over. No change of position. Anderson tried to ride this one out on mat 1. And that does it. So Noah Anderson with that 1-0 win. And he'll advance to the championship match at 127 pounds.
Mat number 2 is teammate Grayson Lyons, a junior for the Broncos at 18-5. He's going up against Trent Gardini of Mandan. They're in neutral position, no score. 30 seconds gone in the period, but Lyons in on a single leg attempt. Sprawl attempt here by Gardini. Edge of the mat, and out of bounds they go, no change. Still neutral position, 1:18 to go in the first period.
Yeah, new semifinal match over here on mat number 1 is Lemore's Logan Potts, the sophomore at 18-3, here at 127 pounds, wrestling Owen Lindstrom from Devil's Lake. So Potts and Lindstrom, now Lindstrom with the 3-point takedown with 1:40 on the clock. Potts for Lemore, ranked number 5 in Class B, comes in as a 3 seed. Lindstrom, the number 2 seed, ranked number 4 in Class A. A good matchup here, one to watch at 127 pounds. 3-0 lead early for Lindstrom.
Still neutral position, final 40 seconds of the first period. Gardini and Lyons scoreless. Collar and elbow ties. Lyons with a shot attempt, single leg, gonna see if he can suck it in. Pops the head in between. Sprawl attempt here by Gardini. Edge of the mat they wrestle, snap down attempt. Front headlock here by Gardini for Mandan. Final 20 seconds of the period. Cross face, holding on to that near arm. Snap down attempt, looking to spin behind. Lyons grabbing at the near leg. Gonna try to keep it there. Final 10 seconds of the period. No change. 5 seconds to go. Gardini grabbing at the leg. Lyons pops his head in between, and that'll do it for period number 1. No score, it stays neutral. There as we go to period number 2, Lyons with choice. And he'll choose the down position.
And mat number 1, we're back to the center for a restart. 6-2 is your score. Wrestlers in the neutral position. Potts down by 4 points against Owen Lindstrom of Devil's Lake. Lindstrom a senior with 20-4 record. Potts a sophomore at 18-3. Lindstrom, another 3-point takedown, takes the 9-2 lead on mat 1.
So no score. Gardini with a a cross face on Lyons. Lyons looking to sit out, get himself back to the base. He does just that. Posts the far leg. Now on a stand-up, one leg on all fours, was looking for a knee slide. Briefly got up to his feet, but then brought back down by Gardini. It stays Gardini in top control. 30 seconds gone in the period.
And that's a win by fall as Lindstrom over Potts on mat number 1. So Owen Lindstrom will take on Noah Anderson in the championship match at 127 pounds. And back to another semifinal bout. Another Lobo wrestler out there. This time it's Jace Duffy, the senior for Lemoore at 18-5, takes on Colton Griebel, the senior, 32-1. This is at 139 pounds.
Lions looking for the stand-up. Mat returned by Gardini. He'll stay in top control. Final 30 seconds. Gardini puts in a leg, has the ankle hooked. Lions gets its back free sit-out attempt. Gardini, though, able to follow, stays in top control with 20 seconds to go. Lions looking for a sit-out chin whip by Gardini to the back. Lions, though, able to belly himself back out. Final 10 seconds of the period.
And mat number 1, Colton Griebel working for the fall. He has Jace Duffy on his back. Has the head scoop. Duffy able to bridge out. Had the bar half locked up, but Duffy now back to his belly. He has a 7-0 lead. Goes back to the bar half. Still up 7-0 on mat number 1, working to make it into the championship match.
So Gardini will start in the down position here on mat number 2. Still scoreless as he's up to his feet, going to look for the escape point. Lions grabbing at the near leg. Still momentarily in top control. There are 15 seconds gone in the period.
And we have 15 seconds remaining in the first period on mat number 1. For near fall now awarded to Griebel. He had Duffy on his back for probably half the first period. As he'll end this period up 11-0. Jace Duffy for Lemoore, ranked number 7 in Class B, comes in the number 4 seed. And Colton Griebel, ranked number 1 in Class A at 139 pounds, ranked number 1 in the tournament, or seeded number 1 in the tournament.
Gardini able to get the reversal, so he'll take the first points of the matchup at 2-0. Lions gets his arms back free, works up to his base. Gonna have to try to do something here. He trails by 2 as the clock's ticking. Now a minute remaining in the third period. They're on mat number 2.
Those consolation round matches over on mats number 3 and number 4, both at 127 pounds. The winners on those mats will advance into the consolation semifinals. Non-winners wrestle for 7th and 8th place. Mat number 3, 127 pounds, is Brogan Erickson, Mayport CG, takes on Brock Martiga, Border West Buccaneers. That's in the first period. And then mat number 4 is Riggin San Ellendale Edgley Calm, wrestling Oscar Martinez, Pembina County North. That's a 2-1 score. Martinez for Pembina County with the lead. And the win by fall for Colton Griebel advances to the championship match. He wins by fall over Jace Duffy of Lemoore.
Stalling warning here called by Gardini. That's his first. He still trails by 2. 2-0 does Grayson Lyons. Gotta try to hit something here in the final 24 seconds.
And now another matchup here at 139 pounds for the semifinals. Is Sawyer Owens, Hillsborough Central Valley takes on Cruz Rankin, Lisbon Broncos. That match just underway. First 15 seconds ticking off the clock. Wrestlers break apart, go back to the center of the mat on mat number 1.
Gardini will just ride out the final couple of ticks. He'll take a 2-0 decision victory as Trent Gardini of the Mandan Braves will advance to the championship at 121 pounds, defeating Lisbon's Grayson Lyons.
And wrestlers still on their feet between Owens and Ranke. Owens trying to work that Russian tie, really controlling the wrist, putting a lot of forward pressure into Ranke. Ranke now spirals the leg as they go out of bounds back to the center for a restart. Minute 15 on the clock here on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Brooks Lights of Mandan, a freshman at 15-3. He's going up against Pembina County North's Logan Warner, a senior at 24-5.
And Matt, 3 update, 127 pounds. Brock Martiga has the 3-0 lead over Brogan Erickson and Mayport CG at the end of the first period on mat number 3.
Takedown by Werner. First points of the matchup, 25 seconds in. Chicken wing, grabbing at the far wrist as well. See what we can do with it. Leinz able to get himself back to the belly. We're going to have to build it back up again.
And Ranky Owens now. Owens goes in, trying to hit the front head cradle, able to secure that 3-point takedown. So bread and butter takedown works for Sawyer Owens as he'll take the 3-0 lead with 15 seconds remaining in this first period. He's in the top position, blue singlet, white trim on mat number 1.
Werner with a turn, give him 4 near fall points, up his lead now 7-0, halfway gone in period number 1 for Pembina County North's Logan Werner. He's got the early lead here. This is a 133-pound championship matchup.
And with 1 second, wrestlers out of bounds, back to the center for a restart. Ranky in the bottom position on the restart. Owens up 3-0. And they go into the second now, roll into that second period. 3-0 lead for Sawyer Owens in the semifinals on mat number 1.
Scramble as a reversal here. Leinz will pick up the 2 points for the reversal. Cut his deficit to 5 at 7-2 with 30 seconds to go in period number 1.
And a quick stand up and escape for Sawyer Owens. Has the 4-0 lead on Ranky. Little level change. Feint steps back on Owens. He has 4-0 lead. Goes to the slide by again on Ranky. Ranky steps back. Wrestlers locked up in the center of the mat on mat number 1.
Mat return here by Leinz. But back up to his feet. Werner able to get the escape point. And on a shot is Werner going to see if he can get the takedown before the end of the period. Scramble, roll through. Leinz with a single leg, or excuse me, Werner with the single leg, and that will do it for the period. So Logan Werner will take an 8-2 lead into period number 2. They're on mat number 2 on a 133-pound semifinal.
Score still 4-0, remains 4-0 on mat number 1. Wrestlers stalemate called back to the center for a restart between Owens and Ranky. Owens still up 4-0 in the first period with a minute 5 remaining, or in the second period with a minute 5 remaining.
Start of the second period. Werner will start in the top position, leading by 6. Leinz with a roll attempt, grabbing at the ankle. Leg pass attempt. And we'll get a whistle, potentially dangerous called here, an awkward angle between the two wrestlers. Fisher Trevor Kittle sitting there right on it, making sure everyone is safe, everything is good. And we'll get a restart back in the center.
A little elbow pass by Ranky. Now Owens returns the favor, goes to the work on the right arm on Ranky. Still 4-0 is your score. Owens puts a lot of forward pressure. Ranky drops down to a knee. Final 25 seconds of the second period. Owens maintains the 4-0 lead. Wrestlers still on their feet here on mat number 1.
Werner up to his feet. Leinz with a single leg, looking for the mat return, able to get it. Back down to the belly, see what he can do with it.
In our final 5 seconds, still 4-0 is your score as we'll go into this third period. And Ranky's choice takes a look at the corner. He goes neutral to start our third period with Sawyer Owens. Winner of this makes it into the championship match at 139 pounds.
Werner reaching through, arm draped across the back. Gonna see what he can do with it. Just gonna try to bowl Leinz over. Leinz though able to get himself back to a belly. Werner keeps the grip on. Now he's gonna push him over and get the pinfall. Pembina County Norris, Logan Werner, the pinfall victory in period number 2 to advance. He'll wrestle for a title at 133 pounds.
And we're still 4-0 score. Ranky hits a headlock on Owens. Owens slips through it and scores the 3-point takedown. So Ranky takes a shot a little early in this one. Minute 18 on the clock. Owens has a 7-0 lead. Chops the arm on Ranky. Going to work on top. Has the almost had the 2-on-1. Now Ranky works some wrist control. He's belly down on the mat on mat number 1.
145-pound semifinal on mat number 2. It's Nick Garber for the Carrington Cardinals, a sophomore at 30-8. His opponent for the Lisbon Broncos, a junior at 18-5. It's Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee with the takedown. He'll take the early 3-0 lead.
So mat number 3 update, 127 pounds. Brogan Erickson wrestling Brock Martigue. Erickson from Mayport CG is down 9-3 at the start of the third period on mat 3. And then Maddox Mock, Mayport CG, a sophomore, 21-14 record. Bennett Grimm of Bismarck St. Mary's scoreless. And that one did go final over there on mat number 4.
Chuck attempt. Garber falls down, but able to get back up to his feet, and they'll stay neutral. They'll circle themselves back to the center with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the first period. Shot attempt here, Greenlee. Garber with a sprawl. They stay neutral, collar and elbow ties. Both wrestlers able to pop back up to their feet. They'll break apart. Shot attempt here. Garber, Greenlee with the sprawl. He's now got the front headlock with 50 seconds to go in the period. Still
And
neutral position.
Owens over here on mat number 1. Ranky had poked his head up. Owens goes over the hard over the top of the crossface. Ranky able to stay belly down, but Sawyer Owens picks up the one stalling point in the period. He wins by major decision, 8-0, and into the championship match at 139 pounds.
Out of bounds they go, no change. Greenlee still with a 3-1 lead. 25 seconds to go in the first period.
They will have tickets, numbered tickets, and then we will draw the 50-50 right before the finals.
So Sawyer Owens and Colt Griebel, your matchup in the championship at 139 pounds. Number 1 Class A versus number 1 Class B, one to tune into. Coming your way on yourliveevent.com.
Greenlee attempting the 9-1-1. Garber able to defend. He's got the 3-point takedown. Scramble, end of the period, and will get no points awarded. So Nick Garber will take a 4-3 lead into the second period. So Garber in on a shot attempt. Greenlee was looking for the 9-1-1. Garber, though, able to defend. And pick up the takedown, then a scramble drill. It stayed with Garber in top control. So he'll take a 1-point lead into the second period.
And mat number 1 semifinal matchup at 145 pounds. Case Allender, senior for the Oaks Tornadoes, 21-10, takes on Brock Johnson, sophomore for the Kindred Vikings. Both returning state place winners. Johnson seated number 3 ranked, or honorable mention ranking in Class B. Allender seated second, ranked number 3 in Class B. That's your matchup here, 145-pound semifinal bout on mat 1.
Garber with a takedown right to the back, looking for the pinfall. Now he'll go over, put in the legs. Looking for the fall. Greenlee gonna have to try to fight off of his back. 90 seconds to go in the period. Greenlee trying to get himself back to the belly. He does so. Garber will keep on the body lock, and it is a 4-point near fall. So Nick Garber now with an 11-3 lead. Minute and 10 seconds to go in the second period.
And Allender Johnson still scoreless. They're in a scramble position. Allender on his hip. Johnson kind of has the bottom leg caught on Allender. He's trying to scoot out the back door. Allender looking for a stalemate, trying to get out of this position on mat number 1. Still scoreless in the first.
Garber with a double leg ride. Has Greenlee bellied out. See what we can do on top. It's an 11-3 Nick Garber lead for the Carrington Cardinals. Puts the hand across, puts the forearm across the head.
And mat number 3, another Carrington Cardinal out there with Gabe Clifton, the sophomore, 3-3 record, wrestling Noak Swenson, the sophomore for Kindred, at 139 pounds in the consolation rounds on mat 3. And then mat 4, 145-pound Shaden Thomas of Grafton has the 4-3 lead over Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm on mat number 4 in the second period.
We'll get a restart back to the center after the stalemate. Nick Garber with an 11-3 lead over Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon. Final 30 seconds off the whistle. Roll attempt, leg pass attempt here by Greenlee. Garber able to follow. He'll stay in top control. Final 20 seconds. Garber crossface, also reaching at the far ankle as well in the final 15 seconds of the period.
And we go scoreless into our second period over on mat number 1. So that scramble position between Brock Johnson of Kindred and Case Allender results in no points for either wrestler. They're going into the second period scoreless on mat number 1.
No change, so Garber will take an 11-3 lead into the third period. He'll put 2 more minutes on the clock. As Garber looking to advance into the championship match at 145 pounds.
And mat number 4, change of score there. Jager Sand now up by 2 over Shaden Thomas, has a 6-4 lead in that second period. And we're 1-0 with the Brock Johnson escape over on mat number 1. Johnson trying to make it into the semifinals for the into the championship match for the Vikings at 145.
Garber starts in the down position, is looking for a roll attempt. Greenlee able to follow, defends. He'll stay in top position, but he's got to go. He trails by 8 with 95 seconds to go. We'll get a whistle, and we'll get a blood time. They're on mat number 2. Blood time for Nick Garber here in the third period.
Here Johnson and Allender still 1-0 with a minute remaining in the second period. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Allender underhook on the far side, goes collar over the top. Now Johnson with the wrist tie on the near side. Tap of the head, Johnson with the shot. Allender warned for stalling on the taking the step back. Johnson still working underneath. Allender snaps down Johnson to the mat. Here on mat number 1, 145-pound semifinal match. Johnson still has the 1-0 lead. And wrestlers off the mat for a restart. With 29 seconds remaining in the second period, Johnson up by 1 on mat number 1.
Blood time has concluded. Garber with a stand-up off the whistle. He'll get the escape point. 12-3 is his lead. Shot attempt. And 3 more points here for Nick Garber. He'll extend the lead now, make it 15-3. With a minute and 15 seconds to go in the match, we'll go out of bounds and get a restart back in the center.
And over on mat number 3, Noak Swenson, the sophomore from Kindred, has the 3-0 lead over Gabriel Clifton of Carrington. That's in the second period, or at the start of the second period. And Shaden Thomas and the Jager Sand match. Sand now up 13-4 over Thomas of Grafton at 145 pounds consolation round match on mat number 4. That's in the third period with a minute remaining. And we are at the start of the third period over on mat number 1. Allender in the bottom position. Johnson in the top, works underneath the arms. Now Allender stands up, does some hand fighting. He'll try to clear the hands. Johnson trying the mat return.
Garber with the near fall to give him a 19-3 tech fall decision. So Nick Garber will advance to the championship hill wrestle for a title at 145 pounds, the tech fall victory over Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon.
And we're now tied up at 1 with Allender with that escape off his stand-up. Johnson takes a shot, goes high crotch, has the head tucked to the inside on Allender. Allender working underneath, goes front headlock, reaches all the way across underneath the arms, and a stalemate called by the official. Minute 1 on the clock. We're tied up at 1 on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, 152 pounds. It is Joran Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's, a senior, 27-4. He'll go up against Maddox Slater of Mandan, a sophomore, at 26-14. Pair of WDA Class A wrestlers here wrestling in the semis at 152. Out of bounds they go. Richter unable to keep the foot in bounds, and so we'll stay neutral. Minute and 37 to go in the first period.
We're tied up at 1 with 41 seconds remaining on mat number 3. Winner of this will face Nick Garber of the Carrington Cardinals with his victory over Griffin Greenlee of the Broncos. Johnson in on a single leg shot. Whizzer attempt, or big whizzer by Allender trying to step over the top. Johnson scrambling with Allender. Johnson's going to go double up on Allender. Has him going to his hip, trying to turn the corner. 20 seconds remaining. Allender in some trouble on his hip. He still has the whizzer, but Johnson up over the top with the advantage. Goes to the half Nelson here for Johnson. Final 10 seconds. Big scramble. We're still tied up at 1. No point awarded. Johnson still trying to turn the corner. Allender with the whizzer. Final seconds tick off the clock. We go to overtime. Sudden victory type on mat number 1.
Pair of takedowns for Richter, so he'll take a 6-1 lead as we wrestle a minute remaining in the first period. They're on mat number 2.
And we're sudden victory tied up at 1 on mat number 1 between Johnson and Allender. Allender level change shot on Johnson, who backs up. And Johnson now on a single leg shot, has the head tucked to the inside once again. he's been able to get to the legs of Allender. Allender right away, he's got the big sprawl, cracks down Johnson. Johnson on his hip. Allender trying to turn the corner, has the inside ankle caught, turns it, and the win by a sudden victory with the takedown. So Case Allender into the championship match. He'll face Nick Garber of Carrington.
Richter extends his lead. It's now 9-2. Final 10 seconds of the first period as Jordan Richter for Bismarck St. Mary's will just ride out the final couple ticks of the clock in this period. And he'll take a 7-point lead into the second period at 152 pounds.
In mat number 1, your matchup, Miles Seal just for the Kindred Vikings takes on Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos. These two have met up 3 times during the season. Eng leads this series 2-1. Most recent, it was a 1-0 win for Ryan Eng. So Eng with the head tap on Theolgis. Theolgis backs up. Both wrestlers holding the center of the mat, minute 30 on the clock.
Richter extends the lead now, make it 10-2 as they're in the neutral position. Shot attempt by Slater. Richter, though, able to turn face, and now front headlock here for Richter. Slater will get himself back up to his feet. Shot attempt. Richter sprawl spin behind, gets the takedown. 13-2 is the lead for Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's.
And Eng back up to his feet after the shot on Theolgis. Theolgis head tap. Both wrestlers back to the center of the mat. We are under 50 seconds remaining. Miles Theolgis seeded number 3 in the tournament. Ryan Eng, number 2 seed. Eng ranked number 4 in Class B. Theolgis number 5. And now Theolgis here with Eng. Eng with that little slide by has the front head cradle on Theolgis. He takes him down to the mat. 3-point takedown. Now a 2-point reversal. So 3-2 is your score over here on mat number 1.
Richter will pick up the victory there. Jordan Richter for Bismarck St. Mary's. He will wrestle for the title at 152 pounds, defeating Maddox Slater. There on mat number 2, we go to 160 on mat number 2. Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos, a junior, 25-2. He'll go up against Colin Hegney of Mandan, a senior, at 7-5.
So Ryan Eng scores the takedown, but an immediate reversal by Theolgis. We're 3-2 going into the second period. The officials over there discussing the scoring, but it is 3-2 score going into the second. Eng chooses bottom position.
Neutral position, center of the mat here between Lyons and Hegney at 160 pounds. Battle for head position. Both wrestlers have to get back up to their feet. They'll turn face each other, stay neutral with 35 seconds gone.
And it is back to a restart. So it was a restart. There were 2 seconds on the clock. And we go into our second period now, 3-2 on mat number 1. Eng for the Broncos in the lead.
Underhook here for Hegney. Lyons able to get the arm back free as they circle center of the mat. Shot, reshot, they stay neutral. Underhook once again for Hegney. Lyons grabbing at the far leg. Now Hegney locks up a bear hug. Looking to suck it in, see if he can throw it. Lyons defending. Knuckles to the ribs and out of bounds they go. No change, they'll stay neutral. 44 seconds to go in the first period.
So single leg shot by Theolgis. Eng with the whizzer. No points awarded. Eng has that shin whizzer in tight. Theolgis going to try to shelf the ankle or the leg and is able to do it. Eng drops down for a scramble here and a funk roll and a potentially dangerous called. 3-2 is your score on mat number 2. Eng with the lead.
Throw attempt here. Hegney will get the 3-point takedown. Lyons looking to roll through and get a turn of himself. Hegney still with it. It's a scramble drill. It was a 3-point Hegney takedown. Then Lyons now will get the reversal right to the back. Eli Lyons going to look for the pinfall. Hegney trying to bridge out. Short time and out of bounds they go. And blood time as Lyons, a bloody nose here for Eli Lyons, so they'll stop it there. It will be a 4-point near fall for Eli Lyons, so he'll take a 6-3 lead Here are only a couple of seconds, 7 seconds to go in the first period there on mat number 2.
And mat number 1, 3-2 is your score. Wrestler still in the neutral position. 40 seconds on the clock. Eng and Miles Seal just stalemate called. The official, Brady Storhaug, stands them back up on their feet for the restart. Off the whistle, Eng takes a step back. Thiel just holds the center. Little head tap by each wrestler. Lang with the level change. Now goes over tie on Thiel. Thiel just steps back. Both wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Down to 20 seconds. 3-2 lead for Ryan Eng. And final 10 seconds. Neither wrestler wanting to commit. They have the 3-2 lead here for Ryan Eng. Now he puts his hands on his knees, takes a breath, changes levels. And we're going to the third, 1-point lead. Eng, he has choice, chooses bottom position. Thiel just will have to look for the ride out. He's going to let Eng go. 4-2 is the score going into the third period.
So 6 seconds to go in period number 1. We'll get the restart after the blood time. Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos has a 3-point lead. He'll ride out the final few seconds and go to period number 2 with a 3-point lead. There on mat number 2, he wins the flip. He'll defer, and Hagney will choose the down position to start our second 2 minutes. Bottom man set, top man on. Off the whistle.
So mat number 1, we do have another stalemate call. Wrestlers are on the far center edge of the mat. Still 4-2 is your score. Eng given that 1-point escape at the start of the third period by Thiel just. So in the neutral position, Eng had double unders on Thiel just. Now wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Neither wrestler has been warned for stalling on mat 1.
30 seconds gone in the second period. Lyons still in top control, has the wrist. Now is looking to lock in a half. Instead, he'll go 2-on-1 wrist control, looking for a breakdown. Roll it out. Reaches through and over. Hagney now, he'll try to put in a chicken wing, look for a breakdown. Minute and 10 seconds to go in the second period. Lyons with the wing. Also now trying to hook up an ankle. See if he can do something with it as we wrestle. A minute to go in the second period.
Down to 35 seconds. Eng drops down to the ankle on Thiel just. Thiel just working underneath. And another stalemate called. And Eng's been warned for stalling. He has the 2-point lead over here on mat number 1 in the third period.
Reversal here for Hagney right to the back. So cuts the deficit to 1 at 6-5. Lyons able to get back up to his feet, gets the escape point, make it 7-5. Final 30 seconds of the second period. Hagney with a shot attempt, but they'll go out of bounds. No change, still neutral.
And now another stall warning here with Eng and Thiel just. Thiel just now down by 1 point. Received the benefactor of that stall call against Ryan Eng. Eng right away off the whistle, takes a step back, drops down to a double. He's going to try to finish this one off. And down to 7 seconds. The clock hadn't started. I'm not sure what happened down there, but the clock hadn't started, and Ryan Eng secures the win. 7-3 over Miles Thiel just into the championship match. And he will face Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's.
Get a restart, 7-5. Eli Lyons with the lead. Final 10 seconds of period number 2. I'll stay in the neutral position. Battle for head position, hand fighting, and that will do it for period number 2. Lions will take a 2-point lead into the final period against Mandan's Colin Hagney here at 160 pounds on mat number 2. Lions with choice. He'll start in the down position to begin the period. Off the whistle, on all fours. Looking for the escape point. Head lever here by Hagney. Lyons trying to work himself back up on all fours. Bear crawl it back up. Able to get his leg back free. Attempts the roll. Still trying to roll. Hooks the ankle. Hagney still in top control. Lyons grabbing at the near leg. Hagney reaching through.
Here, mat number 160-pound semifinal match. We have Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgeley Colm, the senior, 24-4, takes on Brody Knockboer for a senior for the Border West Buccaneers at 24-6. Fuhrer seeded number 3, Knockboer number 2 seed. Neither wrestler ranked in their most recent state rankings, but that's your matchup over here. The number 2, number 3 seed going at it, trying to make it in the championship match at 160 pounds.
We'll get a stalemate. 59 seconds to go in period number 3. Lions still with a 7-5 lead. Here's we'll get a restart, and Hegney will give him the escape point, make it a 3-point matchup. Hegney a takedown would tie it up here in the final minute. Underhook here for Hegney. Lions snap down attempt. Hegney reshot. In on the double under, see if he can get a bear hug. Trip and out of bounds they go. Out of bounds they went, no change, they'll stay neutral. Lions will get called for stalling, that's his first stalling warning.
And we're 5-6 to score, so exchange of points over here and some scrambles on mat number 160-pound semifinal match. We're in the first period. So nice body lock by Fuhrer, puts him in the top position, but he's down by 1 point with 31 seconds remaining. They're off the mat, back to the center for a restart over at mat number 1.
Final 10 seconds, snap down attempt by Lions, looking to spin behind. He'll grab the near ankle, hook it. Gets the 3-point takedown, extend the lead, make it now 11-5, and that will be your final score. Eli Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos. He'll wrestle for the title at 160 pounds with the decision victory over Colin Hegney of Mandan. They're at 160 pounds on mat number 2.
In mat number 1, we are at the end of the first period. Now Brody Knockbor with the 7-5 lead over Greg Fury with the 1-point escape. Knockbor has choice, defers over to Fuhrer. Fuhrer takes a look at the corner, chooses bottom position. He's down by 2 points on mat number 1.
Tanner Mengi of Kindred, a freshman at 28-5. He'll go up against Mandan's Tate Saylor, a freshman at 20-5. There, that's your 172-pound semifinal matchup.
And mat number 4, 172-pound consolation round match. Yeah, at the end of the first period, Riley Lucina of the Lisbon Broncos takes on Max Chernlin of Ellen DeLegge Column. Chernlin, a senior, at 17-11. Lucina, an 8th grader, 22-10. Looks like that's scoreless at the end of the first period on mat 4.
Underhook here for Mengi, center of the mat. Battle for head position. Saylor able to get his arm back free as we wrestle. Halfway gone, a minute to go in the first period. They're at 172-pound semifinal matchup.
And Fuhrer now with the takedown. He had the escape, closed the gap 7-6. Now with the takedown, 7-9's your score. Greg Fuhrer up by 2 points over Brody Knockbor, Border West Buccaneers. Fuhrer in the top position, works underneath, has the arm chopped, and looks like a 2-on-1 ride underneath. They're working this near edge of the mat with a 2-point lead for Greg Fuhrer on mat 1.
Saylor with the takedown, Mengi with the escape point, make it 3-1, 30 seconds to go in period number 1. As they're back in the center of the mat on the Lisbon Bronco logo. Saylor with a shuck attempt, Mengi though, able to step through, stays neutral position. Final 15 seconds of period number 1. 2-on-1, Russian tie here for Mengi. Final 10 seconds, see if he can set something up. Saylor able to get his arm free now with a Russian tie of his own. Final couple of ticks of the clock, and that'll do it for period number 1. Saylor will take a 3-1 lead into our second 2 minutes.
And into the second period, Knockbor with the reversal. We're tied up at 9 apiece on mat number 160-pound matchup, semifinals. And then over on mat number 4, it's a 1-0 lead. Max Chernlin was in the bottom position to start his second period with the escape. He's in the tight one with Riley Lucino of the Broncos, has the 1-0 lead towards the end of the second period. And now 10-9's your lead for Greg Fuhrer. He has the 1-point advantage with the escape on Knockbor at the end of the second period.
Get an escape point for Saylor, make it now 4-1. As out of bounds they go. As we get in a conference with the officials, Mandan wanted the takedown on the edge of the mat. It is 4-1, and they will give the 3-point takedown to Tate Saylor. So extend his lead now to 7-1.
And we're tied up at 10 off of the first period escape for Brody Knockborn, and now a 3-point takedown for Greg Fuhrer, up 13-10. Minute 34 on the clock here on mat number 1 in the third period. Fuhrer in the black singlet with the yellow back. He has the 13-10 advantage with a minute 20 remaining.
Coach Lehman getting an explanation on the call from the official, Trevor Kittleson. It is a 7-1 lead for Tate Saylor for the Mandan Braves. Here as we wrestle in the second period, a minute and a half to go. Sit out attempt by Mangi, chin drop attempt by Saylor. Able to spin behind, follow, and it stays 7-1. Saylor in the top position. Sit out once again by Mangi, a minute and 20 seconds to go. Saylor able to follow through. Stand-up attempt by Mangi. Mat return by Saylor. As we wrestle. Escape point now as Mangi able to get the sit out into the stand-up. And the escape point, he trails 7-2 with a minute to go in the second period.
And we're 13-10 in the third period. Wrestlers off the mat, back to the center for the restart. Brody Knockborn in the bottom position. He's down by 3 points as Greg Fuhrer secures the takedown and takes the lead in the third period. Back and forth battle to get in the championship at 160 pounds on mat number 1. Knockborn stands up. Fuhrer able to catch his head, but now a 2-point reversal for Brody Knockborn. Our score 13-12. Knockborn will at 13-12. Knockborn lets Fuhrer up 14-12. 2-point lead for Greg Fuhrer. Knockborn goes head and arm. Fuhrer steps in. They go off the mat towards the hard floor. And back to the center. 23 seconds left here for Brody Knockborn. Try to work some magic and take the win. Takedown will win it for Knockborn. Fuhrer with the 2-point lead. Knockborn on a double leg. Fuhrer's going to try to chin whip. Knockborn rolls through, catches Fuhrer on his hip. Another scramble. Hips up by Fuhrer. Final 6 seconds. Little sit out by Knockborn, and that'll do it. He gives up at the end here now. And Greg Fuhrer will advance to the championship match at 160 pounds.
Start of the third period. Saylor still with its 7-2 lead. As he'll get a caution as he'll elect to do the optional start to begin our third period. Out in front, a front headlock here for Saylor. He leads by 5. In the final period here at 172 pounds. Still in on our front headlock. Mangi able to get back up to his feet, make it 7-3 with 95 seconds to go in the match.
And we're out here on mat number 1, 189-pound semifinal. Braden Chenol, Hillsboro Central Valley, Henry Sletdahl, Breck Wap is your matchup at 189-pound semifinals.
Scramble here, still neutral, and they break apart. They face each other, and it's no points awarded. Saylor still with a 7-3 lead. A minute and 10 seconds remaining here in the third period. This a 172-pound semifinal matchup on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, we're still scoreless. A minute 20 on the clock. Chenol, seeded number 1 in the tournament, takes on Sletdahl. Border West, seeded number 4, ranked number 6 on the Class A side for Breck Wap Storm. Wrestler still in the neutral position, holding the center of the mat.
Chuck attempt here. Saylor, give him 3 more points for the takedown, make it now 10-3. Half a minute remaining as Tate Saylor for the Mandan Braves just going to look to ice this away and pick up the victory and advance to the championship at 172. Back up to his feet is Mangi. He'll get the escape point, make it now 10-4. As I'll get the scoreboard correct. There you go. So 26 seconds to go in the matchup. Saylor with now a 6-point lead here in period number 3 at 172 pounds.
And we're still scoreless. Final 25 seconds on mat number 1 at 189 pounds. Braden Chenol, Hillsboro Central Valley Wrestling, Henry Sletdahl, Breck Wap Storm. They are on the far center edge of the mat. Little head tap by Sletdahl. Double leg shot at the end of the period. Final 10 seconds. He'll try to turn the corner. Chenot goes down to the funk roll, trying to roll through. Sletdown trying to turn the corner. They're north-south and scramble. No points awarded. So good reaction by Braden Chenot as he goes into the funk roll, saves the takedown. And we're scoreless in blood time on mat number 1.
Saylor able to get the takedown to extend his lead now 13-4. That is a major decision victory, picking up an extra bonus point as for the Mandan Braves as he'll wrestle for the title at 172. The other 172-pound semifinal now on mat number 2. It's Cole Hebel for Lemoore, a senior at 3-0 on this season. His opponent is Caden Graber from Central Cass, a senior as well at 19-16. As Hebel right to the back, the takedown, a 3-point takedown. Now going to look for some near fall points. Graber going to have to try to fight off his back. Hebel, front headlock finish. Plenty of time to settle in. A minute and 20 seconds to go in the period. Graber trying to bridge out. Gonna have to try to fight off of his back. Hebel walking around, looking to put in a leg. Instead, will now go back out to the side and look for the fall. High bridge here by Graber, looking to fight off of his back. Hebel still settling in, plenty of time. He's got a minute to try to get the pinfall and advance into the title matchup.
And we're between periods with that blood time now. Still scoreless on mat number 1.
There's the pinfall. Cole Hebel, the victory in a minute and 10 seconds. He'll wrestle for the title at 172 pounds, defeating Central Cass's Caden Graber. They're at 172 pounds.
And 1-0 is your score. Henry Sletdahl with the escape in the second period. Minute 30 on the clock. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat. Collar tie by Sletdahl going over the head. Now over tie by Braden Chenot of Hillsborough Central Valley. Wrestlers break apart. Head tap by Sletdahl on mat number 1.
215-pound semifinals on mat number 2. It's Ivan Caruth for Allendale Edgley Calma Jr. at 25-4. His opponent for the Lisbon Broncos is Brock Lyons, a junior at 17-12, as Caruth with the takedown here early on in period number 1.
And 1-0 remains the score with 55 seconds remaining at 189-pound semifinal match. Henry Sletdahl maintains the 1-0 lead for the Breckwop Storm. Wrestler still holding the center of the mat, working through some head and hands defense. Goes for wrist ties and over ties on mat 1.
Double chicken wing here for Caruth, looking to try to set it up. If he can get it. Spin behind the head, near fall points coming up. Lions trying to roll through. Caruth will transition it. Still hold on with the back exposed. Going to look for the pinfall. Final minute of the first period. Caruth looking to readjust. There's the pinfall. Ivan Caruth for Allendale Edgley Calm, the pinfall victory. 104 to advance to the title match at 215 pounds.
And we are back to blood time on mat number 189 pounds. Henry Sletdahl hit a nice snap down and a go behind takedown on Braden Chenot. Chenot kind of made a step in and left an opening for Sletdahl to hit that snap down. And he's up 4-0. 10 seconds remaining in that second period. But they're at blood time over on mat number 1.
Heavyweights on the mat here on mat number 2. Aiden Hinkle for the Lisbon Broncos. He's a senior at 20-3. He's going up against Carter Michlich of Bismarck St. Mary's, a junior at 14-14 on the year.
And blood time still on mat number 1. 4-0 lead for Henry Sletdahl as the official Brady Storhaug calls the wrestlers back to the center of the mat for our restart. 16 seconds remain on mat 1 in the second period.
Still neutral position. Hinkle and Michlich here at 285 pounds in a semifinal matchup. Here's we wrestle.
And
collar and elbow tie-ups.
We are back to blood time mat number 1. Braden Chenot being tended to by the coaches for Hillsborough Central Valley. Still 4-0 is the score on mat 1.
Snap down attempt here by Hinkle. They'll stay neutral. 40 seconds to go in the matchup here. Neutral position. Battle for position. Double unders here for Michelich, trying to get the bear hug. Hinkle able to break the grip. It'll stay neutral. Still neutral. Final 10 seconds of the matchup. Head taps, head taps. Snap down attempt by Hinkle. End of the period, and that'll do it for period number 1. Hinkle and Michelich, no score as we go into the second period. Hinkle with choice. He'll choose the down position.
And still in blood time, the blood crew out there taking care of business on mat number 1. 4-0 lead for Henry Sletdahl. The official now calls him back onto the mat. That's for your semifinal matchup. They go into the third period. 4-0 lead for Henry Sletdahl. Braden Chenol for Hillsborough Central Valley in the bottom position.
As Michelich with the takedown right to the back, he's going to look for the pinfall. As Hinkle is going to have to try to fight off of his back. Looking to bridge, looking to roll through. Michelich will put in the legs. Hinkle, though, able to get himself back to a belly. However, it is a 4-point near fall. And we'll get a whistle, and looks like we'll have some blood time here on mat number 2. So Hinkle trailing by 7 as Michelich the takedown right to the back. 3 points for the takedown, 4 for the near fall. It's a 7-0 lead for Carter Michelich.
And on mat number 1, Braden Chenol stays in that bottom position with 1:10 remaining on the clock. Henry Sletdahl in the top position. Now goes a little forearm to the back of the head. Works the spiral on the near arm. Riding back behind the hips. Chenol still broke belly down to the mat. He's down by 4 points now. Pulls the hips up underneath him. Trying to get a little momentum, get something going. Broke back down to the belly on mat number 1.
Hinkle off the whistle. Able to get the stand up and the escape point. But he trails by 6 at 7-1 with 1:20 to go in the second period.
And wrestlers off the edge of the mat, back to the restart. 30 seconds remain. Braden Chenol down by 4 points. He has 30 seconds to mount a comeback. He goes into the bottom position. And now a stall against Green, against Sletdahl, fixing his shoelaces. And final 30 seconds. A sit out by Chenol. He rolls back around with Sletdahl on top. Sletdahl chops the arm to the near side, working underneath. Braden Chenol broke belly down. Final 15 seconds over on mat number 1.
Well, just the scoring to make it 4-1. Michelich and Hinkle. Hinkle looking for a throw. Out of bounds they go. They'll get no change. They'll stay neutral with 18 seconds to go. Now officials will talk it over. As it was double unders for Michelich. Hinkle's looking for the throw. They went out of bounds. And they'll stay with the call. No change, neutral position. Now 15 seconds to go in the period.
And your final is Henry Sletdahl, Breckwap Storm over Braden Chenol, Hillsborough Central Valley by decision 4-0. Sletdahl into the championship match at 189.
Final couple ticks of the clock. That'll do it for period number 2. Carter Michelich of Bismarck St. Mary's will take a 4-1 lead into the final 2 minutes. He'll have choice. He'll choose the down position.
And another semifinal matchup here on mat number 1. Ryer Muskie, Valley City, Emery Slater, Mandan on mat number 1.
So Hinkle got to try to do something on top. Puts in the ankle. Michelich able to get it back. Hinkle 2-on-1 looking for a breakdown. Now into a double leg after the sit out from Michelich. Hinkle will stay in top control. See what he can do with it. And gets the breakdown. Has Michelich bellied out. Hinkle going to try to do something here in the top position.
And little level change by Muskie. We're still scoreless in our first period over on mat number 1. Minute 8 remaining on the clock. Wrestlers on their feet. Little head taps. Going over by Emery Slater and Mandan. Slater, a senior, 24-9. Ryer Muskie, a junior, 21-5 on mat number 1.
Michelich did get the escape point. He did also get warned for stalling. That's his first. It is a 5-1 Carter Michelich lead as we wrestle under a minute to go in the first period. Out of bounds they go, and now we'll get a stalling warning called on Hinkle.
And wrestlers out of bounds on mat number 1 as well. Still a 3-0 lead for Emery Slater over Ryer Muskie of Valley City.
So each wrestler has gotten called for stalling. Michelich has a 4-point lead. Hinkle got to try to get something here in the final 45 seconds. Neutral position.
We are off the restart. Still 3-0 on mat number 1 between Slater and Muskie. Slater in the top position. Final 25 seconds of the first period.
Hinkle trying to set up a throw. Final 15. Hinkle will push him out of bounds, and they'll go back to the center with 12 seconds.
And a big mat return over here by Emery Slater. Still 3-0 at the end of our first period. And a clasping technical violation over on mat 1.
Hinkle trying to set something up. Michelich just trying to back up. He can do that, and that will do it for the match. And Carter Michelich with the 5-1 decision victory over Lisbon's Aiden Hinkle.
And a 3-1 score going into our second period over on mat number 189-pound match.
£285 semi-final here. The other heavyweight match, Seth Irie for Ellendale Edgley-Colma, sophomore at 16-9. His opponent for Border West is Aiden Sigler, a senior at 17-9. Looking at the upcoming matches that are going, the 7th place matches, those will be wrestled here at the conclusion of the semifinals. The 7th place matches will be going on mats 1 and 2. The consolation semifinals, those will be over in the Armory on mats 3 and 4 at the conclusion of the semifinals.
Yeah, we'll step away here, take a break as we get reset for these placing round matches here in the main gymnasium on mats number 1 and 2. You're watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the True Grade Pull-Type Bulldozer Blade from Degelman Industries. At 34 inches, the True Grade is the tallest pull-type bulldozer blade in its class. Our streamlined design will make cleaning ditches, grading roads, digging ditches, leveling fields, and moving snow easier and more efficient than ever. The Degelman True Grade, engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Come make pasta with us. Combine your love of North Dakota and agriculture with a great career at Dakota Growers. They provide you room to grow in your career, develop your skills, and they always put safety first in their state-of-the-art facility. Check out all of their fantastic opportunities at jobs.postholdings.com. or scan the QR code. Contact Erica at 701-540-6152 or Wendy 701-997-5066.
At Gar Dental Center, dentistry is about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon!
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsborough offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsborough to learn more about rebates or visit BrightEnergySolutions.com.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Buying a new home, but worried about the interest rate and terms from your bank? At First Class Mortgage, we'll find a mortgage that fits your needs. Shopping national banks and other lenders for the lowest rate and most affordable terms, saving you time and money. So all you need to worry about is enjoying your new home. First Class Mortgage, our expertise, your peace of mind. Put an expert to work for you. Call today.
Visit with Rocky Nedham at Nedham Seeds Caledonia for LCS wheat seed varieties, Trigger Cannon, and 2 new varieties named Buster and Dual. Call Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia. They also have proven wheat seed SY Velda from AgriPro. Your local Pioneer dealer, Rocky Nedham, Nedham Seeds Caledonia, with corn, soybean, sunflower, and alfalfa seed for your farm and Seedex sugar beet seeds. Call Rocky 701-430-1149, Nedham Seeds Caledonia.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
At Bank Forward of Carrington, they're more than just your local bank. They are your financial partner for every step of life. Open a checking or savings account today and enjoy easy access to your money with personalized service that makes banking simple. Need insurance, tax assistance, or investment advice? Their experts are here to guide you. From everyday banking to long-term planning, Bank Forward has you covered. Bank Forward, your partner for financial success. Visit bankforward.com and build your financial future. Member FDIC.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. Let's get you a update here. Seth Irie for Ellendale Edgley Calm, the pinfall victory at 285 over Aiden Sigler for Border West to advance into the championship at 285. Emery Slater for Mandan with a major decision 15-4 victory over Ryer Muskie of Valley City. That a 189-pound semifinal matchup. here. Our final semifinal is going on mat number 1 right now. It's Caden Rose of Pembina County North. He's going up against Braxton Rance of Devils Lake, as Rose with a 3-1 lead through the first period there. Our first 7th place match going on right now as we speak on mat number 2. It's Micah Fromke for the Lisbon Broncos. He's going up against John Logerine of Lemoore. That one just getting underway in the 7th place matchup. Over in the Armory, they are doing the consolation semifinal matches. Consolation semis, the winners wrestle for 3rd. The losers will wrestle for 5th. A little bit later on here today, Joey Hyde of Lemoore, a 13-6 win, or 13-6 lead over Hudson Droll here in the final 30 seconds of that match in period number 3. And then on mat number 4, it's Carson Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's, a 4-3 lead over Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. They're at 114 pounds. That's your recap from Olson Accounting. You can visit them online at colsoncpa.com. Taking a look at our Bank North scoreboard here on our team standings as that just gets updated, as now Mandan has briefly taken the lead here with 168.5 points. A half-point lead for the Mandan Braves against the Lisbon Broncos at 168 points. Bismarck St. Mary's in 3rd at 141.5 points. Oaks 4th at 133, and Ellendale Edgeley Calm will round out the top 5 at 120 points. That's a look at the team standings on the Bank North scoreboard. Visit them online at banknorth.bank.
Okay, mat number 114 pound, 7th place match between Ben Wagner Jr. from Oaks takes on Gavin Rude, a freshman from Kindred. And it's a 3-0 lead for Wagner. Down on the legs on Rude. They go out back to the center for a restart on mat number 1.
Now mat number 3 in the consolation semifinal. It's Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley. He's going up against Carrington's Drew Carr. They're on mat number 3 at 121 pounds.
And mat number 1 off that restart. Minute 11 on the clock. Still 3-0 lead for Ben Wagner. Rude kind of quad potted up, trying to clear the hips. Wagner back over the top. He's going to go try to stick a boot in. Rude was able to defend it with his hand. Now Wagner goes double boot over the top. Going to try to crack down Gavin Rude. Rude still fighting, trying to keep the hips underneath him on mat number 1.
Logerine with a 3-0 lead, now extends it to 6-0. Has a cradle, puts it in. Gonna look for the pinfall. Fromke gonna have to try to fight off of his back, unable to do so, as John Logerine for the Lemoore Lobos will pick up the victory. He will finish in 7th place at 107 pounds. Update over in the Armory. Drew Carr with a 3-0 lead as they wrestle. Final few seconds of period number 1. Drew Carr with the lead over Hillsborough Central Valley's Justin Terrell.
And mat number 1, still 3-0 your score with 20 seconds remaining between Wagner and Rude. Rude in the bottom position, hand fighting, has the head buried down to the mat. Wagner trying to dig the wrist out. Spikes the back ankle. In final 5 seconds of the period, still 3-0 for Ben Wagner.
Now we're going to move to a consolation semifinal here at 121 pounds. Oakley Brown for Pembina County North. Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. This the consolation semifinal at 121 pounds. Again, winner wrestles for 3rd, loser wrestles for 5th in a consolation semifinal matchup.
Yeah, they probably told us what they were doing. I thought they were keeping 7th place matches out here on the main floor, but we're here consolation semis and 7th place matches. Mat number 1, Gavin Rude and Ben Wagner. 3-0 the score. They started the neutral position. Rude on mat 1, double leg shot. Wagner up over the top, catches the cross leg, takes Rude down to the mat, working for his takedown. So he does have the takedown, no near fall. 6-0 lead for Ben Wagner on mat number 1.
So Brown and Lyons still neutral position, halfway gone in period number 1. Shot attempt here by Brown. Whizzer position, edge of the mat. Brown keeping 1 foot inbounds. Lyons able to turn face, get a front headlock, and then they'll go out of bounds. so they'll stay neutral with 37 seconds to go in the period.
And mat number 1 with 55 seconds remaining in the second period. Ben Wagner still has the 6-0 lead. He has leg ride in on the right side. Can't see what he has on the left. Probably double boots in as Rude's hips are stuck down to the mat, not able to get his up underneath him and build any momentum. Wagner still over the top, working the arms. Going to try to drag over Gavin Rude on mat number 1.
Update as we finish period number 2. Drew Carr now with a 6-0 lead over the Burrows' Justin Terrell. That one at 121 pounds in the consolation semis. End of the period as Brown and Lyons will stay scoreless as we go to period number 2. Lyons with choice. He'll choose the down position.
And Wagner relentless with the legs on Rude, stretches him out and the win by fall at the end of the period. 2 seconds remaining. So 3:58 with the pin for Ben Wagner of the Oaks Tornadoes at 114 pounds and at 114 pounds will place 7th.
Lyons with the escape point, so he'll get the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 1-0 lead. There, 10 seconds into period number 1, period number 2.
And mat number 3 update, Drew Carr for Carrington, the senior at 28-8, returning state place winner. Has the 6-0 lead over Hillsborough Central Valley's Justin Terrell in the third period, 121 pounds. That's a consolation semifinal match. And also mat number 1 consolation semifinal, Tucker Hennessy Border West Buccaneers takes on Brooks Lights of Mandan. That's in the first period. Headlock attempt by Lights for Mandan, gets Hennessy on his belly. Hennessy rolls through for the 3-point takedown on mat 1.
Lions with a takedown, so give him a 4-0 lead.
And Carr now on mat number 3 extends his lead 7-0 over Justin Terrell at 121-pound consolation semifinal match.
Lions looking to extend his lead in the top position, able to get a breakdown, reaches through, ball and chain for Grayson Lyons. Now going to reach over at the far arm, see if he can set something up here with 35 seconds to go in the period.
And Tucker Hennessy with the 3-0 lead, final 45 seconds of our first, or now 7-0 lead, 45 seconds remaining. He has Brooks Lights of Mandan, broke belly down, center edge of the mat, no goes hard crossface over the top here at 133 pounds. Mat number 3 update, Drew Carr now up 10-0 over Justin Terrell at 121 pounds. Final 30 seconds of our third period on mat 3.
They go out of bounds, no chain, so Grayson Lyons will still start in the top position on mat number 2. Here at 160 pounds in the consolation semifinal matchup. Final couple of seconds, Lyons able to get a breakdown, just look to ride out the time. And he will take a 4-point lead into the final 2 minutes. They're on mat number 2. I'll start neutral to begin period number 3.
And we are 7-0 with 10 seconds remaining in our first period for Tucker Hennessy. And back to the restart on mat number 1, still 7-0. Brooke Lyons from Mandan in the bottom position, 10 seconds remaining in the first on 1.
As Lyons will extend his lead, snap down, spin behind, get the takedown, make it 7-0 for Grayson Lyons of Lisbon. Extending that lead. Looking to try to wrestle for third place here at his home tournament. And then potentially try to keep pace with Mandan as Mandan has taken a half-point lead. There in the team stands. We'll keep you updated throughout the remainder of the tournament.
They still now 10-0 score. Hennessy catches Brooks Lyons of Mandan, the win by fall for Tucker Hennessy as he caught Lyons, threw him to his back, and will advance into the third place match at 133 pounds for Border West.
So Lyons now with some near fall points gets the turn. Count of 4, so for sure 4 near fall points. As Brown going to try to get himself back to the belly, able to belly himself back out, but there is the 4-point near fall. Make it 11-0. That's an important couple of points there, as that would then put it, if he can hold on, a major decision victory. That's an extra bonus point in the team standings. Final 10 seconds. Lions will just ride out here, put in the double legs, let the final couple of seconds tick off, and Grayson Lyons, he's going to wrestle for third place, an 11-0 major decision victory over Pembina County's Oakley Brown at 121.
In matchup, consolation semifinal match at 139 pounds, Gabriel Clifton of Carrington takes on Jace Duffy of Lemoore. Duffy with the 3-point takedown. Clifton hip ice back around to return to the mat by Duffy, wrestling the edge. Clifton back up to his feet as we have a scramble. Duffy's going to take him out, and they scramble through this. And a 1-point escape for Clifton. 3-1's the score on mat number 1.
139-pound consolation semifinal there on mat number 2. Cruz Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos. He's a freshman, 22-9. His opponent is Zane Owender for the Oaks Tornadoes, a senior, at 20-12.
So Gabe Clifton for Carrington, returning state qualifier. And Jace Duffy for Lemoore did not make it to the state tournament last year. But they are on blood time over here on mat number 1. Mat number 3, 127 pounds. Lemoore's Logan Potts has the 3-2 lead over Brock Martigue aboard the West Buccaneers consolation semifinals. And then 127-pound consolation semifinal, Kellen Benecki of Mandan has a 7-0 lead over Oscar Martinez of Pembina County North.
Ranke and Allender still neutral position. Final 40 seconds of the period. Ranke with a front headlock. We'll get a stalemate and a restart back in the center.
And blood time cut over mat number 1. Wrestlers back to action between Clifton and Duffy. 1-point escape for Clifton before the blood time closes the score. Now 3-1's the score. Minute 10 remaining in the first period.
Takedown here. Cruz Ranke will get the opening points of the matchup. 20 seconds ago in the first period. He's got the takedown as they look to ride out the final 20 seconds. This, again, a consolation semifinal matchup here at 139 pounds.
And Clifton up over the top, trying to drag down Duffy to the mat. Still working that front headlock position. Duffy down on one knee, looking for an arm drag. Duffy is able to drag up over the top, goes to front headlock, returns the favor on Clifton. Hunting for that back leg. Duffy trying to crack down and put Clifton on his hip, but nothing going there. 30 seconds remaining. Now Clifton drags over the top, has Duffy going over on the edge of the mat. Clifton trying to turn the corner and get on top of Duffy. Duffy's scrambles, keeps those hips up on mat 1.
Start period number 2. Ranke will start in the down position to begin our second 2 minutes. Looking to get something here. Trying to extend his lead up on a sit-up attempt, stand-up attempt, but Allender able to bring him back down to his base.
And we are back to blood time on mat number 1. 3-1 score between Gabe Clifton and Jace Duffy.
Stand-up attempt here by Ranke, up to his feet. Able to peel, turn, face, and get the escape point. Extend his lead now, make it 4-0 as we wrestle in the second period. As we get a whistle, as it looks like an inadvertent poke to the eye to Zane Allender, so they'll let him recompose himself. And now get a restart back in the center, a minute and 15 to go in period number 2.
And mat number 1 back to action with 14 seconds remaining in the first period. Clifton's going to go big on Duffy. Duffy rolls through. Clifton catches him on the hip. Still no takedown awarded. And now Duffy and Clifton back into that situation, wrestling. And they'll go into the second period, 3-1 with the Duffy lead on mat 1.
Under a minute now to go in the second period. 2-on-1, Allender shot attempt, Ranke sprawl spin. He'll transition into a single leg. Try to lift it up, wizard position. Now Ranke will lift it up in the single leg, up to a double scramble and a takedown here by Allender to the back. Ranke now looking to roll through with it. It is a 3-point takedown for Allender. Potential near fall points upcoming as well for Zane. Ranke trying to get the reversal here. Step through as it is a 2-point reversal for Ranke. No near fall points awarded. So Ranke flirting with disaster. They're able to remain in the lead now at 6-3.
And Clifton catches Duffy on his hip. Now Gabe Clifton with the lead, 5-3. And for near fall, 9-3. Clifton extends the lead in our second period, minute 22 on the clock. So Gabriel Clifton for Carrington in the top position. Goes to work underneath the arm, spirals the near wrist and the far leg. He's in that top position on mat number 1.
So 6-3, Cruz Ranke with the lead. As we wrestle, 100 seconds to go in this matchup. Edge of the mat, they'll stay neutral. Out of bounds they go towards the hardwood floor. They were both able to stay up on their feet and they'll walk themselves back to the center.
And we're still 9-3 in the second period. Clifton has a inside cradle locked up, has Duffy in some trouble. Duffy's going to try to roll through. Clifton will settle in on this and pick some near fall up. He has the 9-3 lead, 30 seconds remaining on mat number 1.
Minute 15 to go, still a 6-3 Cruz Ranke lead. As scramble, whizzer position, Allender will put in the legs right to the back, and Zane Allender is going to look for the pinfall. He gets it. A scramble, Zane Allender gets the takedown to the back, puts the legs in, gets the pinfall at 5:01. So Zane Allender, he's going to wrestle for third. Cruz Ranke is going to have to settle the wrestle for fifth.
And back to blood time, 13-3 lead for Gabriel Clifton over here on mat number 1. He has a 10-point lead. And they're still in that second period, 21 seconds on the clock. In mat number 3, 7th place match, 139-pound Lisbon's Gabe Garuba takes on Noak Swenson of Kindred. That's scoreless in the first period. Mat number 4, 152-pound consolation semifinal between Maddox Slater, Mandan, and Zeke Symington of Pembina County North. On mat number 4, that's scoreless also in the first period.
Mat number 2, 145-pound consolation matchup. Brock Johnson for the Kindred Vikings, sophomore, 14-5 on the season. His opponent for Bismarck St. Mary's, Bennett Grimm, a freshman, 23-15. Edge of the mat, Johnson going to try to keep them in bounds. Grimm able to turn, face, and get out of bounds. They'll stay neutral. 25 seconds gone in the period.
And at the end of the second period, Duffy was trying to get that reversal, had Clifton on his backside, just couldn't work up enough to score the reversal. Still 13-3, 10-point lead remains for Gabe Clifton as they go into the third period. Clock operator issue on mat number 1, but it is 13-3 score on mat 1 going into the third.
Restart back to the center between Johnson and Grimm. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in period number 1 in a consolation semifinal. Over on mat number 3, they're wrestling for 7th place at 139 pounds. As now Swenson for Kindred now with a 3-0 lead as they wrestle and conclude the first period there on mat number 3 at 139 pounds. 152 pounds, Slater for Mandan, Maddox Slater for the Braves, a 3-1 lead there, and as they wrestle, a minute gone in period number 1.
And wrestlers off the edge of the mat over on mat number 1. Back to blood time between Clifton and Duffy. Clifton had locked up a headlock on Jace Duffy. Duffy trying to push off and pull that head back out and come over the top, but they roll off and now into blood time. Still 13-3 is your score in the third period. Minute 29 remaining.
Swenson for the Vikings extends his lead there in the 7th place match at 139. Now a 7-0 lead as they wrestle in the second period. And his final 20 seconds of period number 1 in mat number 2's 145-pound consolation semifinal match. Johnson Grimm still neutral position, now with 10 seconds to go. Collar elbow ties. 2-on-1 Russian tie here for Johnson. Unable to set anything up. Time will expire in the period. As we go to period number 2, Johnson and Grimm still scoreless.
And still all blood time over on mat number 1. And now the official has the wrestlers back to the center of the mat for the restart in the neutral position. Minute 28 on the clock. Jace Duffy down by 10 points. 13-3 is your score. And Duffy going to work inside ties and an underhook on Clifton. He'll have to hit the big move if he wants to have a chance at winning this match. Clifton, good shot. He's going to work underneath on Jace Duffy. Goes to the forklift position, passes the leg, and trying to work through this. Duffy drops down to the ankle on Clifton here on mat 1.
Johnson in the top position to start period number 2. Puts in a crossface. Step through. Trying with the crossface, however, Grimm able to get himself back to a belly. And now work himself back to a base. Minute and 10 seconds to go in the period.
And a figure 4 of the head by Duffy gives it a 1-point technical violation awarded to Gabriel Clifton. Clifton has the 14-3 lead, now up by 11 with 40 seconds remaining. In the third period, they're working that far center edge of the mat over here on mat number 1. And mat number 3, update 9-0 is the score. Duffy catches Clifton here at the end of the period, 20 seconds remaining. Clifton, it's tight for Jace Duffy. He's over the top here, trying to make it into the third place match. He caught Clifton. Clifton trying to last the final 15 seconds. Duffy works for the falls. The towel tapper goes out. And Clifton looks like he may survive this. Duffy still in the pinning combination, gets back to his belly. And 14-10 your score for Gabriel Clifton, going to the third place match for the Carrington Cardinals.
Johnson and Grimm still scoreless. Final 30 seconds of period number 2. As Johnson grabbing at the far ankle, he'll look to ride out the final few seconds and go to the third period, still in a scoreless tie. Final attempt here for Grimm to try to get some points before the end of the period. Johnson just going to hold there. We'll get a stalling warning. They'll get Johnson on the stalling warning for not trying to improve his position with 2 seconds remaining. As they'll put some time back on the clock. So now 8 seconds to go in period number 2. Johnson and Grimm still scoreless, but Johnson has been dinged for stalling.
Yeah, mat number 1 still on blood time, or cleaning up the blood after that match with Gabe Clifton prevailing for Carrington. We do have a number of Kindred wrestlers out on the mats. On mat number 1, your next matchup, Miles Seal just for Kindred takes on Riley Kappas, consolation semifinal at 152 pounds. And then over on mat number 4, it's Fisher Johnson, a sophomore at 22-11. And he is wrestling Brody Knockboard, Border West Buccaneers. That scores 3-1 in the second period.
All right, as Johnson will get the escape point. So he'll get the first points of the matchup.
And we are scoreless in action on mat number 1. Minute 45 on the clock between Theologist and Riley Kappas. Theologist in on the single leg shot, locks his hands around the leg, has the head tucked in, ear to the hip. He'll stand up with Kappas with a whizzer in kind of a chin whip position over the top. Now reaches over the back leg or ankle on Theologist, trying to turn the corner on mat 1.
Stalemate called. Johnson with the 1-0 lead after the escape point here to start period number 3. Johnson in on a shot attempt. Reshot by Grimm. They'll stay neutral. Double unders here for Grimm. Out of bounds they go. That's a stalling warning on Johnson. That's his second, and that will be a point. And we're tied up between Johnson and Grimm here in the third period. So Stecken, Stalling, warning on Brock Johnson. Cossum is now we're tied at 1 apiece in the final minute of the third period.
And we are scoreless on the matchup between Miles Steele, Just Kindred, and Riley Kappas. Brett Wap Storm. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat, final 46 seconds. And Fisher Johnson over on mat number 4 for Kindred's tied up with Brody Knockboard, Border West Buccaneers at 160 pounds.
Final 30 seconds, edge of the mat, out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart back in the center between Johnson and Grimm. It's tied up at 1 apiece. Johnson got an escape point in the second. Grimm got a penalty point for stalling against Johnson there to even up the score at 1 apiece here in the third, as we wrestle with 20 seconds to go in the third period.
The wrestler dropped the contact on the mat over here on mat number 1. Theolgis and Kappa still scoreless. 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
Johnson with a throw, edge of the mat. Are they going to stay in bounds? They do. And then they'll go out of bounds. Johnson, though, able to keep 1 foot in bounds. The 1 point of contact rule playing into effect there. It is a 3-point takedown for Johnson, and he'll take a 3-point lead with 3 seconds to go in the third period. Bottom man set. Top on. Set. Johnson just to an ankle, and that will do it. Brock Johnson with the 4-1 decision victory over Bennett Grimm of Bismarck St. Mary's, and the Kindred Viking will wrestle for third at 1:45.
Still scoreless going into the second period here. Mat number 152 pounds between Miles Theolgis, Kindred, and Riley Kappas. Theolgis in the top position to start. Minute 49 on the clock in the second period, and we're scoreless. Mat number 4, Fisher Johnson still tied up with Brody Knockboard in the third period at 160 pounds.
£160, a consolation semifinal. Cullen Hegney of the Mandan Braves, a senior at 7-6. His opponent for the Carrington Cardinals, that is Max Chubel-Taranu for Carrington, a senior, 30-9. Important matchup here for the Mandan Braves. The latest look at the team scores. Lisbon with a 1.5-point lead. Lisbon at 181, Mandan 179.5. There, that is your team score standings here as we speak right now.
And 1-0 is your score. Riley Kappas with the escape has the 1-0 lead over Miles Theolgis, a Kindred. Miles Theolgis in on a single leg shot, goes to the forklift position, trying to pass the leg, steps over, steps through. Kappas on the funk roll. He's able to roll through on that. So they're in the scramble position. Mat number 1, still 1-0 is your score. Kappas gets up, elevates that ankle on Theolgis back into the scramble once again, with Theolgis trying to come out the back door.
Edge of the mat, Hegney still with a 3-0 lead, 45 seconds to go in period number 1, this 160-pound consolation semifinal. Take a look at the matches over there in the Armory. A 7th place match at 1:45. Maddox Mock of Mayport CG and Shaden Thomas of Grafton, they're tied 4-4 there with a minute left to go in period number 3. 172-pound consolation semifinal on mat number 4. Caden Graber of Central Cass and Max Jernlin of Ellendale Edgeley Colm. That match just getting underway. They're at 172 pounds.
And an update 160-pound match coming off of mat number 4. That was Brody Knockboard of Border West over Fisher Johnson, a Kindred by a score of 14-7. That was tied up at 1 point. So Brody Knockboard wrestling for third place. Johnson for Kindred wrestling for 5th. Out here, Miles Theolgis able to score the takedown in near fall. 7-1 is the score at the start of our third period. He's in the bottom position. Knockboard has a leg ride in on the near side. Works up over the top on Miles Theolgis on mat number 1.
End of the first period, Hegney will take a 3-0 lead over Chubel-Taranu of Carrington. This is a consolation semifinal. Winner will go for 3rd, loser will go for 5th. Double unders here, Hegney. Chubel-Taranu trying with the throw right to the back. Hegney will put in the legs, get the pinfall. Colin Hegney for Mandan. He'll wrestle for third place at 160 pounds after the pinfall victory there on mat number 2.
And still 7-1. Riley Kappas in the top position, has that leg still tucked in the leg right position. Really gets those hips turned on Theologist. Theologist comes back around, able to base down, pull his hips up underneath him. Kappas still working, now works the back ankle. Trying to get Theologist broke back down on his hip. 7-1's the score. Final 45 seconds on mat number 1.
Another consolation semifinal match here on 172 pounds. Henry Lenmeyer of Lemoore, a sophomore, 6-3. He'll go up against Kindred's Tanner Mangi, a freshman at 28-6.
Your match here on mat number 4, 172 pounds at the end of the first period. Caden Greiber of Central Cass has the 3-0 lead over Max Chernlin of Ellendale Edgerly-Combe on mat number 4. And then mat number 3, 7/8 the score. Shaden Thomas has the 1-point lead over Maddox Mock. And that one did go final, so it was Thomas over Mock by a score of 8-7.
Mangi with the takedown with the Butcher, trying to get him turned over. Now spin around the head, trying to get some near fall points. Official counting. Points upcoming. Mangi going to look for the pinfall victory. Lenmeyer trying to fight out of it, cannot do so. And so Tanner Mangi, he'll wrestle for third place here at 172 pounds.
Teammate Miles Steele, just your winner by decision 7-1, also wrestling for third place at 152 pounds.
As we approach the bottom of the hour, we'll take a break. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks, they make sure your vehicle gets the best standard of care to get it back on the road as quickly as possible. Lonnie and his team are some of the most highly trained in the industry. With state-of-the-art technology and superior products, your vehicle will leave in great condition. With their drive-in claims area, the process is smooth and easy. Let Abra Auto Body and Glass in Grand Forks provide you and your vehicle with premium care and attention. Open 8 to 5:30 Monday through Friday. Abra Auto Body and Glass of Grand Forks.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Winter Conference 2025 is Wednesday, January 22nd at the Avalon Center in Fargo, North Dakota. You can register at planterdoc.com. Engineers, agronomists, and product experts will share insights focused on improving farm operations. Stay ahead of the curve by learning how to maximize your efficiency in the field with solutions for every season. Register for Winter Conference 2025 at planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country. Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Brady Siebels, Brent Dick coming with you high above the gymnasium here in our Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth. Again, you can download that Stock Growers Bank mobile app so you can bank anywhere. Stock Growers Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. Our hourly recap from Olson Accounting. Again, you can visit them online at colsoncpa.com. Brandon Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley about to take the mat. They're at 189 pounds. He'll go up against Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's in a consolation semifinal. Right now as we speak on mat number 2 in another consolation, or excuse me, this is actually a 7th place match on mat number 2. Jake Kramer for Lemoore is taking on Carter Potasic of Oaks. Potasic with a 3-0 lead. 30 seconds gone in period number 2. Mat number 3, 160-pound, 7th place match. Zaid Hare of Oaks leads Ben Peterson of Border West 6-5. And at 215 consolation semifinal on mat number 4, Brock Lyons and Max Klein. Lyons for Lisbon, Klein for Oaks. Wrestling, they just started period number 1. That's a look at your Olson Accounting recap here. Taking a look at our Bank North scoreboard, Mandan has taken the lead once again. They have a 5.5-point lead, 186.5 to Lisbon's 181 points. Those two have separated themselves from third place Oaks at 146 points. That's a look at your Bank North scoreboard, banknorth.bank.
And Brent Chenot is able to catch Charles Richter on his back. He'll score some near fall, has the 7-0 lead. They were in a good scramble on this near edge of the mat on mat number 1. Chenot, returning state place winner, placed 7th last year at the state tournament. And Charles Richter, returning state qualifier for Bismarck St. Mary's. That is your consolation semifinal matchup on mat number 1. Winner of this wrestles for 3rd place at 189.
Potasic sit out into a roll right to the back. Going to look for the pinfall. Carter Potasic going to try to secure 7th place at 189 pounds, and there he does it. Carter Potasic with the pinfall. He'll finish in 7th. Jake Kramer will finish in 8th. They're at 189 pounds.
And mat number 4, Brock Lyons of Lisbon Broncos at 215 is scoreless with Max Klein in the first period. That's your consolation semifinal matchup at 215 pounds. And then mat number 3, 160-pound, 7th place match, Zaid Hire in a battle with Ben Peterson of Border West. 6-5's the score there. Mat number 1, Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Centre Valley. Final 15 seconds of the period. He's built up a 10-1 lead here on mat number 1.
Consolation semifinal at 215 pounds on mat number 2. It's Dylan Hunt for Valley City. He's a senior, 15-8. He's going up against Pembina County Norris Caden Rose, a senior as well, at 26-6.
And the end of the period, and they go to blood time. So end of the period, between periods, I guess they're going to go to blood time. It's a 10-1 lead here for Braden Chenot over Charles Richter. And mat number 4 is still scoreless between Brock Lyons and Max Klein going into the second period. Looks like Lyons in the bottom position on mat number 4, 215-pound consolation semifinal match.
Caden Rose with a pinfall victory over Dylan Hunt. So Caden Rose will wrestle for 3rd place at 215 pounds. We'll then move to the heavyweight, 285-pound. This is a 7th place matchup, as it is Luke Anderson from Breckenridge, Wahpeton. He'll go up against Anders Hovness of Northern Cass. And this is a 7th place matchup at 285 pounds.
And mat number 1 between Richter and Chenot. They go into another scramble position, and now back to blood time, but a nice little funk roll leg pass scramble position by both wrestlers. And they go into blood time. Still 10-1 lead for Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Centre Valley on mat number 1.
Looking at the scoreboard of matches that are being called, so they're going to go right into the 3rd and 5th place matches, and they're going to use all 4 mats for the 3rd and 5th place here today. So keep that in mind. 3rd and 5th place matches will be going underway on all 4 mats here in Lisbon. So we'll keep you updated on those results in the Armory at on mats 3 and 4. And also in our post-match show, we'll give you a full recap of all placers for all 13 weight classes here a little bit later on in our post-match show at the conclusion of the tournament here on yourliveevent.com.
And mat number 4 update, Brock Lyons with the 2-point reversal leads 2-0 over Max Klein on mat number 4, 215 pounds. That's in the second period, under 30 seconds remaining. And we are back to blood time, 10-1. Just as they get going, they're back to blood time over here at mat number 1 with Chenot maintaining the 10-1 lead.
Anderson with a takedown, so he will take a 3-0 lead over Hovness of Northern Cass. Edge of the mat, they're going to try to stay in bounds. Hovness with the bear crawl back to a stand-up. However, Anderson able to get a mat return. He'll stay in top position, able to keep the arm out of edge of the mat as Chenot joins the picture over there from mat number 1. but Anderson still riding tough on top with a 3-0 lead.
Mat number 4 goes final. We'll get you an update on that one. That was between Lions and Klein over there on mat number 4, the consolation semifinal match.
Chicken wing here for Anderson. He'll just try to ride out the final couple ticks of the clock. He'll do so. So Luke Anderson for Breckenridge Wahpeton, he's got a 3-0 lead going into the second period.
And mat number 1 back to action. Final 40 seconds of our second period. 10-1 still the score with Charles Richter, returning state qualifier for Bismarck St. Mary's, trying to turn the corner on Chenot. Gets around behind him. 10-4 is your score at 189 pounds. 25 seconds remain in our second period. Charles Richter in the top position.
So Hovness will start in the top position. Stand up here by Anderson, trying to face him. Hovness looking for the headlock. Anderson pops the head. Matt return, and it's a 2-point reversal. Make it now 5-0 for Breckenridge Wahpeton's Luke Anderson.
In that update, it was Brock Lyons winner by fall over Max Klein at 215 pounds. Brock Lyons wrestling for third place, and we are back to blood time. This time, it is Braden Chenot with the blood time for Hillsborough Central Valley. 10-4 is your score on mat number 1.
Anderson with the turn and gets the pinfall victory. So Luke Anderson will finish in 7th. Anders Hovness will finish in 8th. They're at 285 pounds.
In mat number 4, 107-pound third place match, Trig Dahlstrom has the 3-0 lead over Cash Gerhardt, Lytton HMB. And then on mat number 3 in that 7th place match, that's in blood time, but Zaid Heyer of Oaks still up by 1 over Ben Peterson of Border West Buccaneers.
So now on mat number 2, it's a 114-pound 5th place match. As Hudson Droll of Mandan, he'll go up against Carson Mossert of Bismarck St. Mary's. As we've got a pair of WDA Class A wrestlers squaring off here in Lisbon for the 5th place match.
And back to action at the start of our third period. Braden Chenot, Hillsborough Central Valley in the bottom position. Richter over the top with a cradle. Chenot back to blood time. Hard to get much momentum with all the blood time here on mat number 1, but 10-4 is your score.
Snap down attempt here by Droll. They'll stay neutral. Front headlock here for Mosser, looking to spin behind. Again, this is a 5th place match at 114 pounds. Both wrestlers that get back up to their feet, they'll stay neutral. Over in the Armory on mat number 3 in another consolation semifinal at 189 pounds. Ryer Muskie of Valley City, he's going up against Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. That one a consolation semifinal. We've got a 3rd place match in period number 2. Trig Dahlstrom of Oaks has a 3-2 lead over Lytton HMB's Cash Gerhardt.
And back to action after our blood time and a 1-point escape, and now the nose plug comes out, so we're back to blood time again. Just as Chenot was in on a double leg shot, he did score the 1-point escape. 11-4 is your score, up by 7 on mat 1.
Out of bounds they go, no change between Droll and Mossert here at 114 pounds.
Well, the blood crew getting some work in over here on mat number 1.
Shot attempt by Droll, looking to suck it in, single leg. Sprawl by Mossert. Able to get back up to his feet. Short time, final 10 seconds. Throw attempt, scramble, and the takedown here by Droll right to the back. Going to look for some near fall points as well. Final couple ticks of the clock. Mossert will survive to the second period, but it's 4 points for the near fall. And Mandad's Hudson Droll with a 7-0 lead.
And mat number 4 update, 107-pound third place match. Cass Gerhardt, Lytton HMB has the 9-3 lead over Trig Dahlstrom. And then mat number 3, consolation semifinal at 189. Ryer Muskie and Gavin Symington scoreless in the first period on mat 3.
Important match here for the Mandan Braves as they're trying to extend their lead. It's now an 8.5-point lead. Mandan at 199.5, Lisbon 191. But Mossert able to get a takedown, make it now 7-3. Here as we wrestle in the second period.
And still blood time over here on mat number 1.
Roll attempt here. Mossert, but Droll able to roll through, get himself back to a belly.
We'll go immediately into the 3rd and 5th place matches, and we'll start running those on all 4 mats. 3rd and 5th on all 4.
As there's the confirmation from the head table that we will wrestle 3rd and 5th on all 4 mats.
And we are back to action over here on mat number 1. Braden Schnoll and Charles Richter. Richter closed the gap now and back to blood time. Now Richter with the blood time. They're trading blood time and points back and forth on mat number 1. 11-7. They are in the 3rd period with 1:16 remaining.
As it looks like we'll have blood time over here on mat number 2. Both matches in blood time. We'll use this opportunity. We'll take a quick break. This is the 2025 Storhaug.
Let's face it, moving is a pain. And if you decide to do it yourself, take the hassle out with All About Moving in Grand Forks. While national conglomerates tend to overcharge and take longer, All About Moving is locally owned and wants to make your next move an efficient and stress-free experience. Take the stress out of moving with All About Moving in Grand Forks, so you can focus on the things that really matter.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Did you know that Bassett Motors has over 300 pre-owned vehicles to choose from and a great selection of new vehicles arriving daily? At Bassett Motors, hometown hospitality and personal service is their goal. Come and experience a relaxed buying process. They will handle everything from financing and licensing to accessorizing your new vehicle. Give them a call at 701-652-2955 or check them out online at BassettMotors.com. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Hillsborough Schools has provided me with so many opportunities. Whether you're into sports, the arts, or any other activities, there's something for every student to get involved in, and the teachers are pretty cool. I'm Lex Ellingson, a senior at Hillsborough High School. My favorite thing at Hillsborough High School is hanging out with my teammates after school, because it's helped me grow as a person and have fun in my community. Find your favorite at Hillsborough Central Valley Schools. This message is from Hillsborough and Central Valley School Districts.
Life is full of surprises, and at Bickett Insurance Agency of Carrington, they're here to protect what matters most to you. Bickett Insurance is your local auto owner's insurance agency, offering home, auto, business, crop, health, or life insurance with personalized solutions tailored to your needs and budget. With over 20 years of experience, trust Bickett Insurance Agency to provide you with peace of mind. Let's ensure your future is secure with Bickett Insurance Agency. Serving Foster and Stutzman counties and throughout the state of North Dakota. Bickett Insurance, your local auto owner's insurance agency, protecting what matters most.
Back here, YourLiveEvent.com. We're back to wrestling on both matches here. Hudson Droll with a 7-5 lead as they wrestle a minute and 10 seconds to go in the third period there on mat number 2 for 5th place at 114.
And we are a 7-12 score over on mat number 1. The 1-point escape to Chenol. They're on their feet with 30 seconds remaining. Braden Chenol goes underneath on Richter. Now Chenol on the edge of the mat, drags him around, and we'll see what the official says. Says their 3-point takedown. 12-10 now is the score. Richter will try to tie this one up with 25 seconds remaining. 13-10 between Braden Chenol, Hillsborough Central Valley. He has a 3-point lead. Richter takes a shot. Chenol reshoots. Now the final 13. They're in a scramble. Chenol's down on the Richter gets the 3-point takedown. He ties it up with 5 seconds remaining. He'll try to run some time off the clock. And 2 seconds on the restart. We're tied up at 13 here on mat number 1. After all that blood time, we get down to the final 2 seconds with all the wrestling going on the last 30 seconds of this match. 13 tied up going into possible overtime here on mat number 1.
Droll now with a 14-6 lead, as that will do it for the period. And Hudson Droll for Mandan, he will finish in 5th place with the 14-6 victory over Carson Mossert of Bismarck St. Mary's.
And we're tied up at 13, sudden victory overtime. Braden Chenol, Hillsborough Central Valley, Charles Richter, Bismarck St. Mary's. Winner goes on to wrestle for 3rd place. This has been a blood-marred consolation semifinal match here at 189 pounds. The wrestlers tied it up. They're still going. Richter on a double leg shot. Chenol is going to try to scramble in sprawl. He's going to drop down to the leg. No points awarded yet by the official. Chenol was able to grab the leg in a 3-point takedown here for Charles Richter. The returning state qualifier now going for 3rd place at the Storhaug on mat number 1.
121-pound 3rd place match. Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals is going up against Grayson Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos. An important match here for Lisbon if they want to try to keep pace with Mandan. As the latest team scores shows Mandan a 12.5-point lead, 203.5 to 191.0. So if you're the Lisbon Broncos and Grayson Lyons, you got to try to get this win just to try to keep pace here as we start the placing rounds. Neutral position. Lyons and Carr. Carr's a senior at 29-8. Lyons is a junior at 19-6. Over on mat number 3, a heavyweight consolation semifinal. Aiden Singler of Border West is taking on Owen Hunt of Valley City. Their wrestling start of the 1st period. 5th place at 121 pounds, Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley. He has just got a takedown. He has a 3-0 lead over Pembina County North's Oakley Brown.
And mat number 1, your matchup here, consolation semifinal, 285. Denton Karcher, returning state qualifier, Pembina County North takes on Aiden Hinkle, returning state place winner for the Broncos. Hinkle scores the 3-point takedown in right around 35 seconds and has the 3-0 lead. Karcher with the sit-out goes single leg on Hinkle. He's going to try to turn the corner and elevate. Hinkle up to his feet along with Karcher in the center of the mat, still scrambling around, and a 1-point escape now for Denton Karcher of Pembina County North.
No score after 1 period. Carr and Lyons. Carr with choice. He'll choose the down position to begin our 2nd period.
Your mat number 4, your 121-pound 5th place match. Justin Terrell has the 5-1 lead over Oakley Brown, Pembina County North. That's midway or almost 3/4 of the way through the 1st period. On mat number 4, Terrell has the 5-1 lead over a mat number 1. 3-1 lead for Aiden Hinkle. Now another 3-point takedown, has the 6-1 lead over Denton Karcher, Pembina County North. Final 25 seconds of the 1st period on mat 1.
Carr with the reversals. He'll get the first points of the matchup. Therefore, Drew Carr of Carrington. 2-on-1 wrist control.
So here's Hinkle on mat number 1 situation. Trying to work a couple different pinning combinations, just out of position on both of them. Has to get back around behind and ride out the first period. 6-1's the score on mat number 1.
Carr rolling out the wrist, has the breakdown, puts Lyons to his belly. Now Carr going to try for a crossface. Under a minute to go in period number 2. Carr with a 2-0 lead. Got a reversal earlier on in this period. That's our lone scoring of the matchup. Now going to try to shoot a half. Update on mat number 4 as we go to period number 2. Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley has an 8-1 lead over Pembina County North's Oakley Brown.
And here's Hinkle on mat number 1, has the half. Nelson rolls Karcher over, trying to end this in the second period. Karcher right shoulder down on the mat, and the pin for Aiden Hinkle. He'll wrestle for third place on mat 1.
As I believe Hinkle just got a team point deduction on that matchup there, so call there by official Trevor Kittleson.
That doesn't help team score.
So after 2, Carr with a 2-0 lead as we'll get a restart, and Lions will start in the neutral position.
In mat 4, we're 8-4 between Justin Terrell, Hillsborough Central Valley, Oakley Brown, Pembina County North for 5th place in the second period. Terrell has the 4-point lead over on mat number 4. Your third place matchup, Joey Hyde Lamore, returning state place winner for the Lobos, takes on returning state place winner for Ellendale Edgeley Colm, Walker Miller. Miller down with the dump and takes Hyde over to his back with the takedown and near fall on mat number 1.
Carr with a takedown. Up his lead now, make it 5-0 against Grayson Lions of Lisbon. Here, 121-pound third place matchup.
And Terrell now 9-4 lead over on mat number 4 against Oakley Brown for 5th place. And no near fall awarded. Now Miller back with the half. Nelson's going to try to drag Joey Hyde up and over. Hyde stands up, posts and clears the hips for a 1-point escape. 3-1's the score, so no near fall awarded on that initial exchange between Miller and Hyde. 3-1's the score on mat number 1.
Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley ups his lead now, make it 12-4 as they have just concluded period number 2 over on mat number 4 in the Armory.
And another takedown awarded to Walker Miller, has the 6-1 lead. Hyde going over, or kind of reaching back, clears the hips. He's going to step into it. He had the 1-point escape. 6-2's the score. So right away he goes up, hits the throw attempt, and they roll out of bounds for the restart. 6-2 score on mat number 1.
Carr still with a 5-0 lead. He's just going to try to ride out these final 20 seconds of the match and secure that third place finish. Puts in a leg out to the side, just content to ride right there. Final 20 ticks of the clock. Set out attempt here by Lions, trying to stand up. Able to follow is Carr. He'll just give up the escape point. That doesn't matter, and that will do it. It is a 1-point escape, but Drew Carr for the Carrington Cardinals, he will finish in third place here at the Storhaug Invite. A 5-1 victory over Lisbon's Grayson Lions at 121.
And they correct the score with that 4 near fall. 10-2's your score. Takedown by Miller and straight to the back. And 17-2, that's a win by technical foul. Walker Miller takes third place at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament at 114 pounds.
Third place, 127, Logan Potts for Lemoore, a sophomore, 19-4. His opponent, Kellen Beneke of Mandan, a sophomore as well, at 23-11.
In mat number 1, 145-pound matchup for third place is Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon takes on Brock Johnson of Kindred. Should be an interesting matchup here on mat number 1 at 145 pounds. Terrell now up 13-4 over on mat number 4 in the third period. Minute 11 on the clock over Oakley Brown.
Out of bounds they go. No change. They'll stay neutral between Potts and Beneke. Over on mat number 4, Terrell adds on another point to his lead, 13-4. A minute to go in period number 3. Mat number 3, a fifth place match at 127. Oscar Martinez from Pembina County North. Brock Martig of Border West. That match just getting underway.
So Johnson and Greenlee, that match underway as well. Minute 33 on the clock, first 30 seconds. And we are scoreless. Each wrestler changing levels. And now Johnson backs up to the center of the mat on mat number 1.
Tournament t-shirts left. Out in the lobby. A few t-shirts left.
Get a whistle and a potentially dangerous call. No change. We'll stay neutral. Minute and 2 seconds to go in the period.
And Greenlee's going to go double unders on Johnson. Johnson able to circle out. Greenlee, hands on the knees, stepping back into Johnson. Johnson level changes. Greenlee with the head tap on mat number 1.
Lad job here for Potts, right to the back. He keeps the foot in bounds. Logan Potts going to look for the pinfall victory. Beneke, though, able to get himself back to a belly himself out, but we will get 4 near fall points. So Logan Potts up 7-0.
And Justin Terrell had the 16-5 lead. He is your winner and takes 5th place on mat number 4 at 121 pounds on mat number 4.
Beneke up to his feet. Potts trying to put in a leg. Scramble here. Beneke. Potts, though, able to remain in top control, puts in the double leg ride.
And we are scoreless going into the second period between Brock Johnson and Kindred, sophomore 15-5, and Griffin Greenlee, the junior 19-6, wrestling for 3rd place at 145 pounds. Johnson chooses bottom position on mat 1.
Potts will ride out the period, so he'll take a 7-0 lead into period number 2.
And a caution on the start goes to Greenlee. Official down there explaining the caution here on mat 1.
Neutral position, scramble, still no score, and now Beneke will get the takedown, his first points of the matchup. Make it now 7-3. Potts, though, able to get out from underneath, pop the head out, get a reversal of his own, make it now 9-3. Minute and 35 seconds to go in the second period.
A little bit of chain wrestling there for Griffin Greenlee as he gets the 3-point takedown. Johnson had the 1-point escape, and now the 3-point takedown for Greenlee. Kind of through the shoulder, a little bit into a duck under, hit the single leg, able to wrap the hands around the leg and score the takedown. Up 3-1 on Brock Johnson here on mat number 1.
Get a restart with a minute, 21 seconds to go. Logan Potts with a 9-3 lead. Off the whistle, sit out attempt by Beneke. Potts will put in a leg, see if he can get a turn here. Not quite at the angle. Beneke trying to get himself back to a belly.
Our score of 3-2 here with Johnson and Griffin Greenlee. Johnson able to stand up. Greenlee had a single leg, tried to treetop, and then just dropped it. Backs up to the center of the mat. Now goes double under again on Brock Johnson off the shot on Johnson. Greenlee with the 1-point lead with a minute 5 remaining.
Final there from the Armory, Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley. He will finish in 5th place at 121. It's a 16-5 major decision victory over Pembina County North's Oakley Brown.
So Greenlee goes into Johnson with double unders and runs him back off the mat. Johnson did a little level change on Greenlee. Greenlee tried to advance the position, called off the mat. Here's Johnson with the shot off the whistle, trying to drag out of this on Greenlee. He'll turn the corner. Greenlee has to get those hips squared up. Now Greenlee with the underhook on the near side. Backs away here on mat number 1. Still 3-2 lead for Griffin Greenlee, 40 seconds on the clock.
Final 5 seconds. Potts with a chicken wing, just going to ride it out, and he'll take a 6-point lead at 9-3 into period number 3. Over in the Armory, 3rd place match at 133. Border West, Tucker Hennessy with a 3-0 lead over Mayport CG's Logan Nielsen. They're just going to get started on period number 2. Update on 127, the 5th place match from mat number 3. Rock Martig of Border West, a 3-1 lead over Oscar Martinez.
And a good scramble at the end of the period here between Johnson and Greenlee. Back and forth battle in slide-bys in a scramble, but no points awarded. 3-2 lead for Greenlee. Greenlee's choice. He'll pick the bottom position on mat number 1.
Potts ups his lead now, make it 13-3. Potentially dangerous call, so we'll get a restart with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in the 3rd period.
Greenlee pushes himself to his feet. A little bit of back pressure, dragged down by Johnson. Now Johnson tries to isolate the arm on the right side. 3-2 is the score. Greenlee with the 1-point lead over here on mat number 1. Greenlee and Johnson. Johnson ties up the left arm of Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee head down to the mat, trying to do some hand fighting underneath. Not able to break the grip of Johnson on mat number 1.
Potts will stay in top control. He's got a 10-point lead. Final minute of the matchup here for the Lemoore Lobos against Beneke of Mandan.
Here's Greenlee. As Johnson tried to roll through on the tilt, Greenlee stopped it dead in its tracks and rolled over the top on Johnson, now working for the fall and trying to secure 3rd place for the Broncos here on mat number 1 at 145 pounds.
Blood time on Logan Potts. He's still got a 13-3 lead. Then this is the 127-pound matchup here for 3rd place.
And the win by fall for Griffin Greenlee after he catches Brock Johnson on his back through the roll with the roll through. And Griffin Greenlee places 3rd at 145 at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament.
Logan Potts still with blood time here. Over on the Armory, no change to the scores. Martig with a 3-1 lead over Martinez on mat number 3, 127 5th place. 145 5th place match. Bennett Grimm of St. Mary's, a 3-0 lead over Jagger Sand of Ellendale Edgeley. Calling that one in the 1st period. They're on mat number 4.
And we're here at 152 pounds with Kindred's Miles Theologist. He takes on Maddox Slater of Mandan for 3rd place. So 152 Theologist ranked number 5 in Class B. Maddox Slater ranked number 6 in Class A, battling it out. Slater with the takedown has the early 3-0 lead with 1:20 on the clock. A big mat return there for Slater. Still 3-0 lead with now 1 minute, and Theologist down hard off of that mat return, and injury time going to Miles Theologist on mat 1.
Out of bounds they go. Logan Potts with a 14-5 lead. Final 19 seconds as Potts will have injury time as well. So have injury time on both sides. We'll take this advantage to take a quick break. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
At Cass County Mutual Insurance Company, they provide services to homeowners, farm owners, tenants, seasonal dwellings, mobile homes, and farm and personal liability. Cass County Mutual Insurance provides local service to all policyholders and is working with clients in 19 counties in the southeast portion of North Dakota. For more information about Cass County Mutual Insurance Company or to find an agent closest to you, go online to CassCountyMutualInsuranceCompany.com and use their agent locator.
So Logan Ponce being looked at by the trainer here. He's got a 14-5 lead. They're looking at the elbow. We'll see if he can continue here. He's got a 9-point lead here in the third place match at 127. As they're back to wrestling on mat number 1.
Here are a couple of Class A, Class B matchups. Mat number 1, this is Maddox Slater for Class A, ranked number 6 at 152 pounds. Has a 3-0 lead over the number 5 ranked Miles Steele just in Class B. Final 5 seconds. Steele just did have some injury time after the hard mat return by Slater. And he goes down by 3 points going into our second period on mat number 1.
So Ponce is able to wrestle. As you can see, he's got his arm hung behind him. He's going to try to wrestle it out here for the final 14 seconds. It is a 9-point lead. As Ponce going to try to finish in third place. Edge of the mat, out of bounds they go. Front headlock attempt by Beneke. They'll go out with 9 seconds left. Ponce just trying to hold on. You can see, cannot use that right arm. Stalling call is issued. Now with 5 seconds left. So Ponce just trying to hold on as we'll get a whistle and we'll get a penalty here as Beneke looking for a head tap too hard on the back of the head. And so 14-5 as now the official Brady Storhaug will talk with Beneke.
I don't know if this is the version of the one arm tied behind my back deal over here on mat number 2. Mat number 1, it's 3-0. Maddox Slater has a 3-0 lead over Miles Steele just on mat 1.
So a penalty point, so make that now 14-5, and that'll do it. Logan Ponce for Lemoore will finish in third place here at 127 pounds.
A fifth place match on mat number 339 pounds between Jace Duffy and Cruz Ranke of the Broncos. That's a 3-1 lead for Ranke in the second period. That's for fifth place on mat number 3.
Third place match here at 139 pounds on mat number 2. It's Zane Allender for Oaks, a senior at 21 and 12. He's going up against Gabe Clifton of Carrington, a sophomore at 5 and 3.
And Maddox Slater picks up another takedown, has a 6-0 lead going into blood time over here on mat number 1. Now Ranke on mat number 3 has the 4-1 lead against Jace Duffy in the second period for a 139-pound fifth place match on mat 3.
And they'll continue wrestling all 4 mats for third and fifth place. As we'll get blood time here. Blood time for both wrestlers here on mats number 1 and 2. Update over in the Armory. Cruz Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos trying to wrestle for fifth place at 139. He's got a 4-1 lead over Lemoore's Jace Duffy as they wrestle halfway through period number 2. Over on mat number 4, Bennett Grimm of Bismarck St. Mary's. He trails Jager Sand of Allendale Edgeley Colm 14-7. Final 30 seconds of that matchup for fifth place at 145.
And mat number 1 back to action. Another big hard mat return on Thiel. Just 6-0 the score. Final 15 seconds here in the second period. Slater goes hammerlock in across the chest on Thiel. He'll try to tilt him over. Thiel just back to his base. Final seconds tick off the clock in our second period. Still 6-0 on mat 1.
We'll go back to wrestling. Allender with a 3-0 lead against Clifton of Carrington. 30 seconds gone in the match. Allender will put in a chicken wing. Out to the side, going to try to run with it. Clifton trying to keep the hip down. Allender now going to try to run with it once again. Instead, we'll go to the other side, put in a half as well. See if we can get the near fall.
And start of our third period, 7-0. Quick escape by Maddox Slater. Here's Steele just on a shot. Slater able to sprawl out, and all goes front headlock. Steele just hanging on to the elbows. Slater goes double unders on Miles Steele just.
Allender with the double chicken wing has Clifton flipped over to his back, and Zane Allender is going to try to secure third place at 139 pounds. Has 40 seconds to try to get the fall, as Clifton needs to try to fight off of his back. high bridge here. Clifton, though, able to get himself back to his base. It is a 4-point near fall. Zane Allender will lead 7-0.
And mat number 4, 172-pound action for third place is Caden Graber, Central Cass, taking on Tanner Mingy of Kindred. That's the matchup on mat number 4 at 172 pounds for third place. That's scoreless in the first period.
Escape point here for Clifton. Make it 7-1. Final 10 seconds of period number 1. Again, we're wrestling all 4 mats for third and fifth place. At the conclusion of this round, there will be a little bit of a short break as they're going to reset up the mats. They're going to run 1 mat for the finals. So we'll use that as a chance to give you our recap, update some scores, update some placings, as well as preview the finals there at the conclusion of this third and fifth place round.
And we are 10-0 over here on mat number 1. Another takedown going to Maddox Slater over Miles Steele, just final 20 seconds. Slater looks to hold on and take third place on mat number 1 for the Mandan Braves.
Allender now with a 10-1 lead. 30 seconds into period number 2, riding on top.
And mat number 3, Ranke still has the 4-1 lead on Jace Duffy. That's at the end of the third period. Broncos trying to keep pace with Mandan as they have a 2.5 point lead right now on the Broncos in the team race.
Allender looking to set something up. Throws it right to the back. Going to look for the pinfall. There it is. Zane Allender for the Oaks Tornadoes. He'll finish in third place. A 2-minute, 53-second pinfall victory over Carrington's Gabriel Clifton in the third place match at 139.
And Cruz Ranke, your winner by decision. 7-2 scores a takedown. Final 10 seconds of his match over there on mat number 3. He will take fifth place for the Lisbon Broncos. And now mat number 1, Max Chibaturanu of Carrington takes on Fisher Johnson of Kindred. That match just underway. 160-pound fifth place match over on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, 152, fifth place matchup. Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton, a sophomore at 20-15. He's got an early 3-0 lead against his opponent from Pembina County North, a sophomore at 30-7, Zeke Symington.
And mat 4, 172-pound third place match update. Caden Graber is down by 7 to Tanner Memge of Kindred in the second period. 13-6 is your score over there on mat number 4. Wrestlers in the neutral position. And looks like they started the second period. 13-6 lead for Tanner Memge of Kindred.
Get a restart back to the center. Kappas in top control. On the far arm. Now we'll go 2-on-1 wrist control to the near arm. Puts in a leg. Sit out by Symington, but Kappas able to follow and belly his opponent out. Halfway gone in the first period.
And now 4-2 is the score between Max Chibaturanu of Carrington and Fisher Johnson of Kindred. That's in the first period, 35 seconds remaining. Wrestlers on their feet, center of the mat in the collar tie position. And Johnson works the elbow. Now they break apart. Still in the center of the mat over on mat number 1.
Still a 7-0 Kappas lead. He'll go out to the side. 2-on-1 wrist control. Now a regain control. Final 20 seconds. He'll shoot a half. Symington, though, able to peel. Kappas drape the wrist, try to get it across the back. Symington, though, able to defend. Final couple ticks of the clock here for period number 1. Kappas will put in a leg and ride out the time. He'll take a 7-0 lead into period number 2.
And going into the second period on mat number 1, it's 4-2 score. Max Chibaturanu has the 4-2 lead over Fisher Johnson. Chibaturanu in the bottom position to start our second period. Quick sit out. He comes back around. Fisher Johnson rodeos back on him. And now the clear of the hips for Chibaturanu as it's a 5-2 lead.
Symington shot attempt, sprawl by Kappas, leg pass, scramble. Still neutral, and now Kappas able to turn, face, drive him over, and get the takedown. Up his lead now 10-0.
And mat number 4, that third place match between Mengi and Graber. 20-6 lead in the third period for Tanner Mengi of Kindred over Caden Graber of Central Cass on mat number 4.
Update here, Tanner Mengi for Kindred in the third place match at 172 over in the Armory. He's got a 20-6 lead as it looks like that just gone final. And a victory there for Tanner Mengi for the Kindred Vikings. Mat number 360-pound third place match. Cullen Hagney of Mandan, a 1-0 lead over Brody Notchbor of Border West. That one in period number 2.
And mat number 1, wrestlers out on the edge. Back to the center for a restart. 5-2 is your score. 53 seconds remaining in the second period. Max Chibaturanu of Carrington has the 5-2 lead. Wrestlers up on their feet, head-to-head, working on the wrists. Johnson with the underhook. Now Chibaturanu underhook on the right side. Wrestlers back to the center of the mat, level change, and a high crotch shot by Johnson, trying to turn the corner, and he scores the 3-point takedown. We're tied up over on mat 1. The 1-point escape now for Max Chibaturanu, who has the 6-5 lead on mat 1.
Campus retains that 10-0 lead here, fifth place match, 152 pounds. So looks like all matches have been called here, or at least posted on the board as we wrestle here on yourliveevent.com.
And we are going into the third period with Max Chibaturanu of Carrington. And he has the 1-point lead over Fisher Johnson. Johnson in the bottom position. He posts the inside leg on Chibaturanu, able to quad pod up, stands up, trying to clear the hips, faces him, drops down to a single leg shot. Did not clear the hips to score the escape. And now Chibaturanu trying to walk around the world on Johnson. Johnson up to his feet, 1 point. He ties it up at 6. Chibaturanu backs him off the mat for the restart. We're tied up at 6 apiece on mat number 1.
Symington, though, making it interesting. It's now 10-6 as we wrestle under 90 seconds to go in period number 3. Set out attempt here by Kappas up to his feet, gets the escape point. Make it now 11-6.
And wrestlers trading shots over on mat number 1. We are tied up with 1:10 remaining in the third period. Chibaturanu has had the lead for most of the match, and now Johnson ties it up at 6. Wrestlers on their feet, holding center of the mat.
Kappas with the shot attempt. Make it now 14-6 is his advantage. Final 50 seconds of the match here in period number 3.
And Chibaturanu had a body lock on Johnson. They went to the edge of the mat on the near side. Johnson able to get those hips away, counters it. Now they go back to the center. Chibaturanu with double overs on Johnson. Still tied up at 6. Final 30 seconds.
Final 20 seconds here on mat number 2 at 152 pounds for 5th place. Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton looking for a turn on the tilt. Gets a 3-point near fall. Give him 3 more points. 17-6, a 9-point lead in the final 13 seconds.
And Chibaturanu and Johnson scramble off the mat. There was a level change, and Johnson was trying to turn the corner. Chibaturanu was able to square himself back up. Final 2 seconds of the period. We go into overtime here on mat number 1, tied up at 6, wrestling for 5th place at 160 pounds.
Kappas able to hold on. He'll take the victory. And Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton will finish in 5th place at 152 pounds, defeating Pembina County North's Zeke Symington.
And Johnson with the single leg shot comes out the back door. Chibaturanu is going to try to elevate her. Johnson with the win and sudden victory takes 5th place on mat number 1.
So 2:15, fifth place. Max Klein for Oaks. Dylan Hunt of Valley City. That match is just about underway here at 215 pounds. We'll start neutral position.
All right, fifth place match, 172 pounds. Max Chernlund, Ellen Allegedly Calm takes on Henry Lettmeyer, the Lemoore Litchfield Marion Lobos. Chernlund, a senior, 18-12. Henry Lettmeyer, a sophomore for Lemoore.
Still neutral position. Klein for Oaks and Hunt for Valley Cities. Looks like we're going 3 mats right now. 3 mats here at the Storhaug Invite.
And Chernlund scores a 3-point takedown. He's ranked number 8 in the latest Dakota Grappler Class B poll at 172 pounds. He goes up early 3-0, minute 12 on the clock on mat number 1.
Hunt with the takedown. He'll get the first points of the matchup. 40 seconds to go in the period. He leads 3-0, puts in a leg, looking for a turn. Trying to shoot the half, or scoops the head. Going to get that back to the mat. However, able to get himself back to a belly was Max Klein. So it'll stay 3-0. Over on mat number 3. It is Braden Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling for 5th place at 189. He's going up against Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. That one just getting underway on mat number 3.
And mat number 1, Chernlund still has a 3-0 lead. Final 20 seconds of the first period. They're wrestling the far edge of the mat.
Hunt wins the flip. He'll defer Klein with choice, and he'll choose the top position.
Here's Chernlund, has an armbar locked up, catches the far wrist, trying to walk this around on Lettmeyer. Lettmeyer goes over to his back. Chernlund working for the fall. Time expires. And the 3 near fall for Max Chernlund at the end of the period has a 6-0 lead going into the second over Henry Lettmeyer, wrestling for 5th place on mat 1.
Escape point here for Hunt. He'll take a 4-0 lead as we wrestle period number 2.
And mat number 3, Symington and Braden Chenault, Hillsborough Central Valley, wrestling for 5th place over on mat 3, period 1. It's scoreless. Under 30 seconds remaining on mat 3 now. Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley, 3-point takedown at the end of the period.
Hunt looking to spin behind, or excuse me, that's Klein looking to spin behind Hunt, trying to get his first points of the matchup, puts in a leg, gets the takedown. 3 points here for Max Klein, cuts in the deficit 4-3. Set out attempt by Hunt. Edge of the mat, and they'll break apart. They'll circle themselves back to the center. It is an escape point for Dylan Hunt. So that would make it 5-3 with 51 seconds to go in the match. Or excuse me, in the second period.
And Chernlund Lettmeyer, 6-0 is the score. Chernlund in on the legs on Henry Lettmeyer, who's trying to work for a stalemate. He's on his hip on the left side. Chernlund trying to advance the position. He's going to elevate as they are in the scramble. And a stalemate called on mat number 1, 6-0 lead for Max Chernlund with 43 seconds remaining in the second period.
Still 5-3, final 15 seconds of period number 2. Dylan Hunt for Valley City looking to pick up the 5th place at 215 pounds. And no scoring there. We'll go to period number 3. Dylan Hunt of Valley City, a 5-3 lead going into the final 2 minutes.
And we're 9-0 on mat number 1 in the second period. Final 10 seconds. Max Chernlund in the top position has the armbar locked up again. Lettmeyer able to free the hand behind his back. Stretches out, now hits a hip ice at the end of the period, stands up, no points. And 9-0 going into the third period. Chernlin chooses top position on mat 1.
Hunt will start in the down position. Into a roll and right to the back. There's the pinfall. Dylan Hunt for the Valley City Highliners. He will finish in 5th place at 215 pounds. The pinfall over Oaks' Max Klein.
And back to the scramble here with Chernlin in on the leg on Henry Lettmeyer. Lettmeyer tried to hit a leg pass in the front roll, not able to get it. Chernlin's going to stack him up. Lettmeyer's in trouble on his hip. So the takedown, or I should say, Chernlin was in the top position, so he will get near fall. He has an inside cradle locked up.
Update over in the armory.
And now this is tight here for Chernlin. He has a Henry Lettmeyer on his back. Official trying to get a better look in the pin for Chernlin on mat number 1.
Update over in the armory. Braden Chenault for Hillsborough Central Valley now a 10-1 lead. There's they wrestle at 189 for 5th. 189 third place match. Ryer Muskie for Valley City, a junior at 22-6. He's going up against Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's, a senior at 16-9.
Your matchup at 215 pounds for third place. We will have Brock Lyons for Lisbon Broncos, honorable mention ranking by Dakota grappler. Caden Rose for Pembina County North, ranked number 5 in Class B. The Lions was able to dispatch Max Klein in the consolation semifinals to make it into the third place match. Rolls works heavy on the neck on Lyons. Now drops down. Good level change by Rolls. After he kind of fish hooked the neck and snapped it down, he's up 3-0.
Richter Muskie still neutral position. 50 seconds to go in period number 1. They're third place for at 189.
And Rolls has a cradle. He has the elbow squeezed together. This thing's tight on Lyons. Lyons gets loose and gets back belly down on mat number 1. 4 near fall awarded to Caden Rose. He's up 7-0.
Over in the armory, Braden Chenault extends his lead. It's 12-1 over Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. That one, 56 seconds to go in period number 3.
So Caden Rose has the 7-0 lead in the first period. Minute 2 on the clock. Lions in the bottom position on the restart.
As we'll get a restart back in the center. 14 seconds to go in a scoreless tie between Ryer Muskie of Valley City and Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's.
A big mat return. Rose catches Lyons, who's trying to roll through. So here's Lyons in a scramble with Rose. Rose catches him, scores some near fall on mat number 1, working for the pin. And that does it. So Caden Rose takes third place at 215 pounds.
Muskie wins the choice. He defers. Richter will choose the neutral position to start period number 2.
So if the Broncos want to try to make up some grounds, they're going to have to do it here with Aiden Hinkle on that team point race. They're down by 5.5 points going into this match. So Hinkle and Hunt wrestling it out. For third place, Hinkle goes double overs on Hunt. Hunt underhooks Hinkle. Each wrestler looking for the big throw on mat number 1.
Out of bounds they go. It's still neutral position between Muskie and Richter here on mat number 2.
Hinkle is able to snap down. Hunt gets him on a knee. He works up over the top. Hunt back to his feet with 1:27 remaining in our first period. Hunt has the leg. Hinkle's going to try to hip toss him. Owen Hunt elevates, takes Hinkle up and over in the big slam. So Hunt went up and over with Hinkle, up over his shoulder. Injury time coming on mat number 1.
Out of bounds they go on mat number 2. Still scoreless in the neutral position between Muskie and Richter. As the match does go final, Braden Chenault with a 12-3 major decision victory over Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. So Braden Chenault will finish in 5th place here at 189 pounds.
So Hunt with the slam or the penalty point goes over to Hinkle. He has the 1-0 lead on mat number 1. Back to the restart in the center of the mat.
Out of bounds they go now with 35 seconds to go between Muskie and Richter. It's still neutral. No score, as it looks like we'll get blood time here on mat number 2.
Owen Hunt for Valley City, ranked number 8 in North Dakota Class A. Hinkle for the Broncos, ranked number 3 in North Dakota Class B. Owen Hunt last year for Valley City, a state qualifier. Hinkle for the Broncos placed 7th at the state tournament. Hinkle has the 1-0 lead. Now Hunt takes him down. Hinkle's going to try to scramble through. Hunt has a head caught on Hinkle. He goes right to his back. And Owen Hunt working for the fall. Hinkle trying to get back to his belly. He has man strength there for Hinkle as he goes from his back to his belly. Done that a couple times. Now Hunt goes back to half. Hinkle trying to roll through again. Don't think he's going to make it. And that does it. Owen Hunt is your 3rd place winner at 285 pounds.
So final match on the being wrestled right now, as it is Muskie and Richter still scoreless with 15 seconds to go. Out of bounds they go towards the far wall. Will stay neutral. And back to the center. Shot fake here, final couple of seconds between Muskie and Richter. They'll just stay neutral and they'll go to period number 3 in a scoreless tie. So Muskie with choice, he'll choose the down position to begin our final 2 minutes. As it looks like we'll have blood time once again, blood time called on Charles Richter. Blood time on mat number 2. We'll take this opportunity to take a quick break. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Castleton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Castleton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Castleton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
Transform your home with Central City Lumber, your one-stop shop for all your home improvement needs. From showplace cabinets, stylish flooring, and Valspar paint, they have everything you need to bring your vision to life. Their expert team is here to help you choose the perfect materials and provide expert advice for your project. Plus, they build custom portable homes that can be moved anywhere in North Dakota. Visit Central City Lumber in Carrington today and see why they're the go-to destination for home improvement. Stop by and let's get started on your next project. Central City Lumber, quality you can build on.
Back to wrestling here on YourLiveEvent.com as the escape point here for Ryer Muskie. He will take the first points of the matchup at 1-0. 95 seconds to go here in period number 3. Battle in the center of the mat here. No wrestler's been warned for stalling yet. Muskie with a double leg, trying to finish it, able to do so. As Muskie will extend his lead now, make it 4-0. Final 70 seconds of the match as we'll get time called. As we'll get injury time as wind knocked out of him for Charles Richter of St. Mary's. It's a 4-0 advantage for Ryer Muskie here on YourLiveEvent.com. This is the 3rd place match at 189 pounds. Here as he's being looked at by the trainers. We'll take a break. This is Storhaug Invite, YourLiveEvent.com.
At Sendak Cooperative, we are proud to be your trusted full-service grain, agronomy, and energy choice for our communities in central North Dakota. For all of your grain, agronomy, and energy decisions, they are proud to support our local farmers and communities we work and live in. With our state-of-the-art facilities and dedicated team, we ensure your farming operation will be looked at with care and efficiency. Whether you're looking for marketing decisions, agronomy needs, fuel for your operation, or a hot cup of coffee at their C-stores, Sendak Cooperative has you covered. Visit them online at sendakcooperative.com to learn more about how they can serve you. Sendak Cooperative, proud to serve our communities in central North Dakota.
Since its beginning, the Central Cass Booster Club has generated and helped sustain fan interest in the men's and women's athletic programs at Central Cass High School. Through the years, that mission has brought in to also enhance the youth programs throughout the community. For more information, search Central Cass Booster Club on Facebook or email centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. That's centralcassboosterclub@gmail.com. Go Squirrels!
Richter able to continue here on mat number 2. Minute and 5 seconds to go here in the matchup. Muskie just trying to hold on to a 4-0 lead. Richter will get the escape point, make it now 4-1 as we have a minute to go. And as you can see, mat number 1 being folded back up. They're going to go one mat for the championship match here. We'll then adjust our setup here, get you the one screen setup here for our championship round. Final 40 seconds, Ryan Muskie of Valley City still with a 4-1 lead. Here for the Highliners, looking to lock up third place here at 189 pounds. Stalling warning here by Muskie, that's just his first. He can afford a couple more. Richter looking for a shot, trying to set something up here. Under 20 seconds to go. Head fake, shot attempt, sprawl by Muskie. Chuck attempt here by Muskie. That will do it, as that will be a 3-point takedown. Make it now 7-1. He'll ride out the final couple of ticks of the clock. And Ryan Muskie for Valley City, he will finish in third place at 189 pounds. That'll do it for our placing matches. They're going to try to reset to get the championship mat. We'll take a break as well. Then when we return, we'll wrap up or recap our action so far. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite on YourLiveEvent.com.
Central Cass School's mission is to foster student excellence in cooperation with family and community and to provide educational opportunities in a safe and caring environment. Thank you to everyone who has helped make this mission a reality. The state-of-the-art STEM Center, along with our theater, music wing, early childhood center, wellness center, and athletic complex will help set students up for success in school and life after graduation. They wish everyone at Central Cass good luck this year with their academics and activities.
Central Pharmacy is here to care for your whole health. With locations in Carrington and New Rockford, we offer comprehensive health screenings, including blood pressure checks, diabetes monitoring, and immunizations. Our expert team also provides complete medication reviews to ensure you're on the right track. At Central Pharmacy, we have everything you need for your health and living needs. Experience top-notch pharmacy services with a personal touch. Visit Central Pharmacy today, where your health is our priority. Central Pharmacy in Carrington and New Rockford. Your health, our mission.
Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, North Dakota has adapted to the growing needs of the edible bean industry since 1982. Production of edible beans helps many growers in the Red River Valley make their farming operation more profitable. These growers are also producing a nutritious, high-protein food source, helping feed a hungry world. Central Valley Bean Cooperative in Buxton, with receiving stations in Sharon, Larimore, Devils Lake, Wilton, Washburn, Lincoln, East Grand Forks, Grafton, and Garski. Learn more at centralvalleybean.com or 701-847-2622.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In our community, we're dedicated to keeping you and your family healthy and strong. At CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, we offer top-tier care for everyone, including our local athletes. From routine checkups to specialized sports medicine, our expert team ensures you're in top shape to perform your best, caring for our community and supporting local athletes, because your health and performance are our top priorities. Dedicated to you and our athletes. Visit chistalexiushealth.org or call 701-652-2515 to learn more. CHI St. Alexius Health Carrington Medical Center, where care meets commitment.
At Carrington Public Schools, their mission is empowering our students for the future. You can visit their website, carrington.k12.nd.us, for school announcements and calendars, lunch menus, weather announcements, athletic schedules, and more. Follow them on social media and share in Cardinals pride with student updates and events with Carrington Public Schools. Carrington Public Schools thanks all students, staff, parents, alumni, and community members for their continued support. Good luck to the Cardinals. Learn more at carrington.k12.nd.us.
Almost half of the energy used in homes goes toward heating and cooling the spaces we live in. Energy Star certified heating and cooling equipment can improve your comfort while lowering electric bills. Through its Bright Energy Solutions program, City of Hillsborough offers rebates for a wide range of energy-efficient equipment like heat pumps and central air conditioners. You can also get a rebate for having your cooling system professionally tuned up. Call the City of Hillsborough to learn more about rebates or visit brightenergysolutions.com.
Cutting Edge Ag connects your operation with first-hand expertise and industry-best precision ag technology from Ag Leader. We've simplified precision farming with powerful tools to maximize profit opportunities like never before. No matter the size of your farm or the complexity of your field activities, Cutting Edge Ag is your local partner for a more profitable future. Unlock a new era of farming success with Ag Leader and Cutting Edge Ag.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Back here on YourLiveEvent.com as we bring you our continuing coverage of the 2025 Storhaug Invitational. Coming to you, Brady Siebels, Brent Dick, high above the broadcast booth here, the Stock Growers broadcast booth, the affectionately known as the Crow's Nest here in Lisbon. Again, Stock Growers Bank, your small town bank and big time partner. Download that mobile app so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank. It's a member FDIC and an equal housing lender. So our recap here from Olson Accounting. As you can see, we have gone to the one match setup here as we're going to start our finals here just momentarily. Right there, we'll run down our placings or matches here in just a little bit, but that is our we're hearing a little bit of a break here as they set up the one mat, maybe give a break for the table workers as well. That's a recap here from Olson Accounting. Go online to colsoncpa.com as let's take a look at our Bank North scoreboard here. Results of the team standings as Mandan has come back here in this Saturday morning, and they have taken the lead here as they have a 5.5-point lead. The Mandan Braves first place at 208.5. Lisbon just behind them at 203. Then it's Oaks in third place at 153 points. Ellendale Edgeley-Colm is in fourth place at 148.5 points. 2 points ahead of Bismarck St. Mary's at 146.5 points. That is your top five. Other area Wiley schools. Kindred is in eighth place at 119.5. Carrington in 10th place at 115 points. Central Cass in 14th place at 67.5. Hillsborough Central Valley 15th place at 58.5. Mayport CG 17th at 49. Northern Cass at 18th at 17.5 points. That's a look at your standings here on your Bank North scoreboard. Again, online at banknorth.bank. We'll get you ready for our finals when we return on yourliveevent.com.
It's safe to say we have it pretty good in the Drayton, North Dakota area. Growing sugar beets, making sugar, bringing a little sweetness to the world. Every day, American Crystal Sugar produces sweet products people love in a place we love to call home. It's a thing we like to call the sweet life, and we're proud to share it with you. American Crystal Sugar's Drayton facility has recently started offering a $4 per hour shift differential for rotating shifts. Go to AmericanCrystalCareers.com for more information.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
Dakota Growers Pasta Company of Carrington turns premium local durum wheat into a variety of mouth-watering pasta. From classic spaghetti to rich, hearty lasagna, their expert team crafts every shape and flavor with care. Their commitment to quality means you're getting pasta made with the finest local ingredients. Taste the difference that local durum wheat makes. For more information, visit 8avpasta.com and join them in celebrating the art of pasta making right in our community. Buen appetito!
Back here, yourliveevent.com, just about ready to start our finals. We'll run down here our final matchups here. We'll start at 107. Derek Jorison of Central Cass will take on Sky Kramlich of Carrington. 114, actually that has already been decided. There will be a medical forfeit, so Hunter McGrain of Mandan will be your champion at 114, as Ryland Samuelson of Devil's Lake will medical forfeit there at 114 pounds. 121, Dylan Mossert of Bismarck St. Mary's will take on Trent Gardini of Mandan. That's your 121 championship. 127 will be Owen Lindstrom of Devil's Lake taking on Noah Anderson of Lisbon. 133, Logan Werner of Pembina County North will take on Zach Doctor. 139, Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley will take on Colton Grable. At 145, Case Sounder of Oaks against Nick Garber. That's your finals matches up through 145 pounds. As we are getting started here, our 107-pound championship match. Derek Jorison of Central Cass is taking on Sky Kramlich of Carrington. As they'll start here in the center of the mat, neutral position here. Our first matchup, 107 pounds. We'll also have, they'll do the awards for the top 6 placers in between each weight class as well here today on yourliveevent.com. Again, thanks for joining us here. Our coverage of the 2025 Storhaug Invite here from Lisbon. Neutral position, as you can see, the lights turned down low, the skylight in effect here as we wrestle in our championship match at 107. As Jorison able to get the takedown, Jorison with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go here in period number 1 as they'll look to ride on top. Edge of the mat they go. They'll try to stay in bounds. And now they go out of bounds. We'll get a break. 58 seconds to go here in championship match number 1, our 107-pound finals. Derek Jorison a victory over Trig Dahlstrom in the semifinals. Kramlich a victory over Cash Gerhardt in his semifinal matchup there at 107. Jorison puts in a chicken wing, also grabbing at the far wrist as well. See if he can set something up with 38 seconds to go. Double chicken wing, go around, spin around the head, see if he can get the fall. Trying to get some near fall points, count of 1. Now gonna go readjust, see if he can get the shoulders to the mat. Into a single chicken wing, now able to muscle him over. Jorson looking for some near fall points, trying to stack Kramlich up. See if we can get the pinfall and the victory here at 107 pounds. Final 15 seconds. Jorson now back to the double wing finish. Trying to get the fall. High bridge here by Kramlich. Trying to fight out, trying to stay alive for 5 more seconds here at 107 pounds. High bridge once again by Kramlich, and that will do it for the period, as Derek Jorson will get a 4-point near fall as he'll take a 7-0 lead into period number 2. We'll start neutral. Front headlock here for Jorson. Reaching through it, the far leg. Just trying to bully him over. Kramlich, though, able to defend, get back up to his feet. They stay neutral. Still 7-0, 30 seconds gone in period number 2. Jorson got the takedown, got a near fall. That's how we're at our 7-0 score. Still neutral. And we'll get a stalemate. Go back to the center. Still neutral position. Still neutral. Halfway gone, a minute and to go here in our 107-pound championship matchup. And we'll get you our full recap of the results here a little bit later on tonight on yourliveevent.com. Jorson reaching through, looking for the takedown, trying to hook the ankle. There's the 3. So Derek Jorson will extend his lead now, make it 10-0. Final 30 seconds of period number 2. Kramlich trying to work himself back up to a base. Jorson, head lever. Kramlich back up to his feet, looking for the escape point. On all fours, we will get a clasping call on Jorson. Final couple of ticks of the clock. We'll get a whistle with 4 seconds. There's the penalty point. So Kramlich will get his first points of the matchup, as it will be a penalty point for a clasp. It'll now be 10-1 in favor of Derek Jorson. As it looks like we'll get blood time here. We'll run down our other results here, other finalists. Got through 145. So Case Allender of Oaks will take on Nick Garber of Carrington. That's our 145 championship. 152, Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's will take on Ryan Eng of Lisbon. 160, Eli Lyons for the Lisbon Broncos will take on Greg Fuhrer of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. 172 is Cale Hubel of Lemoore taking on Mandan's Tate Saylor. 189, Henry Sletdahl of Breckenridge Wabaton will take on Mandan's Emery Slater. 215, Braxton Race of Devil's Lake will take on Ivan Caruth from Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. And our 285 championship, Carter Mishlich of Bismarck St. Mary's will take on Seth Irie of Ellendale Edgeley-Combe. That is a look at our championship matchups. As we're back to wrestling here, final couple of ticks of the clock. Jorson will just hold on there, and he'll take a 10-1 lead into our finals. Final period here at 107. Shot attempt here. Kramlich with it, single leg. Sprawl whizzer here by Jorson. We stay neutral, scramble position. Still with a whizzer. Still neutral, no change. Edge of the mat. We'll get a stalemate, get a restart back in the center. Minute and 27 seconds to go here in our 107 championship match. Still neutral position, front headlock here at 107 pounds. Jorison happy to stay right there. This will at least, at the very least, eat up some time here for him. Edge of the mat. Jorison going to try to keep him in bounds. Kremlick going to try to stay in bounds as well. With 50 seconds, they'll break apart, circle themselves back to the center. Third place match went to Cash Garrett of Linton HMB, an 11-3 major decision over Trig Dahlstrom. Fifth place match at 107, Alec Michokas of Mandan, a 3-minute, 9-second pinfall victory over Kindred's Bristol Swanson. And the seventh place, John Logreen of Lemoore, a 2-minute, 26-second pinfall victory over Lisbon's Micah Fromke. That is your placings here at 107. Final 20 seconds, Jorison. Cromlick still with a wizard position. It stays neutral, no change, and then we'll get a stalemate called with 11 seconds left, as Cromlick just gonna have to try to hit something here. Shot attempt, Jorison, sprawl, spin behind, give him 3 more points. He'll ride it out, and Derek Jorison of CentraCast, he is your champion at 107 pounds. He will defeat Sky Kramlich of Carrington by a final of 13-1. Again, we will not have a 114-pound matchup, as Hunter McGrain of Mandan will be your champion at 114 pounds, as he will take a medical forfeit victory over Ryland Samuelson. Our third place match at 114 pounds, Walker Miller from Ellendale Edgley Calm with the tech fall victory over Joey Hyde of Lemoore, 17-2. Fifth place at 114 went to Hudson Droll of Mandan, 23-12 over Carson Mossert of Bismarck St. Mary's. And the seventh place at 114 went to Ben Wagner of Oaks with a 3-minute, 58-second pinfall victory over Gavin Rood.
All right, we're back here for our 121-pound championship match at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational Tournament. We have Mandan's Trent Giardini, a sophomore, 24-11 record. Giardini seeded number 8 in the tournament. He defeated Drew Carr in the quarterfinals, and then Grayson Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos in the semis to make it into the championship match. He's ranked number 6 in Class A. And we have a 3-point takedown, and now set out into a switch here for Dylan Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's. 3-2 is your score. Dylan Mossett for Bismarck St. Mary's made it into the championship match by way of pin of Justin Terrell in the semifinals. Mossett comes in as the number 3 ranked Class A wrestler, seeded 3rd in the tournament. Our score is 3-2. Now under a minute remaining. So Dylan Mossett for Bismarck St. Mary's at the half. Nelson went to the back leg and wrestled out of bounds. Back to the center for the restart.
Yeah, 121 pounds. Third place went to Drew Carr of Carrington. He had a 5-1 decision victory over Lisbon's Grayson Lyons. Justin Terrell for Hillsborough Central Valley finishes 5th place at 121. A 16-5 major decision victory over Oakley Brown. 7th place went to Oaks' Jaron Nelson. A 2-minute, 51-second pinfall victory over Devils Lake's Max Volk.
And Dylan Mossett has the armbar locked up, walks around the top of Giardini, picks up his near fall. So we have Mossett, the number 3 Class A, going against the number 6. And working for the fall, here's Mossett at the end of the period. Towel tapper's out there, final 10 seconds. 3-2 is the score. Mossett will pick up near fall. He's up over the top, chest on chest. Squeezes the arm, makes the adjustment, but runs out of time. Our score with 4 near fall coming is 6-3. And that's in favor of Dylan Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's. Mossett chooses bottom position to start the second period. And off the whistle, Mossett with the stand-up, return to them back to the mat. Giardini with another mat return. Mossett sits out as he lands and scoots back around for the 1-point escape. 7-3 is the score here for Mossett. Mossett with the shot. Giardini sprawls. Another head tap. Wrestler scramble, single leg shot, cracked down to the mat. Here by Dylan Mossett with the takedown is up 10-3, minute 24 remaining, has a 7-point lead. Now goes to Turk. Cross the chin and the shoulder, stretching out on the edge of the mat. And the official says they're out. So he got his 3 near fall after the official calls them out. 3 near fall coming, 13-3, 10-point lead for Dylan Mossett, representing Bismarck St. Mary's in the championship match. And the official over there talking to the coach about the position and the near fall that was counted. So as they have their discussion, short break in the action, we're back. Wrestlers for the restart. 13-3 lead for Dylan Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's. Off the whistle, minute 14 remaining in the second period. Mossett goes to work on the arm on the right side. Hammerlock across the back. Keeps a lot of pressure up over the hips. Giardini not able to do too much, not able to build up to his base. Scoot those hips up underneath him. Mossett keeps the hammerlock, sticks in the legs. Double boots underneath and stretching out Giardini. Down to 45 seconds remaining. Picks up his near fall. Now going to switch into the Saturday Night Ride up over the top. Just a little bit out of position with his hips, but he will pick near fall. 3 more near fall. 16-3 is your score. So 16-3 between Mossett and Trent Giardini. Giardini from Mandan. Right now in the team point race, Mandan has the 5.5-point lead over the Lisbon Broncos, 208.5 to 203. And final 10 seconds, towel tapper back out there. Mossett still in the top position, works the hammerlock, keeps Giardini broke belly down. At the end of the second period, 16-3 is your score. Choice over to Giardini, chooses neutral. Looking for the 3-point takedown and back points off of it. Right away, goes, clubs over the head tap, changes levels. A shot doubled up, now goes switching to a single here for Dylan Mossett. Turns the corner, comes out of the back door in the forklift. Has Giardini stacked up in the pin and the win. And your champion at 121 pounds is Dylan Mossett of Bismarck St. Mary's, as he wins by foul over Trent Giardini on mat number 1 here at 121 pounds for the championship.
So we'll move to 127 pounds, our next championship matchup. That will be Owen Lindstrom of Devil's Lake taking on Noah Anderson of Lisbon. Class A versus Class B matchup here. As the wrestlers will shake hands, and we're wrestling here, 127 pounds, our championship match. Noah Anderson for Lisbon, he's a junior at 25-3. Owen Lindstrom of Devil's Lake, a senior at 21-4. Anderson for the Broncos, a victory over Kellen Beneke of Mandan. As Owen Lindstrom, a victory over Logan Potts of Lemoore. That's how they got to the finals there in their semifinal victories. Shot attempt here. Lindstrom looking to finish, and does. He gets his first points of the matchup. So Owen Lindstrom with a 3-0 lead, but then Anderson back up to his feet. No, Anderson will cut the deficit now to 3-1. You're getting an important matchup here. Mandan, a finalist, unable to get the victory there, the weight class before. Now Lisbon trying to cut into the deficit, trailing by 5.5 here in the individual team score race. Front headlock position, but they'll break apart. They'll stay neutral here at 127. Halfway gone in the first period. Collar and elbow tabs between Anderson and Lindstrom here in the championship match from Lisbon. Center of the match, shot fake. They'll stay neutral. Collar and elbow ties. Just again, battle for position. Chuck attempt reshot here by Lindstrom. Trying to get the single leg. Anderson with the sprawl. Looking to pick it up into a double leg. Still neutral, scramble, and pop the head out for Lindstrom. Out of bounds they go. Officials will confer. Is it a 2 or a 3? They'll say nope. It'll stay neutral, no takedown. It'll stay 3-1. Lindstrom with the lead. Restart neutral with 25 seconds to go. Back to the center, clock ticking under 20 now. Shot fake. Snap down attempt, front headlock here for Anderson. Short time, see if a wrestler can get a takedown before the end of the period. Lindstrom, though, able to break apart, stay neutral, final couple ticks of the clock, and that will do it for period number 1. Owen Lindstrom of Devils Lake will take a 3-1 lead into period number 2. Here, 127. Third place went to Lemore's Logan Potts. He had a major decision, 15-5 victory over Kellen Beneke of Mandan. Fifth place went to Brock Martig of Border West, a 3-1 victory over Pembina County North's Oscar Martinez. And seventh place went to Riggin Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He picked up a medical forfeit victory over Mayport CG's Brogan Erickson. Those are your other finalists here at 127 pounds. The championship match, Owen Lindstrom and Noah Anderson. Lindstrom now with a 4-1 lead. Lindstrom now looking to pop the head out and try to finish to get another takedown here, extend his lead. Anderson holding on that near leg. Lindstrom going to try to pop the head out, see if he can get the takedown. Anderson holding on to it, and there's the takedown. 3 more points for Owen Lindstrom, make it now 7-1. Anderson up to his feet. Double leg finish by Lindstrom for the mat return. Able to do so, he'll remain in top control as Anderson works himself back to a base. Halfway gone in the period. A minute remaining in period number 2. Owen Lindstrom with a 7-1 lead for the Devils Lake Firebirds. Tilt attempt, Anderson though, able to defend. Stays in his base position. Lindstrom trying to grab at that far ankle. Anderson trying to work himself back up. Lindstrom now out to the side. Knee slide attempt here by Anderson. Up to his feet. We'll get a whistle. We'll get a potentially dangerous called. And we'll go back to the center. 32 seconds to go here in period number 2. Owen Lindstrom for Devils Lake with a 7-1 lead. Off the whistle. First move countered by Lindstrom. Stays in the control position. Knee slide stand-up attempt by Anderson trying to get the escape point. Lindstrom, though, able to run him out of bounds. It'll stay. No change. Lindstrom in the top position. Here with now 18 seconds to go in the second period. Off the whistle. Set up stand-up attempt here by Anderson once again into a knee slide. Final 10 seconds, short time in the period. Anderson back up to his feet, trying to peel, see if he can turn and face, edge of the mat. Out of bounds they go. We'll get a technical violation as we'll get 1 point called. Get 1 point for Noah Anderson. As I say, Lindstrom fleeing the mat called, running him out of bounds. So a penalty point to Noah Anderson of Lisbon. Make it now 7-2. 3 seconds to go in the second period. Bottom set, top man on. Stand-up attempt by Anderson just runs out of time, so it's 7-2 going into the final 2 minutes. Noah Anderson of Lisbon and Owen Lindstrom of Devils Lake. As we get a stalling warning called here on Noah Anderson as he was adjusting his shoelaces. So that's the first stalling warning. Shot attempt here by Lindstrom. And the takedown, 3 more points for the Firebird. Extend his lead now 10-2, major decision territory. As Noah Anderson now just trying to work himself back to a base. He's got to go here. Trailing by 8, knee slide back up to his feet. And a whistle, potentially dangerous called. Restart back to the center. Bottom set, top on. 90 seconds to go here in our 127-pound championship matchup. Anderson up to his feet. He'll get the escape point. 10-3, a 7-point matchup here as Anderson has to go. Collar and elbow ties. Throw by attempt by Lindstrom. Anderson able to defend. Snap down. They'll stay neutral. They'll break apart. They'll work themselves back to the center of the mat. A minute to go here in the 127-pound championship match. Lindstrom with a shot fake. Anderson able to get the head back free. Lindstrom now snap down front headlock. At the very least, if you're Owen Lindstrom, try to stay here. Use up some clock here. Edge of the mat. Anderson looking for a single leg. They'll go out of bounds. They'll get a restart back to the center with 42 seconds to go. Final 40 seconds of the match. Owen Lindstrom of Devil's Lake looking to hold on and pick up the championship here at 127 pounds, our fourth weight class here this afternoon. Thank you for joining us again on the 2025 Storhaug Invite from Lisbon. Final 20 seconds. Anderson's got to try to find something here. Needs to hit a big move. Double unders here by Anderson. We'll get a stalling warning called on Lindstrom. That's okay. That's his first. As Lindstrom just going to try to kill the final couple of seconds here. 5 seconds. Last gasp here for Anderson. A stalling warning. Single leg shot attempt, and that will do it. Owen Lindstrom for the Devil's Lake Firebirds. He's your champion at 127 pounds. The 10-3 decision victory over Lisbon's Noah Anderson.
All right, that brings us to the 133-pound championship match. We have Linton's Zach Doctor dropped down from 139 pounds, wrestling 133, making it into the championship here at the Storhaug. Doctor seeded number 4 in the tournament, ranked number 6 in Class B at 139. He defeated Matthias Dahlstrom in the semifinals, making it to the championship match. He takes on Logan Werner from Pembina County North. Werner seeded number 2 in the tournament, ranked number 5 in North Dakota Class B at 133 pounds. Getting ready to square off for our championship match at the Storhaug Invitational Wrestling Tournament.
133 pounds. The other placers was Tucker Hennessy for Border West, a 2-minute 33-second pinfall victory against Mayport CG's Logan Nielsen. 5th place went to Brooks Lentz of Mandan, a medical forfeit over Oaks' Matthias Dahlstrom. And in the 7th place match, Mitchell Gerhardt of Devil's Lake, a medical forfeit over Hunter Zachmeyer. Those are your other finalists here or your other placers at 133 pounds.
All right, match underway now for the championship at 133 pounds. Zach Doctor, Logan Werner. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Werner to the outside, back to the outside. Werner goes working the head on Doctor. Doctor still dancing around the middle. Now a little level change. Werner snaps him down. Doctor backs up. Minute 30 remaining, first period. We are scoreless. The wrestler now level change. Low single leg shot by Werner. Gets down on the leg of Doctor. Elevates it. Werner not able to get Doctor down to the mat. Doctor went to a whizzer on the left side. Werner still has the leg. Doctor sprawls out, has a whizzer in. And able to square the hips back up. Forces Werner to let go. Werner backs up. Down to 46 seconds remaining. Now 45 in the first period. Still scoreless. Werner down 3-point stance. Doctor stays to the outside. Werner holds the middle. Werner with the attack again underneath. Doctor goes over the top, front headlock, tries to put head in the hole. Werner back up, tries to arm drag and turn the corner, drag Doctor down to the mat. He's behind him. He has to return him to the mat to score the points. Doctor goes through the leg. Werner not able to turn Doctor down to the mat. He does have the advantage here in the scramble. Now Doctor off the mat. Mule kicks out and avoids the takedown. Down to 4 seconds remaining in the first period. And off the whistle, Doctor with the shot. Time runs out, and we're scoreless going into our second period. Werner with the offense, taking the risk on those shots. He's in the bottom position to start the second period. This is your championship match at 133 pounds. Zach Doctor made his way into the championship, defeating Matthias Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom at the time, the number 2 ranked wrestler in Class B at 133 pounds. He was number 1 seed in the tournament. Werner seeded number 2, ranked number 5 in Class B. He picked up a win over Brooks Lientz in the semifinal. Lientz was seeded number 4. So down to minute 30, second period. Doctor in the top position, working underneath the arms on Werner, trying to spiral the wrist. Werner goes back underneath. Doctor with the arm around the waist, kind of deep waist ride on the left side. Werner with some hand control, pods up, has the hips underneath him. Down to minute 6 remaining, still scoreless. Logan Werner chose the bottom position to stop. Zach Doctor now isolates the arm on the far side, goes hammerlock across the back on Werner. Werner gets the arm back underneath, stretches it out. Doctor with the leg ride. Werner in the sit out position. Isolates the arm on Doctor. Extends the leg. He'll try to hip heist through, get that leg free, and then hip heist back around. Doctor a little bit high, goes double boots and stretches out over the top. Werner scoots the hips back underneath. Doctor getting a little bit high, but able to stick the boots back in. Down to 20 seconds remaining, still scoreless. You're 133 pounds. Doctor gets high. Werner still trying to scoot. Doctor back up over the top. Doctor's going to attack the shoulder with the legs and try to stretch out Werner. Final 5 seconds. Has Werner going over on his hips, and just as the time expires, able to expose the shoulder, but no time on the clock. We go into the third period scoreless. Doctor's choice will choose bottom, and Werner right away gives up the 1 point, goes to the neutral position. Doctor for Linton HMB will have the 1-0 lead. Off the whistle, Doctor takes a knee, little level change. Werner follows that up with a shot to the head. Werner holding ground in the middle of the mat. Now down to minute 45 remaining third period. Zach Doctor with the 1 point advantage. Werner looking for an opening. Backs out. And Werner, Doctor still holding the center of the mat. Neither wrestler ready to commit on the attack. Down to minute 15 remaining. And now Logan Werner, low single, shoots across the body to the far leg. He's in deep on his shot. Doctor able to come back up over the hips. Logan Werner not able to elevate the leg. If he walks back around, if he tried to walk back around to the other side, opposite way, he might be able to crack down Doctor. Doctor now kind of with the advantage up over the top of Logan Werner. 44 seconds remaining. Werner in the bottom position, down by 1 on the scramble. Trying to roll through and wrestle through this position. And a stalemate called by the official. Final 36 seconds in the third period. 1-0 lead for Zach Doctor. Doctor chose to, or Werner chose to let Doctor up to his feet after Doctor chose bottom position, and a shot to the eye and injury time over here on the mat going to Logan Werner. So we do have some injury time. 1-0 is the lead for Zach Doctor. 31 seconds remaining. Coach takes a look at Werner, sends him back into center of the mat for the restart. Final 25 seconds. Here's Werner, is going to put it all on the line. He's down by 1, shoots in on Doctor. Doctor sprawls back. Werner's still trying to get to the legs, doubles up. He's got an elevated spin, turns the corner. Logan Werner with the three-point takedown. He didn't necessarily cover around the backside, but he was given the 3 points, hooks the inside leg. He's going to ride this one out. Now he's up by 2 points here for Logan Werner, and he's your champion. At 133 pounds, he gets it done. Logan Werner, your champion. He wins over Zach Doctor at 133 pounds.
Go to 139 pounds, and really the match that we were all hoping that we would see here today. We have Colton Griebel of Valley City taking on Sawyer Owens of Hillsborough Central Valley. Two wrestlers that are top ranked in their weight class. Colton Griebel for Valley City is the #1 ranked wrestler at 133 pounds, bumping up to 139 pounds for this tournament to take on the top ranked wrestler at 139 here in Class B, Sawyer Owens for Hillsborough Central Valley, as we get underway here at 139 pounds. Griebel for Valley City, a victory over Jace Duffy in the semifinals of Lemoore. Sawyer Owens, a victory over Cruz Ranke of Lisbon in his semifinal matchup here. Griebel for Valley City, he's a senior at 33-1 on the season. Sawyer Owens, a junior for the Bros at 34-0. Edge of the mat they go, front headlock here for Owens, out of bounds they go. Sawyer Owens, the defending state champion at 133 pounds in Class B, bumping up a weight class here to 139 pounds this season. Griebel for the Highliners, the runner-up at 133 last season in Class A. Neutral position here. Circling around, center of the mat. 55 seconds gone in the period. Snap down attempt here. Griebel reaction time, they'll give them the takedown. So Colton Griebel of Valley City with the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead here 50 seconds ago in period #1. Owens bellied out, got to try to work back up to a base. Now up to his knees, but then broken back down. 35 seconds and ticking. Tilt attempt here by Griebel. Able to get it over. Official counting. Owens back to his belly. Officials did get a count of 3, and there's the 3-point near fall. Make it now 6-0 for Colton Griebel of Valley City. Final 15 seconds. Griebel now going to roll the wrists out. Try to ride the final 10 seconds here. Clock ticking, center of the mat. Here on the 139-pound championship match. Owens try to work himself back to a base, but Griebel will just ride it out. And they'll take a 6-0 lead into period #2. Third place went to Zane Allender of Oaks, a 2-minute 53-second pinfall victory over Carrington's Gabriel Clifton. As Griebel will start in the down position to be in period #2. Cruz Ranke for the Lisbon Broncos, 5th place, a 7-2 decision victory over Lemoore's Jace Duffy. And Noah Swenson of Kindred finishes in 7th, a 4-minute 22-second pinfall victory over Lisbon's Gage Gruba. That's your other final, or your other placers here at 139 pounds. Owens hooking the ankle. Griebel looking for the reversal, able to get it. Give 2 more points for Colton Griebel of Valley City. That will extend his lead now 8-0. 30 seconds gone in period #2. Grabbing at the wrist. Arm control has Owens bellied out. Looking for a tilt once again. Owens, though, able to stay. We'll get a stalling warning called on Owens. That'll be his first warning. Griebel now off to the side. Still keeps that arm across the body of Owens. Under a minute and ticking here at 139 pounds. 8-0 the score. Tilt attempt here once again by Griebel, and official counting. Near fall points upcoming. Owens able to belly himself back out, but a count of 4 4 near fall points, and it's 12-0 in favor of Colton Griebel of Valley City. Final 30 seconds of period number 2. Owens back up to his feet. Out of bounds they go. They'll stay in the same position. Owens in the down position. Griebel on top with 24 seconds to go in the period. Breakdown off the whistle. Final 20 seconds. Griebel grabbing at the arm of Owens. Looking to try to set something up here. 10 seconds to go in the period. Griebel going to try one more tilt, see if he can get the points. Owens, though, will defend, and that will do it for period number 2. Colton Griebel of Valley City a 12-0 lead as we'll start neutral position to begin the 3rd period. Owens got to try something here. Takedown for Griebel would result in the tech fall. Single leg. Going to try to spin behind, see if he can limp arm out there. Whizzer position. Edge of the mat. Griebel trying to stay inbound, still whizzer. Owens looking for a leg pass, grabbing at the near leg. Griebel trying to finish, get that final takedown. 30 seconds gone in the period. Owens holding on to that leg as much as he can. Edge of the mat, and we'll get a whistle, we'll get a takedown, and a tech fall. Sawyer Owens with a 15-0, or excuse me, that is Colton Griebel with the 15-0 tech fall victory over Hillsborough Central Valley's Sawyer Owens. Colton Griebel is your champion at 139 pounds.
All right, that brings us to 145 pounds. Your championship match at 145 is Nick Garber, seeded number 1 in the tournament. He came into the tournament ranked number 3 in the state of North Dakota in Class B at 152 pounds. He makes the drop down here to 145. He looks lean and mean for the Carrington Cardinals. He'll take on Case Allender of the Oaks Tornadoes. Allender, seeded number 2, ranked 3 in the Class B side at 145. Garber right away, a 3-point takedown. He has the early lead 3-0 over Allender. Allender, that is Case Allender, made his way into the championship match. And sudden victory over Brock Johnson at Kindred. And then Garber for Carrington made his way into the championship match with a semifinal victory over Griffin Greenlee of the Lisbon Broncos by tech fall. Greenlee and Garber had a couple nice scrambles in that first period, but Garber just took control of that match. And like I said, looking lean and mean for Carrington with the 3-0 lead. Minute 26 on the clock. That's in the first period. So here at 145 pounds, Garber in the top position.
139-pounders to the awards area.
He underhooks Allender's arm on the left-hand side, goes to the chin, over the top around the right. Now back riding with the leg in on the left side. Drags Allender over. Allender catches the ankle and the foot. Allender's going to try to elevate that and then slide underneath and hit by his through on it. So Garber has to watch he doesn't get a little bit high and have Allender shake him off. And he kind of goes figure 4 around the body here for Garber. He has a half Nelson sunk in. He's going to try to walk this out, expose his shoulders. He's cranking on it. Official down there has a good look on it. 3-0 lead for Garber over Case Allender with 25 seconds remaining. Garber trying to become the 2025 145-pound Storhaug champion. Here's Garber. Now goes half Nelson, able to keep pressure and keep Allender on the mat. Allender with the sit-out, hunting for the leg on the backside. Big double and a mat return by Garber as they go out and back to the restart. Allender in the bottom position, final 5 seconds of the first period. He has a 3-0 lead. So off the whistle, no points scored by either wrestler. Final 5 seconds as we go into our second period. Allender chooses bottom position to start He's down by 3 points off that opening takedown by Nick Garber. Off the whistle, a sit out into a switch attempt. Garber had the arm around the waist, able to counter it. Rides Allender back around to his belly. Garber hunting for a half Nelson on the far side. Digs it underneath, tries to spiral the wrist and drag it back underneath on the near side. Now Allender sees an opening, shoots up to his feet, dragged back down by Garber. Minute 33 remaining in our second period. 3-0 lead for Nick Garber. Garber goes into the claw ride. That's peeled off by Allender. Allender up to his feet. Garber down to a leg, right on the edge of the mat. Returns him down. Garber keeping his foot in bounce, trying to take some time off the clock. And called out by the official. Stall warning now given to Garber. So the official calls Garber with a stall. Garber hanging on the leg with the toe in bounce. I don't know if he's saying that he just ran him out looking for more time, but dinged with a stall warning. Minute 5 on the clock in the third period. Garber still in the top position. Allender clears the wrist and passes it over the head. Scoops the hitter or the hips back around. Stood up in the 1-point escape. 3-1's your score. So Garber had his hands full riding on top. Finally Allender with the 1-point escape. Garber with the 2-point lead. Down to 45 seconds remaining in our second period. Garber level change. Allender kind of catches him on the snap down, held Garber down on the mat for about a half a second. Garber able to get back up to his feet. Front headlock attempt by Allender. Spins the corner, blocked the elbow, spun the corner, and picked up his 3-point takedown. Great move there by Allender off the front headlock. Was able to turn the corner. Now Garber catches Allender on his hip as Allender is trying to dig a leg in right away. Garber has Allender going to his back. Final 8 seconds of our second period. See if he can get the reversal. It's a near fall. Allender fighting off his back. Garber has the head. Allender up on top, stretches him out with the double boots, and no points awarded after the scramble. So Case Allender will take the 4-3 lead into the third period. Garber's choice, we're going to neutral. So neutral position on the start of our third period, minute 55 on the clock. Allender with the escape and the takedown, up by 1 point. Garber had the opportunity at the end of the period, wasn't able to capitalize after he caught the leg of Allender. Now Garber level change. Allender snaps down, turns around, gets the takedown. Oh, right away Garber, man, just explodes over the top on Allender and took him down right to his back. He will score the takedown. I think the scorers table is already awarding the points to Allender, but Garber explodes through that position and countered it, and up 6-4. So 6-4 is the score. That's a turn of events there for Allender. Just looked like he was ready to score the takedown, maybe some near fall, and Garber counters. Now Allender catches Garber high. Garber has to watch out, try to keep those hips up. He's going to try to keep scooting his hips up and out. Allender will try to stretch out, come out the back door. He has Garber in some trouble. We're tied up at 6 apiece with the 2 reversal. Here in the third period, 38 seconds remaining in our third period. We are tied up. Garber can take the advantage if he's able to get to his feet and clear his hips. And Garber looking for a roll. Caught Allender on his hips. He's going to try to hip ice back around. So Allender still with the wrist on the left side. Final 14 seconds. Garber's up to his feet. He's going to peel, try to get away. And Allender down on the leg. Final 9 seconds. Garber trying to turn the corner. He's going to scoot around, see if he can hook the ankle, and he does with 2 seconds remaining, but no points awarded by the official, Brady Storhaug. So Storhaug and the assistant over there discussed the scramble at the end. We're going to our feet in overtime. Sudden victory. Your sudden victory overtime. First takedown will win it. If neither wrestler scores the takedown, they'll go in the first overtime period. where they'll have a choice top and bottom, each wrestler for 30 seconds. And the right away, that's a slide by on the edge of the mat, and they land out. And that was lucky for Garber. If they would have landed in, would have been hard to score that one. And right away off the whistle, there's a big whizzer by Allender. Final 35 seconds in our sudden victory overtime period. Allender is really heavy on that. Spins over the top on Garber. He's going to try to turn the corner. No, Garber comes out of the scramble with the leg. And out between Garber and Allender, as neither one is hustling back to the middle. They're in sudden victory. They're tied up at 6. Both wrestlers putting it out there. Great scrambles back and forth. Final 25 seconds. We go to some blood time. So it looks like we have blood time over here on mat number 1.
Here, 145 pounds. The other placers, Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon, and finishes in 3rd place, a 5-minute, 12-second pinfall victory over Kindred's Brock Johnson. 5th place went to Jager Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm, a 17-5 major decision victory over Bennett Grimm. And 7th place at 145, Shaden Thomas for the Grafton Spoilers, an 8-7 victory over Mayport CG's Maddox Mock.
All right, still blood time. Now the official calls the wrestlers back to the center. We're in sudden victory. Yeah, and the clock reset. 25 seconds for either wrestler to score this takedown in the win. Slide by attempt now. High crotch shot. And a doubled up by Garber with the scramble and the takedown here for Nick Garber in the championship at the 2025 Storhaug tournament. The year champion at 145 pounds is Nick Garber. He wins by decision. Sudden victory over Case Allender of Oaks.
139-pound place winners. 6th place, Jace Duffy of Lemoore.
Go to 152 pounds after our first overtime match in our championship match. Our 152-pound title match. It is Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's taking on Ryan Eng of Lisbon. That is your 152-pound championship matchup here. Richter for St. Mary's, a victory over Maddox Slater of Mandan in his semifinal. Ryan Eng with a victory over Miles Thielgis in his semifinal. This year, our championship match at 152 pounds. Shake the hands, and we're wrestling here at 152 pounds. Richter, a senior for Bismarck St. Mary's at 28-4. Eng for the Broncos, a junior at 18-5. Shot attempt here. Eng with the shot attempt. Trying to suck in the leg. Again, team scores has not changed since we started the finals round. Mandan with a 6.5-point lead over Lisbon, 208.5 to 203. Eng looking to finish the takedown. Scramble Joe grabbing at the near leg, and it will result in a Richter takedown as he's able to hook the leg in. Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's with the first points of the matchup. Out of bounds, they go. We'll get a restart back in the center with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go in period number 1. Bottom set. Top on. On the whistle. An escape point here for Eng, so give him his first points of the matchup. Make it now 3-1. A minute and 10 seconds to go. 2-on-1 for Eng. Front headlock snap down here by Richter, looking to tack onto his lead. He got a takedown earlier in this period. Eng got the escape point. Eng able to bring himself back up to his feet. Richter still holding on to that headlock. Reshot attempt here by Richter. Out of bounds they go. No change. They'll stay neutral. And they'll go back to the center with 48 seconds to go in the period. This 152-pound championship matchup. We get you our other placers here at the end of the first period. 3-1, Eng with a shot attempt, single leg. He's going to try to suck that in. Defended by Richter. Richter able to kick it free and stay neutral. Out of bounds they go. 26 seconds to go in period number 1. Now walk back to the center of the mat. As we'll get blood time here. Blood time for Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos here. This is the 2025 Storhaug Invite. We'll take a break. Be back with more with the conclusion of the match here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Guiding light.
If you're ready to save time, aggravation, and money, the team at Weber Insurance is here and ready to make the process as painless as possible. Weber Insurance makes sure you find the best insurance because their agency is 100% independent. They have the freedom to shop the marketplace and find the best possible combination of cost and coverage. Talk with Dan, Leslie, or Carol to get a quote started today, or go online to weberinsurance.net. Call, click, text, or stop in at Weber Insurance, locally owned in Castleton.
Eng with a shot attempt, double leg, trying to lift it up, see if he can beat the buzzer. Sprawl attempt, Richter, throw by and the takedown. Jordan Richter with the 3 points. Extend his lead now, make it 6-1 at the conclusion of the first period here at 1:52. Eng will win the flip. He'll defer. And Richter will start in the down position. At 1:52, Maddox Slater of Mandan, he'll take third place with a 10-0 major decision victory over Kindred's Miles Thilgis. Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton will take fifth at 1:52, a 17-6 major decision victory over Zeke Symington. And your seventh place went to Maddox Shockman of Lemoore, a 1-minute 51-second pinfall victory over Dronin Levitt of Devils Lake. Richter up to his feet, looking for the escape point. Out of bounds they go, no change. As Eng will still start in the down position. Bottom set. Top on. Set. Eng trying to get something here on top, but Richter back up to his feet, stand up, able to break the grip, look away, peel. And get now 7-1. As we get a whistle as Eng down. Grabbing at the nose, and it looks like Coach Rich Lucina will just say, let's end it here, call the medical forfeit victory. So, Jordan Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's, he will be your champion at 152 pounds, defeating Lisbon's Ryan Eng by a medical default here in the second period. So I'll do it for 152 pounds. We'll then move to 160 pounds, our next weight class here at the 2025 Storhaug Invite.
All right, moving on to our championship match. 160 pounds. You have Eli Lyons of the Lisbon Broncos going out there. So you're looking at the scores. The Broncos right now down by 5.5 points. Lions would theoretically need to win by fall to get the Broncos back in the lead. Mandan still with a couple wrestlers in the championship matches. The officials now switched out. I think they're waiting for the awards to be announced over by the award stand in that northwest corner of the gymnasium.
So this 160-pound match, Eli Lyons against Greg Fear, that's our championship match. Third place went to Colin Hegney of Mandan, a 7-1 victory over Border West Brody Notchbor. 5th place, Fisher Johnson of Kindred, a overtime victory over
4th place, Brock Johnson of Kindred. 3rd place, Griffin Greenley of Lisbon. 2nd place, Case Allender of
5th place went to Fisher Johnson Kindred over Carrington's Max Chubal-Taranu. And 7th place went to Ben Peterson of Borden West over Zaidhair of Oaks, a 9-8 decision victory. Those are your other placers at 160 pounds.
All right, back to action here at 160 pounds. We have Eli Lyons of Lisbon Broncos. Lions ranked number 2 in North Dakota Class B, came into the tournament seeded with the number 1 seed. And he will take on Greg Fewer of the Ellendale Edgeley Combe Thunder. So Fewer and Lions battling it out. Greg Fewer won by decision 17-12 over Brody Notchbor of the Border West Buccaneers. Lions in on a double leg shot on Fewer. And now Lions will take Fewer down to the mat and working for the foul and the pin here for the Lisbon Broncos, trying to get him back into the lead. And Lions has to let the cradle, or ease up on the cradle. Fewer rolls through. Lions back in control on top. So Fewer upset the number 2 seed, Brody Notchbor. Won by decision. Now Lions working another armbar. Back over the top, walks around the world over the head. Here's Lyons. He was in a battle in the semifinals with Colin Hegney of Mandan. So our score 6-0. Lions still going to work on top now. 4 more near fall. 10-0 is the score. Lions will try to chop the left arm. Now works over the top, around the neck and shoulder. Goes to the leg, and they run out of time. 10-0 lead for Eli Lyons. Looks like Lyons has choice, chooses top position. So Lyons in the top position to start our second period. He's up by 10 points. A tech fall would tie it, and a caution by Lyons. Lyons readjusts. The official sets him back on. And Fewer off the whistle. Tries to tripod up, clear the hips. Lyons spikes the ankle, goes to the half Nelson. And a hip, now a little chin whip by Lyons. Gets Fewer drawn to the mat, working for the fall here. Fewer's going to try to roll through. He catches Lyons around the neck. Now goes to a headlock here for Greg Fewer. Yeah, and a scramble. Lions back down on the mat, 13-0. So Lions, looks like he'll end up with the tech fall. If he, so there wasn't a change. So it's still 13-0. Fewer's trying to scramble out of this and get on the scoreboard. He's down 13-0. Second period, minute 10 remaining. Now Lyons locks the cradle up on the edge of the mat. Fewer does have the legs, so Lyons a little topsy-turvy. He's going to try to work into the near fall, which no near fall awarded in that scramble. 13-0, 59 seconds. We're in the second period. 160-pound championship match. Eli Lyons ranked number 2 in North Dakota Class B. Greg Fewer for EEK not ranked in the latest rounds of Class B rankings. 13-0 is the score. Under a minute remaining, second period. Sit out. Lyons chops the wrist in the arm on the left side. Goes ball and chain. He's going to try to put this one away with a tilt. Working underneath, goes to the half. He's going to lock it up, rocks it over. Fewer, this is tight. Lyons up over the top. Fewer's going to try to use those legs and bridge out. Lyons readjusts. He has 30 seconds to work for a fall. Here, Fear and Lions. Lions up over the top, shoulder rolling through. Lions loses control of the wrist, and that does it. And a win by tech foul here. We're tied up. Should be tied up for the team points in the 17-0 or a tech foul decision. And your champion at 160 pounds is Eli Lions of the Lisbon Broncos.
I'll move us to 172 pounds, 4 weight classes remaining here at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational. At 172, it is Cale Hebel of Lemoore. He is taking on Tate Saylor of Mandan. That is your championship match at 172 pounds. Saylor for the Braves, a victory over Tanner Mangy in his semifinal match. Cale Hebel, a victory over Caden Graber of Central Cass in his semifinal matchup here. This is our championship match at 172 pounds. As Saylor able to get a takedown, edge of the mat, out of bounds they go. As now, Coach Trevor Kittleson will talk with the assistant referee Trevor Kittleson, and they'll confirm and they'll talk it over. No points awarded, so it stays neutral as we wrestle 10 seconds into our first period. Chuck attempt here by Saylor, trying to keep the feet in bounds. He did not do so. Out of bounds they go, so no change once again. We'll still stay neutral. 20 seconds in now. Saylor for Mandan, a freshman at 21-5. Hebel for Lemoore, a senior, 4-0. Lat drop attempt here by Saylor. Hebel, though, able to defend. It stays neutral. Minute and 20 seconds to go. Bear hug attempt by Saylor. Scramble, whizzer position. Edge of the mat. Saylor will grab the near ankle, try to drag Hebel back in bounds, and he'll finish the takedown. Tate Saylor for Mandan will pick up the first points of the matchup. He'll take a 3-0 lead here early on in period number 1. Indeed, looking at the team scores, Lisbon and Mandan are tied at 208 pounds. Lisbon is done wrestling for the tournament. Mandan, they have 2 finalists. They have Saylor here at 72. They also have Emery Slater coming up at 189 pounds. So if Mandan can get a victory in one of these 2 weight classes, they will be your champions here at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational. Saylor with a mat return right back to the mat. Hebel bellied out. Final 35 seconds of the first period. Edge of the mat, they will wrestle. And out of bounds they go. We'll get a restart. Back in the center. 22 seconds to go in period number 1. This is our 172-pound championship match. We have matches still upcoming at 89, 215, and 285. Hebel up to his feet, going to look for the escape point. Mat return by Saylor. He'll stay in top control. Final 10 seconds of the period. Saylor just going to ride it out here, keep him down, and he will take a 3-0 lead into period number 2. At 172 pounds, your other placers here this tournament. Tanner Mangy of the Kindred Vikings, he'll finish in 3rd place. He got a 4-minute, 11-second pinfall victory over Central Cass's Caden Graber. 5th place went to Max Jernlin of Ellendale Edgley Colm, defeating Henry Lettenmeyer of Lemoore by pinfall in 4:46. Out of bounds they go. They'll get a restart back in the center. Saylor in the down position, Hebel in the top control position. 7th place went to Riley Lucina of Lisbon, a 51-second pinfall victory over Oaks' Jacob Potasic. Those are your other placers at 172 pounds. Saylor in top control here. 20 seconds gone in the period. Saylor reaching at the wrist, going to try to roll that out. Hebel able to get himself back to the base, gets his arm back free. Looking for a stand-up attempt, able to get up on all fours, now up onto his feet. Brought back down here by Saylor. Clock still ticking, and we'll get a whistle stalling call here. I'll get Sailor on the stalling call, as Fisher Trevor Kittison will say, not trying to work to improve your position. Sailor will look at his coaches. Thought about maybe going neutral. Coaches say, nope, stay in the top position. He will up to his feet. Sailor, though, able to get a mat return. Deep waist, also trying to put in a half Nelson here. 50 seconds to go here at 172 pounds. Sailor cross face. 3-0 is his lead. He got a takedown in the first period. That's our only scoring so far here in this 172-pound championship match. Clock ticking now, 30 seconds to go in period number 2. Sailor grabbing at the near ankle. Able to belly out Hebel. Final 20 seconds. Sailor now rolling out the wrist, going to try to flatten Hebel out, see if he can set something up here. Final 10 seconds of the period. Tilt attempt here, able to roll through though is Hebel. He'll stay in top control, Will Sailor. Out of bounds they go with 4 seconds to go in period number 2. Bottom set, top on, set. Off the whistle. Sailor able to ride it out, defend the roll attempt by Hebel, and we'll go to period number 3 as Tate Sailor of Mandan a 3-0 lead as he looks to lock up the championship at 172 pounds and also lock up the team championship for the Mandan Braves. Get a caution calling here on Sailor. That's his first. As a restart, Sailor with the stand-up, back up to his feet. He's got the escape point. Give his lead now 4-0 as we wrestle. 15 seconds gone in the third period. Hebel's single leg attempt, trying to suck it in, unable to do so. Hebel holding on to that leg. Sailor sprawled out. Hebel trying to get a takedown here. Sailor will sprawl out once again. We'll get a stalemate call. We'll go back to the center. 83 seconds to go in our 172-pound matchup. $172-pound championship matchup here. Clock ticking, just over a minute here. Front headlock by Sailor. Snap down attempt. Bringing Hebel down to the mat. Still neutral position. Under a minute now to go in the championship match. Sailor looking to spin behind. Hebel trying to get back up to his feet. Throw by here and the takedown. Sailor with another takedown. Up his lead now 7-0. Final 40 seconds of the matchup here. Out of bounds, they roll out, and we'll get a restart back in the center with 34 seconds to go. Sailor will elect to start in the neutral position. Going to try to get one more takedown here, see if we can get the major decision victory for the Braves. Extra point there, that would be. Under 30 seconds to go. 7-1, Sailor with the lead. Hebel got to try something here. Front headlock, see if he can lock something up. Double leg here by Sailor. Able to finish it, get the takedown. Final 10 seconds here as Sailor will just hold on right there. And Tate Sailor for the Mandan Braves, he will pick up the championship. He is your champion at 172 pounds for the Mandan Braves. Cole Hebel will finish in second. That also will lock up the team championship in the Storhaug Invitational. The team championship will go to the Lisbon Bronco, or the team championship will go to the Mandan Braves, as the Lisbon Broncos will have to settle for second in the team score.
All right, back here for 189-pound championship at the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Your finalist here is Henry Sletdahl the Breckwop Storm. Sletdahl seeded number 4 in the tournament, number 6 in the Class A. He had the upset of Braden Chenol of Hillsborough Central Valley. Chenol, returning state place winner for Hillsborough Central Valley. He was the number 1 seed, and Sletdahl defeated him by a 4-0 decision. He's out here wrestling Emery Slater of Mandan. Slater, the number 2 seed, ranked number 4 in Class A. So we have number 6 Class A on the top side. Henry Sletdahl. Breckwop takes on Emery Slater of Mandan. And off that first whistle, wrestlers went out of bounds or back out into the center for the restart. Slater, a little level change. Drops down, picks up the nice single leg. We're going to elevator attempt by Sletdahl. Sletdahl goes back up to an underhook. Going to try to step in and trip Slater. Slater spins around behind looking for the mat return and a 3-point takedown. So he has a 3-0 lead for Emery Slater of Mandan. Mandan trying to put a little icing in the cherry on top of their team victory. Put together back-to-back wins. They have the 3-0 lead at 189 pounds. And on the restart, with a minute 1 remaining, looks like we have a caution. And the officials not sure what they're discussing with the coaches. They walk out and all back to their chairs. Slater in the top position on the restart. Sletdahl a little inside sit, nothing going for him. In the final 54 seconds of our first period. Emery Slater in the top position. Has a wrist lock. Now switches it off. Trying to pass that wrist underneath. Goes 2-on-1, trying to wing it up. Yeah, Sletdahl works his way over to the edge of the mat, and they're off back to the center for a restart. Final 28 seconds in the first period. 3-0 lead for Emery Slater of Mandan. And a false start on Slater with the caution. Off the whistle, Slater breaks down Sletdahl. Sletdahl scoots the hips back up underneath, laying on that right hip. Slater goes to work underneath on the arm, attacking the left arm. Trying to dig out the wrist. Now goes hammerlock. Or at least a wrist lock. Not in now. Hammerlock behind the back on Sletdahl. Spins the corner. And we run out of time. 3-0 lead here for Emery Slater of Mandan against Henry Sletdahl of Breckwop Storm. Slater has choice. He'll defer over to Sletdahl, who chooses the bottom position. Sletdahl in the bottom position to start. Slater on the top. Off the whistle, another little inside move by Sletdahl. Slater spins around, goes to the cradle, trying to crunch down over the top with the cradle. Sletdahl forced back down to the mat, working underneath. Slater back working the arm, has the wrist tight across the body. Now Sletdahl able to catch that bottom ankle in the foot of Emery Slater. We'll see if he can advance this. He's going to keep a hold of it, and a potentially dangerous call just as he was starting to shake Emery Slater up and over the top. Potentially dangerous call by the official. Slater a little slow to move around. Sletdahl back in the start position, the bottom. And off the whistle, another inside move, posted the inside leg by Henry Sletdahl. Slater back around with a minute 15 remaining in our second period. Emery Slater continues to hold the lead, goes back to the wrist, spiraled on the inside. He's going to try to dig that out and works it behind the back with the hammerlock. Now Sletdahl broke belly down on that left hip. Sletdal's going to try to feed this back underneath on the far side and lace his arm underneath the chin. And he walks it around. Nothing working on that for Emery Slater. Sletdal kind of knee slides and then belly slides over to the edge of the mat. With 30 seconds remaining there in the second period, still 3-0 is your score. Now Green, Warren was stalling. That goes against Sletdal in the bottom position. He's belly down, not able to get up or scoot those hips up underneath him to build his base. Slater and Sletdal just kind of laying on top of each other now. Neither wrestler doing a whole lot. Sletdal opens up and another now warning on red for stalling. Each wrestler dinged for stalling. Still 3-0 going into the third. Slater with choice will choose neutral. He has the 3-0 lead. This is for your championship match at 189 pounds. Collar tie by Sletdal. Slater backs up, circles out of it. Now attacks the leg on Henry Sletdal. Sletdal's going to try to go whizzer. Slater able to bar it up, turns the corner for the takedown. 3 points, now 6-0 lead for Emery Slater of Mandan. Works the fingers on Sletdal. Sletdal forced to reach up and try to take some wrist control. Down to a minute 20 remaining, third period, 6-0 lead for Emery Slater. Slater does have the back ankle spike. Stalemate called by the official. Sletdal would need an escape, a takedown, and near fall. No reversal and 4 near fall. Minute 12 on the clock. Off the whistle, not much of a move to the inside by Sletdal this time. Sletdal down his hip. Slater continues to work the arm, attack the arm on the left side. Now going to the right. Sletdal's been warned for, I should say both wrestlers have been warned for stalling. Down to 40 seconds remaining. Another stall warning on Sletdal, and 1 point awarded over to Emery Slater. Slater in control, 30 seconds, has a 7-point lead. Works the wrist, going to roll through, try to hit the tilt. Nothing going on that. Back to belly down for Sletdal. Slater continues to hold that wrist. Pulls it across the body in. Another, no, a stall warning going against Slater. And we're going neutral. 1 point goes to Green. So 7-2 is the score. Nothing going in the top or bottom for each wrestler. The official's been warning, giving stall warnings back and forth. Final 15 seconds for Sletdal. Doubles up on Slater. Sletdal's going to try to double under. Slater takes him down to the mat in the takedown, securing the win with 5 seconds remaining. 10-2 is the score. Your champion for the Mandan Braves coming out of the number 2 seed is Emery Slater. He wins by major decision, 10-2.
So Emery Slater is your champion at 189 pounds. Your other placers at 189. Ryer Muskie of Valley City will finish in third. He defeats Charles Richter of Bismarck St. Mary's 7-1 in the third place match. Britton Chenault of Hillsborough Central Valley will finish in fifth. A 12-3 major decision victory over Gavin Symington of Pembina County North. Your seventh place finisher is Carter Potasic of Oaks, a 3-minute 50-second pinfall victory over Jake Kramer of Lemoore. 2 more weight classes to go. Our next one is 215 pounds. It's Braxton Rance of Devil's Lake and Ivan Caruth of Ellendale Edgeley Combe. That is your championship match at 215 pounds. Caruth for the Thunder defeated Brock Lyons of Lisbon in his semifinal match. Rance defeated Caden Rose of Pembina County North in his semifinal. Two more weight classes here, 215, 285 pounds. Caruth, a junior for the Thunder at 26-4. Rance, a senior for the Firebirds at 18-5. 2-on-1 here for Caruth. They'll break apart. They'll circle themselves back to the center. 30 seconds gone in the period. Shot fake here by Rance. They'll stay neutral. Caruth re-shot. Rance able to whip him down right to the back as Braxton Rance looking for the fall. He gets it. Braxton Rance of Devils Lake, your champion, the 52-second pinfall victory over Ellendale Edgley Combs, Ivan Caruth. So Braxton Rance is your champion at 215 pounds. The other placers at 215 pounds, Caden Rose of Pembina County North finishes in third, a 1-minute 21-second pinfall victory over Lisbon's Brock Lyons. Fifth place went to Dylan Hunt of Valley City, a 4-minute 12-second pinfall victory against Oaks' Max Klein. And your seventh place at 215 pounds, Tucker Jones for Lemoore, a medical forfeit over Chase Marsh of Breckenridge Wahpeton. Those are your other placers here at 215 pounds. One more weight to go, the big guys, it's 285 pounds.
A final match of the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Invitational Tournament. Wrestlers on the mat handing out the awards in the northwest corner of the gymnasium. We do have Carter Michlich of Bismarck St. Mary's. He upset the number 1 seed, Aiden Hinkle of the Lisbon Broncos. Hinkle had been ranked number 3 on the Class B side. He's in the championship match up against Seth Irie of Ellendale Edgley Calm Thunder. Irie upset the number 2 seed, Aiden Singler from the Border West Buccaneers. So Michlich and Irie wrestling above their seeds, both in here in the championship match. Here's Michlich. Went over the top on Irie, now snaps down, underhooks on the far side. Going to try to drag Irie down. Irie stands back up. Michlich goes double overs. Irie has the hooks in underneath. Now drops down to a double. They're back to the center of the mat. And Michlich goes, tries Russian tie, working on the inside. Now clubs the head. Irie backs up. We're in the first period, minute 7. This is your heavyweight championship at the 2025 Storhaug Invitational Tournament. Wrestlers still holding the center of the mat. Little slide by. I guess you'd say an elbow pass. Nothing going on it for Michlich. Irie goes back to the collar tie. Michlich drapes his hand over the elbow of Irie on the right side. Little thumb block to the shoulder on the left. Now backs up, working some hand fighting. Michlich goes to work on the wrist and arm on Irie. Throws in the under over. Irie now pummels in, has an underhook, each wrestler with an under over. Michlich's going to go and try to block the leg on Irie. Down to 17 seconds remaining. Wrestlers holding the center of the mat. Final 10 seconds. We'll see if anybody takes a shot at the end of the period. Now down to 5 seconds. Michlich pushing in. Irie backs up. And we'll go to the second period scoreless between the two wrestlers wrestling for that heavyweight championship. Carter Michlich for Bismarck St. Mary's and Seth Irie for Ellendale Edgley Calm.
Your other placers at 285 pounds, Owen Hunt from Valley City will finish in third place. He had a 1-minute 36-second pinfall victory over Lisbon's Aiden Hinkle. Fifth place went to Dalton Karcher of Pembina County North, a medical forfeit victory over Aiden Sigler of Border West. Seventh place is Breckenridge Wahpeton's Luke Anderson as he defeats Anders Hovness of Northern Cass.
Here, turns over. Seth Irie working for the fall. He's up over the top, has the arm and the head scoop. Irie trying to bridge out of it. Michulich in good pinning combination and position at 285. Irie in a lot of trouble here. Michulich working for the fall in the championship. Down to minute 25 remaining in the second period. Now Irie catches Michulich. He's going to power through the 4 near fall. 4-0 is your score, minute 17. Now down to minute 10. Michulich back in control on top after the scramble off the near fall. 4-0 is your score. He goes to work on the arm. Locks it up. He's going to walk around again on Seth Irie. Irie, this thing's tight. Not much movement out of Irie. He's going to try to switch his hips around, but Michulich up over the top. North-south to win by fall. And that'll do it at 285 pounds. Carter Michulich is your champion with the win over Seth Irie. Both wrestlers coming in, wrestling above their seeds, and that'll do it here for the 2025 Storhaug Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. We'll come back with our post-tournament show and wrap things up here from the Lisbon High School Gymnasium on Your Live Event.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullis & Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency.
Hey there!
We're here
to invite you
to join First Community Credit Union.
FCCU is the proud partner of the University of North Dakota Athletics.
FCCU is here to coach you
through every financial play.
No turnovers.
Only buckets.
When you join FCCU,
you get the full UND experience. Enjoy our exclusive
UND credit and debit cards.
So come see why.
Life is better with community at First Community Credit Union.
At Gar Dental Center, dentistry is about people first. They're proud to offer exceptional care to Carrington and the surrounding areas. Meet Dr. Gar and Dr. Sam and their dedicated team of dental professionals. Gar Dental is your home for dental implants, along with a wide variety of services, including guided biofilm therapy. Their experienced dental team is here to ensure you smile with confidence. Visit them at gardental.com or call 701-652-2300 to schedule an appointment today.
See you soon!
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey Swatch autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
Wrapping it up here on YourLiveEvent.com. Let's take a look at our final team standings here today. The Mandan Braves, they are your champion here at the 2025 Storhaug Invite. The first time that the Lisbon Broncos have not won their home tournament since 2015 when South Border was the champion, which was part of a 3-year-in-a-row run for South Border, winning in 2013, 2014, 2015. Lisbon won it in 2016, and they have had won it every year since, all the way through 2024, except for now this year that streak is broken. As the Mandan Braves, they are your champion at 218.5 points, 10 points better than the Lisbon Broncos at 208.5. Bismarck St. Mary's will finish in third at 164.5. Oaks will be fourth at 153. Ellendale Edgeley Culm will round out the top 5 at 148.5. Lemoore will finish in sixth at 129. Pembina County North in 7th at 127. Valley City will finish in 8th at 122.5. Then it's Kindred in 9th place at 119.5. Half point better than 10th place Carrington at 119 points. Devil's Lake will finish in 11th at 108. Border West will finish in 12th at 82. Central Cass in 13th place at 72.5. Then Breckenridge Wahpeton 14th at 68 points. Hillsborough Central Valley will round out the top 15 at 58.5 points. Then it's Linton HMB 52.5. Mayport CG 17th at 49. Northern Cass will finish in 18th at 17.5. And Grafton will finish in 19th at 14.5 points. That's a look at your final team standings. Again, the Mandan Braves, they are your champion as they will snap Lisbon's 9 straight Storhaug Invite Championship. Says the Mandan Braves, they are your champion at 218 pounds. We'll take a break, name some awards when we return on yourliveevent.com.
Green Earth Landscaping offers a full range of services, including commercial and residential landscape design and installation, maintenance and sprinkler services. From outdoor kitchens to patios, retaining walls, lighting, fine grade, sod and hydroseed, and anything in between, Green Earth Landscaping has you covered, servicing the Fargo-Moorhead area and beyond. For more information, go online to greenearthnd.com. That's greenearthnd.com.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents, fans, and community members who work together to build team and community spirit. The Hillsborough Central Valley and Central Valley students in their school activities and encourages all students to be involved in the activities at your school. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club takes great pride in uniting the communities to support the boroughs, encouraging everyone to promote school spirit, sportsmanship, and to support the Hillsborough Central Valley students. It's the Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
Back here, yourliveevent.com, as we wrap it up here. Let's name some awards here and get some post-match reaction here. Brent, some awards and really a great 2 days of wrestling here from Lisbon.
Yeah, it was a fun 2 days. Tournament ran very well. We were able to get through the quarterfinals on day number 1, and then things really picked up here as we are done before 4:30 on a Saturday. So well-run tournament here by the Lisbon crew at the Storhaug tournament. Always a great tournament to come to and to attend, whether it's calling it or attending it in person, watching it online, whatever it is, listening to it on the radio. A lot of excitement. And we did have a lot of good matches here in the finals. That match at 215 pounds between Braxton Rance and Ivan Kruth of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. That one kind of unexpected. Braxton Rance coming out with that big pin at 215 pounds for Devil's Lake. So never know what's going to happen here at the Storhaug Wrestling Tournament. Ivan Kruth kind of a giant in the Class B ranks, but he was taken down by Braxton Rance, and just an excellent match there. And some surprises, I guess, in their finals, just like there was, I guess, for most of the tournament in some of these weight brackets. So we do move over, and we'll have our, I guess, our 3 awards going out to our HTC Connection of the Day. Discover a local reliability you can trust at Halstead Telephone Company. It's how to connect at halsteadtel.com. And that HTC Connection of the Day is going to go out to Hillsborough Central Valley's Trevor Kittleson with the excellent rendition of the national anthem. We should have had it live on yourliveevent.com, and not sure how many other sports that actually have the officials come out and sing the national anthem. And not only that, a lot of times you'll see some of the wrestlers, whether it's on the boys or the girls side, that'll volunteer to sing the national anthem. But we had Trevor Kittleson do that, so I'm going to give him our HTC connection of the day. And then our Agassiz Egg Precision move of the day, or move of the match, move of the tournament. Your local precision planning dealer at Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. And that's going to go out to Braxton Rance with that big move and win by fall over Ivan Caruth for the championship at 215 pounds. He was also named the outstanding wrestler for the weight classes 172 to 285 at the tournament. And then your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Day, Life Takes Energy at EnbridgeEnergyForLife.com for your career opportunities. That Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament is going to go to Colton Griebel of Valley City. Griebel wins the championship in dominant fashion. We had number 1A going out against number 1B at 139 pounds, and Griebel picks up his I believe what they said it was his 206th win. And by tech fall, he won that championship and is your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the tournament here for yourliveevent.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Griebel as well, bumping up from 133 to 139. Wanted to face one of the top wrestlers in Class B in Sawyer Owens. Able to pick up the victory there for it here on at the 139-pound weight class. Reminder for all you wrestling fans here, as we get to the final week of January and we get into February, yourliveevent.com is your home for tournament coverage all across the great state, the eastern part of the great state of North Dakota. Starting again next week, it is the mini state tournament, the East-West, over in New Salem, Friday and Saturday. Brent will have the call for you from New Salem for our coverage of the East-West tournament right here on yourliveevent.com. For the girls wrestling fans, we will have coverage for you. I'll be in Castleton on Saturday for the Belle of the Brawl. There in Castleton, the girls individual tournament. We'll have coverage for that for you right here on yourliveevent.com. And then we get into February, and then we get into tournament time. We'll have the Southeast and Northeast region dual tournaments coming up on Saturday, February 8th. The Northeast will be in Carrington. The Southeast will be in Kindred. We'll have coverage for you of both of those in the region dual tournaments, as 4 teams will try to advance into the state dual tournament. The following week on February 14th, the girls individual region tournament will be on Friday, February 14th. That will be in Castleton. We'll have the coverage for that right here on yourliveevent.com. Leading you into Saturday, February 15th, the boys region individuals in Grafton, the East region individuals. We'll have coverage for that for you on yourliveevent.com from Grafton on Saturday, February 15th. And of course, the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, we will have the state tournament from the Fargo Dome. Coverage of Class B, as well as following the CentraCast Squirrels in Class A tournament as well. Stay tuned as we finalize and then announce that coverage for you for the state wrestling tournament coming up on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. So make sure you're visiting our website, yourliveevent.com, for the up-to-date calendar of all the sports and community interest news and sports programming that we have for you on yourliveevent.com. Make sure you follow us on X every day. We post the upcoming schedule for that evening. And, of course, give us a subscribe if you're not already to our YouTube channel at yourliveevent.com. Brent, thanks so much. Anything else to add here as we wrap up our 2025 Storhaug Invitational?
No, exciting time of the season. Just mark that one off the calendar. Now the Storhaug tournament is complete. And we go out to that New Salem East-West tournament, and the excitement will just continue to build till we're at the state tournament in February. So just like to wish all those wrestlers out there and the coaches good luck, and wrestle hard, and we hope to see you at the state tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure for us to be able to cover this as well. This really is go time here in the state of North Dakota. Big thank you to all the sponsors that you saw and heard throughout this broadcast. Of course, whenever possible, we ask that you please patronize these businesses. At the very least, stop on in and tell them thank you, as without them, this coverage would not be possible. For Brent Dick, I'm Radar Brady Siebel saying thank you so much for tuning in, and we hope you have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. headset's mine.
Looking for a place to wind down and make memories, where the vibe is always chill and the fun never stops? Join us at Headlocks.